Ugh. My goodness, my goodness. Yeah. Come on, check it. Oh, no, don't do it. No. There we go. There we go. My goodness. Oh. Look at this baby. You sleepy? You look sleepy. You look like a sleepy boy. Okay. Show off the cuteness out of Zukov. So the unit, it ain't good, Jack. You ain't gonna do anything about it. No malarkey. Yeah, you were watching it too, huh? Well, I was watching Deep Fat Fried do their version of it on their Grease Trap today. And, oh my god, they basically... Well, TJ was doing a stream before that, to kind of get himself woken up a little bit, and I was listening to that, and he basically predicted it absolutely perfect. He was just like, hey, so, you know, listen, Jack, you know the thing, we're gonna do stuff, you know, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And, by the way, we're not actually gonna do anything about it. That was basically it. Oh, here, let me turn my headlight on. And from there, basically, watching it, like... It literally was. It's like, we're gonna build the bridges, rebuild the ports, rebuild the economy, Jack, and it's just literally that shit. And also, it was probably the most boringest fucking thing in this entire year so far. It was just... It was just like, ugh. Anyway, it's like, there's the only way I was gonna be able to get through it if I was watching it with DFO. Like, there was honestly no way. Because it was just so shit. I mean, it was just so horrible. I was gonna maybe watch Kyle and his live stream of it with breaking points, but it's just like, meh. Meh. eBay fucked me over, so I'm about to drown my sorrows in liquid. The reality, we're going to spend more money rebuilding Ukraine's infrastructure than invest in our own infrastructure. I mean, and honestly, considering whatever happens to Ukraine at the end of all this shit, like, they'll have like an economy to start rebuilding and shit. Like, I mean, it's going to take some time, but when it comes to them being able to, like, hey, well... some of our cities and villages are all war-torn as shit. We need to get people, you know, paid and working to fucking fix that shit up. I mean, it's just like... like, they'll be able to, you know, start slowly but surely being able to rebustle themselves out of it. I mean, considering how much support's been given to Ukraine because of this shit, it's honestly likely. Like, I mean, it just seems like that... it was such a disaster so far that it isn't really going to be... yeah, like, I don't know, like, it just doesn't seem like it's going to be in Russia's favor in this. As much as Putin, this irrational fascist strong arm that he is not going to give a fuck. But I don't think he has room to fucking make, make concessions or demands. He thinks he does, but he doesn't. I mean, honestly, it's, like, he probably did, you know, have, like, some opportunity to be like, okay, You know, we might, you know, talk a few and shit, but because of this whole Ukrainian war thing, it's just like, I mean, whatever type of, you know, like, credibility he has on the stage is just gone. And, of course, he's a prideful fascist fuck, so he's not gonna want to accept that. So he's just gonna fucking, you know, just double down with it. Like, honestly, that's what we're likely they're gonna see. He's too fucking invested in it now. Especially for his ego. That's why we gotta rebuild the thing, Jack. And also, I'm pretty sure, like, there was at one point where Biden was actually trying to talk about China at one point, but he almost said Canada. He was like, yeah, it's like, we're not really building up our economy as well, like, Canada, China is. It's like, wait, did you almost say Canada? He was like, Canada, China is. Yeah, it's like, what? What'd you say there? Were you just about to be like, you know, like, Canada's one-upping us? I mean, I guess in a way they kind of are, I suppose, but, like, yo, what? You definitely didn't exactly make China, I don't know, dude, it's something like that. It definitely, like, I don't even know where it was in the speech, or I'll try to find it. It was just like, what the fuck, dude? It was around the time where he was basically fucking, giving the military-industrial complex a fucking blowjob. Canada's is one-upping us. They're building some epic shit in Toronto and Montreal. Well, honestly, yeah, there you go. I mean, it just seems so fucking stupid that he's like, we're gonna do all this shit when he had a whole fucking year to do things and show some progress, and then does nothing. And then fucking wants to make this whole State of the Union address saying, hey, we're gonna promise stuff, Jack. It's just the same fucking shit, honestly. Like, this capitalist fashion motherfuckers all, you know, like to promise all this type of big grandeur of bullshit that's gonna make the nation, full fucking fervently, you know, patriotic or whatever the fuck. And also, one thing I noticed is in that whole State of the Union, like, you know how Trump, when he did his shit, like, whenever there was, like, massive, like, USA chants and all that fucking nationalistic, fascistic fervor and shit, like, it was the exact same shit that happened under this fucking State of the Union address. There was a bunch of people going, USA, all this other bullshit, just like, you know, the fascistic fervor that, you know, was under State of the Union's under Trump. But now, it's just like, all of a sudden, it's all good when Biden does it. It's like, here, you know, because it's a Democratic fascist, you know, whatever that means, I guess. You know, one with a Democrat next to his name as a title, you know, as an honorary little virtue signal to make people feel better. It's just like, we're going to have that same type of nationalistic zeal and fervor, but it's our guy, not theirs. It's like, fuck that shit. It just proves how much of the same coin there really are. It's just two different sides. It's like, give me a fucking break. They all want their nationalistic, fascistic fervor, zeal for their nation and supremacy of the country. They just don't want it under the wrong guy. That's all. They don't give a fuck about anything, you know, when it comes to the average person and shit. They never will. They just use everybody as a fucking pawn to just, you know, whip them up, you know, into some nationalistic, tribalistic fervor, you know, when it comes to which side of the team they're more likely to join. That's literally it. Democrats and Republicans, they'll never do shit for you. Even the ones that pretend to sound progressive or radical. Because as soon as they fall right in line, like, you know, as soon as they get elected, they fall in line. Every step of the way. And like 99% of the time. And the ones that don't, they either get voted out or suppressed so much that you barely fucking hear about them. So it's just like, yeah, we're able to get so much done. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, Jack. Oh, totally. It's like, give me a fucking break. And this guy's supposed to be the top of the, you know, like, like, diplomacy shit and all this other stuff. It's just like, you know, we're not having that. We have, like, this just literal, dimensional out of fuck that barely has, you know, cognitive ability to be a diplomat, let alone a fucking president. And he's supposed to be, like, the head of, like, the diplomatic table of most of the world. She doubled down on defunding police. Yeah, that's kind of why I said 99%. because the ones that are, like Cori Bush to a degree, get silenced and get pretty much oppressed, and don't get much of a voice. While they're still out there pushing their fight, I mean, realistically, the establishment will do literally anything and everything to suppress them. Period. It doesn't matter, like, whether they're a smaller or bigger target. And Cori Bush, I guess, when it comes to all things, she's a little bit more higher up on the target when it comes to, the establishment and the paradigm as it is. But that doesn't mean that they're gonna fucking target her. They always will, and they continuously are. In fact, they want her to keep her small. So, like, she's risen up a little too much for their liking as it is. That's also why they've tried to keep Nina Turner down, too. I guess we don't necessarily know how she would act, in office and shit, but I'd assume she'd at least act at minimal, like Bush. Well, Cori. But, yeah, like, just considering, like, how we've had, like, a dementia-addled motherfucker for 2 different presidencies now, essentially. Just 2 different flavors of it. And then just, like, not even the half-ass, like, yeah, we're gonna look like we're doing something, because they're not even doing that. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, can you at least pretend to do something? I guess that's what the whole, like, Russia-Ukraine thing is about now, I guess. Focus on that. Don't focus on things domestically, Jack. Yeah, we know there's a bunch of malarkey going on here, but don't pay attention to malarkey, Jack. There ain't no malarkey here. You don't know the thing. You don't know the thing, Jack. Come to Ukraine, some interview with Ukraine military training, huh? Oh, you know what? Here, let's see if let's get some updates on the ground. That stuff here, What was that? What was that, Zukov? You little sleepy boy. Let's see. The last update is 2 hours ago. Russian troops seized the river, port, and railway station in Kherson. Mayor of Kherson, Igor Kolyav, said, according to CNN, Russian military vehicles sent to Kherson after shelling and appear to have taken the southern part of the city. And on the map, like, here, I can show the map real quick. Oh, hold on. God, motherfucking ads. Go away. Okay. But, I mean, I don't know what the situation in Kherson is right now, honestly. Like, between Kherson, Kiev, and Kharkiv, like, these are kind of like the 3 areas of interest. At least to me. Because there is, updates on their movements here, but Kherson isn't, like, officially taken or not. It's just... I mean, it looks like there's just, I guess they haven't fully claimed it, I guess. I mean, they're still having a fucking, I mean, they're pretty much, like, kind of putting some of their forces away from it to try to go to Mykolaiv, so to get to Odessa, which will probably make a fucking, naval assault of that. And there's rumors about that happening in, Mariupol, over here. Also, I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been much advancements off in the eastern Ukraine, considering some of the more pro-Russian separatist forces and shit that are kind of scattered throughout that region. And I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but, like, what is this? Like, what is this border gore shit? Like, you got these, like, little, like, worms just, like, you know, protruding out, and they didn't even bother with this town, Konotop, or, Kharkiv. They never even bothered with those places. It's like they surrounded them, but nothing's come out of those areas. It's just been quiet. Oops. So I don't know what the fuck is with those places. Like, are they just, like, surrounded, under siege, or just not important targets, so they just totally just went around them? I mean, I don't know what's up with that. I know Chernihiv was one of their major targets they were trying to get, but they just haven't bothered with that at this point. They've been rediverting at least some of their more western forces, more south, for their more important target of Kiev. So, Chernihiv, like, they barely really done much over there. Like, it's just basically been Kherson, Kharkiv, Sumy to a certain extent, and Kiev. They even sent separatists fleeing to Russia. Eastern Ukraine has put up fierce resistance. They even sent separatists fleeing to Russia. Alright. I do know that, at least when it comes to Eastern Ukraine, some of the more, like, nationalistic elements of Ukraine's forces tend to be around in this area. Same thing for the pro-Russian force, as I was just saying, because of Donetsk and Luhansk. But, for example, like the Azov battalion is stationed in Mariupol because of, well, the Sea of Azov right here. So, it, you know, like a lot, you know, considering they're just overt and even legit more welcoming of neo-Nazistic ideology and shit, it's so much it's on their patches and flags and all that shit. It's just like, Now, there's, you know, some caveats, meaning that they're in specific regions, and they definitely do not make the bulk of any of the Ukrainian military at all. Like, the Azov battalion, I think it's like 200 dudes, if that. And considering that Mariupol is totally surrounded under siege, from what I understand, like, I mean, you know, like, how much information has really been coming out with them and their fighting? Probably not much. Up until, you know, the actual invasion of Mariupol begins, but it's just basically been surrounded and sieged, but that's it. They haven't really made too many advancements aside occasionally. Probably some more ballsier squads and battalions trying to, you know, see if they could weaken the defenses. But I've also seen some videos, primarily unconfirmed at least, that kind of come from this general region, of some Eastern Ukrainians who are also targeting civilians that might have come from the Luhansk and Donetsk regions. And again, I don't know if there is like 100% confirmation of that type of shit, but it just kind of shows, you know, especially with the fog of war and just the generality that war crimes are committed in war. Like, it's, you know, like, it's not just one side that's always doing, you know, war crimes and shit. Like, both sides will be doing this. And there are going to be elements in both sides that will take glee and would want this shit. You know, so it's just like, there definitely needs to be vigilance about not just disinformation, but also about what's confirmed and what isn't confirmed about this type of shit. Knowing that, to some degree, you know, there are elements, you know, within both military groups, you know, that advocate or are doing this type of shit. I mean, Russia is doing it significantly more because they got the Grads, the LMRSs, the thermal barrack bombs, and all that shit. Like, I mean, it's not saying that both sides on this front. It's just meaning just stay vigilant about disinformation, about what's confirmed and what isn't. And, you know, and when it comes to war crimes that are caught on video, to not just jump the gun and be like, oh, that's Russia, or oh, that's Ukraine, or whatever. It's like, because honestly, we're not going to really truly fucking know right off the bat, especially. Like the video of the vehicle that ran over that civilian car in Kiev, like, honestly, there is legitimate unconfirmed reports whether that was a Russian captured Ukrainian vehicle or, you know, Ukrainian vehicle that got out of control. It's honestly legitimately not 100% confirmed. And also, at the exact same time that was going on, there was a firefight all across the street. So it's like, what the fuck was really happening? I mean, it still shouldn't have happened, and it's still a fucking war crime regardless of who fucking did it. But it's, you know, it just shows that there's a lot of shit that can go out there that might or might not be true or confirmed. So, at least that's why when it comes to talking about this stuff, I'm mainly just trying to take it on a more generalized, broader take about these things, instead of trying to be very specific absolutist or like, oh yeah, this is definitely the thing or some shit. Because, I mean, we're not going to know everything. I mean, especially as civilians that are just kind of watching us on the sideline. Though I do know there is at least war crimes that both sides have done to some extent. You know, especially the Russians, considering their fucking military hardware and targeting residential areas, hospitals, and shit like that. But there have been videos, too, of some unconfirmed, but at least, you know, one or two that I've seen that have been confirmed of Eastern Ukrainians also targeting civilians, too. So, it's just like, it just kind of extrapolates more about how fucked this shit is. Or why, to at least variable to how this started, is because of some of these fucking separatists exacerbating this shit. Because a lot of these forces, whether they're like some of the more neo-Nazistic type of fucking pro-separatists or pro-Ukrainian side of things in those regions, they are exacerbating this shit because they want this bloodshed. Like a lot of, like there are some posts on Twitter and Telegram that I've seen that literally don't even call Russians people. They literally just refer to them as orcs. That's it. It's just like, what? Like, I mean, so it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, you know, there's some straight up racist shit, you know, about some of this stuff, you know, at least to some people that, you know, view this conflict. And it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, especially with a lot of the videos of these captured Russians and shit, like, so many of them were literally lied to about this. Like, I mean, how in the fuck are they the orcs in this? Like, if anyone's the orc in this, it's fucking Putin. It's just like, it's crazy fucking shit like that. And I'm sure there's probably pro-Russian separatists that think the same of Ukrainians too. They're no better. It's just fucked. I mean, because it just, you know, to them, it justifies a lot of their fucking nationalistic, racist fervor, you know, against their opponent or their tribalistic enemy. I mean, that's all it really does. It's just, it's the reason why I think to some extent they exacerbate and probably have initiated their own little attacks or false flag attacks or whatever the fuck to help exacerbate this. And be like, oh, see, these Ukrainian Nazis have been, you know, massacring our civilians. Or look, see, these Russians are blah, blah, blah. And all sort of shit. And who gets to be the pawns of it all? The Ukrainian people. They get to suffer for it. They have to get their fucking country invaded for it. And for what? Because of some nationalistic fascist fervor by some different groups and shit. Whether they're from the fucking Russian state or, you know, just different little separatist or paramilitary groups on the ground. Like, or war profiteers too and shit. Like all these fucking little variables. They all exacerbate it. Failure of diplomacy from fucking, you know, all sides of this on one way or another. It's like, aye. This is why I'm so goddamn anti-war about this shit. Because it just exacerbates more chaos and just more of this fucking fervor and hatred and shit. That's just, it's so intertwined to our fucking species, apparently. And we just can't seem to break the chain off of. Despite multiple times in our fucking past, you know, showing that it is possible, and we have been able to break away from our more violent urges in nature. And still do. It shows that it is definitely possible, but yet we just, you know, it's like the whole fucking like, oh, well, you know, gotta unleash my angry bloodlust urge, though. Like, that's just, you know, that comes in too quick, you know, too hard on people. Too much of an easy solution, too. It's a lot easier to fucking just bash somebody over the head with a rock versus fucking talk it out with them. It is. It really is just simply easier. If you think about it, it's like, huh, do I talk out my problems with this person or just bash you with a rock and be done with it? You know, like, obviously, the rationale for why it happens is understandable. Let's make it good? Fuck no. Because look what it does. I mean, it's gotten, like, so many people, like, fucking frothed at the mouth about it, honestly. Whether they're, Ukrainian or Russians, too. I mean, but luckily most people from those regions definitely don't want this anyway. I mean, honestly, it just feels like there's a lot of other people that aren't from those regions that are kind of thirsty for it. It's just like, what? It's like either the fucking, like, Russian state or fucking, like, other, like, foreigners into Western America that are kind of gung-ho for it. It's like, it's like if you're so gun-ho, then volunteer. I know the Ukrainians got the Foreign Legion. I know, honestly, a lot of people legit have. And it's like, I mean, more bravery than me, I suppose. Farm worker OT bills advancing. Well, that's good. Hey, honestly, there is at least some good shit happening today. Oh, damn, dozens of diplomats walk out during Russia's foreign minister's UN speech. What the fuck? Well, yeah, this is like a mass walkout here. It's mostly empty.
To Ukraine is an attack on...
Wait, hold on, who's this lady?
UN has to take a very strong stance in defense of its own principles of the UN Charter, because Russia...
I'm sorry, but it's like... You're asking the UN to actually do something, like, useful for once? I mean, come on.
To Ukraine is an attack on the UN foundations, on the foundations of our cooperation. It's an attack on all...
Corporation? Wait, did she just refer to Ukraine as a corporation? She's a Ukrainian ambassador and she just referred to her own country as a corporation? Hold on, did I just hear that right?
On the UN foundations, on the foundations of our cooperation. It's an attack on all...
Or is she saying cooperation? It might be her accent. She might be saying cooperation.
90 to accept Russia, member states.
Okay. Well, for a second, I thought of her corporation, but now it was cooperation. She just got the Ukrainian accent going, so it made it a little... I mean, at least at first, I was like, corporate? What? But... no, okay. I mean, I don't know. Not wrong. I mean, honestly, it's just like, there definitely needs to be more diplomatic pushes, and peace talks, continuing and shit, because I know they're gonna continue doing so, and despite, not as much progress, from what I understand, from the initial, like, first 5 hours of delegation and shit, I mean, that's not necessarily, like, a bad sign right off the bat, or a good sign either, really. It's just, like, honestly, when it comes to peace talks, they don't happen in one fucking sitting. So it might be a little bit. It might take a couple times. I mean, so, I don't know. We'll have to see about that, I suppose, but in the meantime, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of pushing on Russia's end about, at least, from the military tacticians who are trying to capture Kiev and shit, because that makes it a little bit easier for them to make demands out of Ukraine, but as it stands now, they really got shit. But that's why they're gung-ho about it right now. At least, Putin's state. But even then, his own, like, apparatus inside is not exactly happy about him anymore. They're all just like, wait, I can't do anything with my money or transactions. I can't do my corporate mafiastic deals. What the fuck? This looks bad on us. Like, the ruble, it's dropped. I mean, it's just like, I think even, like, some of the, like, different governmental bodies, like I was reading earlier. Here, let me see. Yeah, it says here, local government body in Moscow's Gagarinsky district calls on Putin to withdraw troops from Ukraine, calling it a disaster, which is leading to the impoverishment of the country. So, like, even local government bodies in Moscow and in different parts, like, it's just, it's not good. Like, you know, for Putin's fucking state. Like, he has no fucking demands or political power to be making any fucking, like, calls for what he wants and shit. Like, but that's the thing about these fascistic strongmen, they're not going to know that or care. They're too irrational. I mean, that's why we're going to be seeing a lot more destruction, honestly, from his end of things, because he wants his demands, and he's literally going to do anything to get it. Because if he looks like he backs down or concedes on any level, that doesn't look good to him in his eyes. I mean, but that's the thing. It's his eyes that, you know, he's looking it through. Quite a solstice, honestly. But if this trend continues, though, within Russia, like, honestly, we might see not just, like, mass protesting continuing, but there could possibly be an uprising, too. And considering how cut off from the West Russia is currently, like, I mean, I'd feel confident saying that it is, you know, naturally for their own people that is, you know, that happening from, so I'd be totally gung-ho for it and want it. I'm literally advocating it right now, so let's go, baby. I want to see Putin, like, I want to see a bunch of Russians, you know, like, at the fucking Kremlin, like, taking videos of Putin being treated like Benito Mussolini when the fucking partisans caught him and started publicly giving him a nice little tour of Italy, you know, for the people. And also, that's where the anger needs to be expressed. Expressed to these fucking order-class oligarchical motherfuckers that exploit everybody under this, including the Russians. Because that's what Putin's doing. He's one of these motherfuckers. Give him the Benito Mussolini treatment. Because all of them do. Not just the, you know, Russian oligarchical fascist motherfuckers. But, honestly, as it stands now, they might, you know, Russian people might just get that chance. Oh, he's still on his chair. Wanna look at the cute baby? Sitting over here sleepy. Little sleepy boy. Sitting in this little chair being cute. Were they booing themselves? Wait, there was a moment of booing in City. What? There's booing going on in this?
I may be wrong.
Did I miss this when I initially watched it?
We took a secret ballot in this floor that we'd all agree that the present tax system ain't fair. We have to fix it. I'm not looking to punish anybody. But let's make corporations and wealthy Americans start paying their fair share. Look.
How about we do punch some motherfuckers, you worthless little pissant? Oh my god, wow. It's like, look, our tax system ain't great, Jack. Am I gonna do something about it? No. You know, yeah, like, cause, you know, like, yeah, how do we fix it? Well, we should probably, you know, punch the motherfuckers that are wanting to, you know, try to keep these, you know, taxes low, Jack, and, you know, doing a lot of money laundering and tax avoiding schemes and yada yada, Jack. You know, no malarkey, but are we actually gonna do that? No. Am I even gonna imply that we're gonna try that? No. Oh my fucking god.
I don't know how he's gonna do that.
Chris Coons and
You
Tom
motherfuckers
Carper.
clap, but like none of you are gonna do it. You just fucking pieces of shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like down
They
to
never will.
3 people, okay?
They literally never will.
The majority, the margins are too slim, Jack.
And I still won 36 years in a row.
They're too slim. We need to add a little fat to it so we can cut that off. It looked like we did something, Jack.
What did CEO had to do about that? Was he clapping?
Last year, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies earned $40 billion in profit and paid 0 in federal taxes. Now look, it's not fair.
That's what they were booing? They are literally booing. Oh my, okay. I know what it is. I know what they're doing. They're booing because it makes them look good and it makes them still look like they're, quote, in touch of reality. So it makes their, you know, popularity and, you know, shit at least stay stagnant. That's literally what it's about. These motherfuckers are literally trying to boo themselves in an idea of be like, oh, look, you know, this idea that these corporations are paying zero taxes and I profit off of that because they lobby me to make sure that happens. Boo! It's like, I mean, I guarantee you these motherfuckers got a check to do that. They got like a couple $1,000s just to do that, to make sure to like, hey, you know, like he's gonna say that we're not paying taxes at all. Here's a couple $1,000s to, you know, boo to that to make it look like you're actually on the good side of things. I guarantee you.
Are they booing? You are all of you geriatric fucks have been in
It's a theater
for a very long time. You are responsible. What the fuck?
Will be somewhat helpful. 130 countries.
Who are you booing?
Minimum tax rate. So companies can't get out of paying their taxes at home by shipping jobs and factories overseas.
Bro, Brandon personally negotiated with Mitch McConnell, sidestepped.
Wait, hold on. What was he saying earlier before he started popping in
Can't
here?
get out of paying their taxes at home by shipping jobs and factories overseas.
Bro, Brandon.
So why haven't you done anything about that? Yeah, bitch. You literally have had over a fucking year to do this type of shit. And, motherfucker, like, yo. Like, where the fuck is it, Jack? I mean, I hate these State of Union things, honestly, because, like, it's literally just them to, like, revive the whole, like, hey, we're gonna promise stuff. Remember we were promising things? Well, yeah, guess what? We're still promising that. It's just that. That's just what it is. It's like, what the fuck? And it's, like, and them booing themselves. Like, oh my god. It's just such fucking pageantry. Like, oh my god. And I'm surprised that, I don't even know how long into this speech he is here, but oh my god, I'm surprised he was able to last as long as he was.
He negotiated with Mitch McConnell, sidestepped making a tax cut for the wealthy straight up permanent under the Obama administration. Like, that's the guy we're talking about. Maybe he's changed.
I mean, no, he's not even wrong, because, like, the motherfucker, like, when Trump was cutting the taxes and shit, and then when Biden came in office, and he was doing a proposal, like, it was from, like, 31%, and then it went down to, like, 24, or 21% or something like that. And then he was like, oh, hey, Jack, let's, you know, bump it up to, like, 26%. It's like, you just, like, solidified, you know, some of the tax cuts and shit. You allowed it to fluctuate and be in this limbo for a minute, for a couple of years before you solidified it. Like, that's all you did. It's like, what is this? Like, that ain't, like, you know, increasing the fucking taxes and shit when they're still down from the previous fucking administration that you were supposedly trying to, like, fix the issues of and bullshit. Or, like, if you were gonna increase the taxes and shit, you should have, one, at least bumped it up to where it was originally, but mainly, two, especially, bump it up even fucking higher. Because then you would actually be fucking increasing them then, bitch. But no.
What are you bitching at now?
I'll just... I've listened to a chunk of the whole State of the Union thing. I was listening to it earlier, but now I'm re-listening to it again, realizing how just lame it is, basically. And, yeah...
Are you comfy?
Yeah, you're not getting your chair. Yeah, you're not getting your chair.
Fucker move.
Yeah, you're not getting your chair. He's kind of plopped.
Fucker.
Cute little baby.
Now I know you really broke my chair. Fucktard. Dog's a fucking floof. Such a fucking cat.
My god, he's so cute.
You know, he grew. He learned and he grew from that experience, okay? But it's so wild that these people are just like, they're pandering. They're talking about this thing that they want to do that they don't want to do when they have the opportunity to do it.
Today.
The Obama administration took tax cuts that were sunsetting for the wealthy and made it permanent.
For the Federal Reserve,
Yeah.
which plays a critical role in fighting inflation. My plan will not only lower costs and give families a fair shot, it will lower the deficit.
Oh my god, which one's which in the background? Oh god. Why are those chairs, like, way too big for either of them? Oh, so the left one's Kamala. Who's the random... Oh, that mummy, that weird, like, mummified crypt keeper is Pelosi there. Okay. That's why I knew it was at least one of the different like mummified crypt keepers that is running our government right now. I was just trying to figure out which crypt keeper it was, but it's the Pelosi crypt keeper.
I wish you just be like, listen, if you're trading in reviewer level and trading in Congress, Jack, I'll beat the shit out of you personally. That's what I want. I want like progressive legislation of that sort.
But whether or not those watchdogs should be able to see every day how
Look
much money
alive.
was being spent, where was it going to the right place? Under my administration, the watchdogs are back. And we're going to go
I don't like the sound of that.
the criminals are
Those criminals, oh god. Hey, we're gonna, you remember the crime bill, Jack? Well, it's going up, to the bottom up now, and now we're gonna be cracking down everywhere, left and right. The watchdogs are back. We're gonna be catching those predators there, Jack.
of relief money meant for small business and millions of Americans. And tonight I'm announcing that the Justice
Who's this
Department will
fuck?
soon name a
Who's this
chief
worthless son of a
prosecutor
bitch
for
that's on
pandemic
screen?
fraud.
Who's this scumbag? Who's this lobbyist?
It's probably fucking sweating right now.
I hate this pomp and circumstance.
I think we all agree. Thank you.
Room full of lobbyists and politicians that are literally there out of touch, just doing pageantry, just, to make sure it looks like we're
The
all,
only president ever to cut the
like,
deficit by
taken
more than
care of.
$1 trillion in a single year.
or whatever the fuck they want us to
Also
think.
meant demanding more competition. I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without
Gross.
competition is not capitalism. Capitalism without
Yeah, it is. That's one of the end goals of it, because oh my god. In order to maximize profit, which is one of the core roots of capitalism and shit, it is to also not just have the competition, but to eliminate it, and then also create artificial competition to continue the maximization of your profit, where you create either an oligarchical system or monopoly. Like that's oh my god, they got McConnell. Ugh, god, what a weaselly
I don't know
worm.
how to get him out of my seat. Just open the fucking door.
a hell of a lot more.
God, dude! Really?
What's happening with America?
Really?
Goods in and out of America.
Come on!
During the pandemic,
He's like, but you love
about
me.
half a dozen or
Love
less
you, you're just a
foreign-owned
fucking
companies
annoying
raised prices by as much as
dog.
1,000%.
Hey, Buttigieg,
Go away.
Tonight,
our
Oh,
transportation
I'm announcing a
secretary.
crackdown on those companies overcharging American businesses and consumers. Folks,
Oh, Biden, shut the fuck up. We don't know you're fucking half dead anyway.
The Jack thing.
as Wall Street
The Malarkey, Jack.
nursing homes, quality in those homes has gone down, and costs have gone up.
You would know about retirement homes and shit and how the quality's gone down.
Ends on my watch. Medicare is going to set higher standards for nursing homes and make sure
Yeah,
the loved
where
ones
you
get
need
the
to be,
care
bro.
they deserve and that they inspect and they will look at closely. We're also going to cut costs to keep the economy going strong and giving workers a fair shot. Provide more training and apprenticeships. Hire them based on skills, not just their degrees.
I like this tiny little oh hey, the common worker, Jack. Oh, well, here's the tiny little breadcrumb. Here you go. I guess that's the breadcrumb they offer to everybody else.
$15 an hour.
Oh, you're gonna raise minimum wage to 15 an hour?
To raise the family in poverty. Let's increase Pell Grants, increase our historic support for HBCUs, and invest in what Jill, our First Lady who teaches full-time, calls America's best-kept secret, community colleges.
That's
Look.
best kept secret. Oh my
Let's
god.
pass the PRO Act. When a majority of workers want to form a union, they shouldn't be able to be stopped.
Unless Amazon decides to do that and Union Buzz, and if Starbucks decides to fire you all.
There's 8 people.
It's I'm okay with that, unless, the company says otherwise, and it's okay for them to do that too.
Another bill, okay? That's the reality. Literally, the Republicans don't care because they're fucking monsters. They don't even give a shit. They're not even gonna fucking clap. But the rest of the Democratic Party is just like, oh my god.
Oh my god, I just realized, it's like this big cube square that says Haas News, but then on the other side it says Ukraine, Putin is very bad, and then on the bottom it just says Ukraine.
Girl bosses the living titties out of this again.
I love it.
My god, it's gonna be so sick. I don't even have to do anything.
I guess people are we're trying to fuck on Assam for some of his Russia-Ukraine take. I literally don't even know what they are, so I really, frankly, I don't care. But I guess he was fucked off her so hard he made that little gif.
I can be like, oh no, I guess we can't do this over and over again.
Oh, fuck.
Well, there's Elizabeth Warren, the snake.
Tools that we have been provided.
I mean, there's so many clapping, you are wrong. Yeah, bro, because when you clap, that's the equivalent of actually passing legislation, dude. It's actually accomplishing Brandon's legislative agenda. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just so fatigued from this bullshit that I just don't give a fuck because I haven't seen any of this. But, like, if that was the case, your mom would be the president right now because I'd clap her ass every fucking night, okay? Sorry. I shouldn't say that. This is a serious time.
Based on projection, more of the country will reach a point across
More serious time, and you didn't deserve to be terminated like that.
Past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I said
Brandon, let's go.
that
We have
never will
guests
just
here.
accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard. Here are 4 common sense steps.
Talking like this happened like a few weeks ago. It's just like, we will stand vigilant against this and we'll combat it.
Why is a person who
Like, oh my God, like
went
this
to a
is
fucking white supremacist conference this
It's
week
just like,
at the fucking state
it's
of
like
the
this shit
union?
has literally been going on for how long now, and it's just like, yeah, well, you know, Jack, yeah, it's just like, it happened a week ago. We'll continue to fight and stay vigilant as this continues to progress. It's like, holy fuck. I mean, Jesus, like, talk about, like, pretending to sound like you're doing something without literally saying anything.
By the way, I wish we could denazify the American Congress and the American military and the American police force and just denazify
And just the world.
America in general. That would be fucking sick.
Yep.
We do. We're all ready.
Straight up, that woman, Marjorie Titan Green, was at a white supremacist conference hosted by an actual fucking Nazi like 5 days ago. Well, I mean, speaking of white supremacists, I mean, he got shot in the butt, but let's not fucking forget that this man right here once famously said, I'm David Duke without the baggage.
Pills this month and more than double that next month.
I actually want to find that.
Apologize.
Well, I want to see Marjorie Taylor Greene at this whole fucking white supremacist rally. I want to find this. Straight up. I think I saw it, like, recommended to me on by, like, a clip somewhere in here, I think, earlier. Here, let me, wait, what's that? Wait, what? No. Yeah, I know what Human Report says something about that. Yeah, here it is. Oh.
And now they're going on about Russia and Vladimir Putin.
Oh my god! Oh, hold on. Oh. But oh my god, there's literally. Okay, so yeah, this is certainly a fucking AF pack. Oh god. Yeah, but this is definitely a white supremacist rally when you got Nick Fuentes as one of your speakers. Like, I mean, not even just that, but you're like, you're kind of like a Nazi like rally convention thing.
That's not a good thing, and I shouldn't have said that.
What?
About Russia and Vladimir Putin is Hitler, and they say that's not a good thing, and
Huh?
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that, but
That was incel and booger-eating Nazi Nick Fuentes speaking at AFPAC, the America First Political Action Conference, which is supposed
And also, he's literally an incel. Like, he's straight up a fucking virgin and he literally can't even, like, talk to women either. Like, he's actually had interviews where the interviewer is a woman and shit. He just has, like, he just literally, like, just kind of fumbles around and is like, he's just like, you can just tell he's just not comfortable with it at all.
nationalist rival to CPAC, and its membership is explicitly white nationalist. That's not hyperbole. They are actually openly racist.
I mean, when you have Nick Fuentes there, I mean, yeah, like, just straight up.
If you don't believe me, take a look at the way that they responded to Sheriff Joe Arpaio, saying that he has a reputation of being racist.
I have the
reputation of being the biggest racist in the country.
Kind of.
Think of that.
He's coming out and saying he's racist.
Yeah.
Well, I
He has a reputation for it.
I hate to. What are you clapping for? That I am or I'm not?
See, there was
Wow, he's actually like, wow, he's just like, wait a minute, people were clapping about that? Like, I mean, he was actually a little shocked. He was like, wait a minute, it's a good thing to people here? Wait, I need to comprehend this for a second. I'm not used to that.
in there because when he said, I have a reputation of being racist,
I forgot
the
this
implication
shit.
was that, isn't that crazy? If they
Pause
call
there
me
real quick.
racist, then they'd call anyone racist, but they thought that he was saying, I have a reputation of being racist, and I'm proud of that, hence the applause. But he was confused, he couldn't understand why they were cheering, and even a racist like that doesn't realize the people who he's dealing with. Sheriff Joe Arpaio is absolutely a racist, and he believes that anyone...
Like, also, like, I know one of his things that he's known for is that, like, he's had, people in the prisons that he was, under the, command of and shit. Like, he would, straight up, like, have, like, prisoners basically be in, like, pink underwear and just straight up, like, dig ditches out in the middle of the fucking desert and shit. Just for hours on end, basically. With very little breaks and shit. And that's just, like, one of the things that he's, like, kind of known for and shit when it comes to a lot of his brutal, you know, actions and shit, and some of his past on top of his definitely more, you know, racist background shit. And even, like, kind of admitting to it and being a little shocked that there was people like, yeah! Because, you know, because honestly, he goes to these other Republican conventions, and if he says something about that, usually doesn't get, like, a round of applause about it and shit. Usually people are just kind of listening, you know, it's like, oh, you know, oh, yeah, you do? Well, I don't think so, but let's listen, you know? They're more like, you know, fucking, like, internal about it, you know, or, like, you know, more willing to hide it if they're, you know, do agree with it, or think, yeah, you know, you do, but that's okay, you know, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
They're not, like, so blatantly open like that.
Yeah.
So he's just, so in a way for him, it's like, whoa, okay, I'm not used to that interesting, thing. And he kind of joked about it. It's like, were you guys for that, or was that against it? Well, yeah. Human rights abuser dude needs to be rotten in a failed prison. Yeah, honestly, like, I mean, he literally is, like, you know, a human rights abuser and shit. I mean, you know, like, outside of his just legit more distasteful social views of being a racist, you know, shithead and stuff. Like, I mean, it's just like outside of that, he just legit is a human rights abusing piece of shit. Like, I mean, he's pretty notorious when looking into a lot of his controversies.
Basically be a second-class citizen. That's what his actions in power indicated. But these folks are explicitly calling for a white ethno-state. They are white nationalists, and that's what this conference was about. CPAC isn't conservative enough for them because they're not as explicitly racist as Nick Fuentes.
I actually remember Nick Fuentes being banned from CPAC when he initially went there the last time, and it had, like, this whole little, like, embarrassing thing with his little fucking sycophants following him around there. And I think that, honestly, is a part of the reason why this thing developed, probably. Like, he probably helped organize this and shit, because, like, oh, CPAC won't accept me because they're not conservative enough. They've been kind of, you know, libified or whatever, you know, whatever weird fucking shit they were thinking, you know, and then just, like, concocted this absurd, like, AFPAC or whatever. AFPAC, dude. So that's a little too close to AFLAC.
Or they started their own pack in 2020 so they can kind of just go full racist, since they weren't welcomed at conservative events, because even if conservatives probably agree with what he has to say, just saying the quiet part loud isn't good for optics. Now, Nick Fuentes is the founder of this movement. He's openly white nationalist. He marched in Charlottesville in 2017. He was at the Capitol.
I mean, this dude is unironically a neckbeard, though. Like, he doesn't have, like, the weird, like, stereotypical, like, oh, he's kind of overweight or whatever the fuck and shit. He's just, like, he's more of a skinny neckbeard, you know? It's like, neckbeards come in all forms. They're not, like, these big dudes all the time. Like, you know, like, this is just another form of it. You got, like, a skinny neckbeard, and this is, you know, this is one of the skinnies. You know, it's like, you know, they come in all forms, and, like... But, oh my god, I mean, you could just, like, look at this picture and just, like, you can already... It's just... I mean, it's so gruffy and just not even... It's not even like, you know, the stubble gruff that looks kept. It just doesn't look kept. Like, I can just tell that, like, the surface of it just looks kind of slimy-ish or greasy-like, because he doesn't actually, you know, make sure that, you know, he cleans his face and stuff. It just does not, it just looks greasy. Like, you can just see it. It's not even like the good stubble, you know? Like, it's, I mean, there's, you know, there's like stubble that you can keep up with and actually looks, you know, nice and shit, because that, you know, because like it adds a little bit. But then you got this like weird, like almost looks like grimy dirt just stuck to your face, like stubble that's just not kept up, dirty and greasy, and you just don't take care of that. It's just like, yo. The goddamn cat enchantment. When any player leaves the table for any amount of time, the goddamn cat destroys everything on the battlefield. That's true.
And he's also an authoritarian. He explained recently how he wants the women in America to be as repressed as the Afghanistan women are by the Taliban. He said that they're basically a good model. He's pretty open about his fascistic beliefs.
He literally just wants a Christian version of the Taliban.
But yet, this event still draws in some politicians. Paul Gosar attended again, and this time it drew in a new member of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene. A member of Congress, another member of Congress, I should say, showed up to this event. And when you speak at an event like
Can we just say that she's literally fucking insane? Like, honestly, like, if we did a mental, like, and, like, if, like, actual, like, you know, neuro doctors and, like, neuroanalysts, you know, were studying her brain, they would just find that it is literally the brain of an insane, unhinged, just psycho. Like, honestly, I mean, like, I could just look at this from this far. I don't even have to enhance this to just look at those eyes and just see the eyes of a mad woman. Just that of just actual unhinged insanity. Like, oh god, I looked a little closer just to really just, like, you know, try to see, just kind of prove it to myself. And
are your eyes burning?
Yeah, they're burning. It's like, it's straight up like it's borderline close to, like, you're staring at Medusa. Like, almost. Like, you don't turn quite to stone, but you just feel like, you know, that essence of, you know, becoming, like, a victim of Medusa is there. Like, it's strong. It like, I mean, it's just Jesus. It's like,
I think that
how does she get in that type of position?
White nationalist position, since their entire goal is white nationalism. So people asked her when she left this conference, are you just kind of coming out as a white nationalist now? And of course she decided to play dumb and deflect, because she didn't want to own up to the fact that she probably really agrees with Nick Fuentes. But take a look at what she had to say in defense.
I have got to get to the airport, but I'm glad to talk to you about this. I do not know Nick Fuentes. I've never heard him speak. I've never seen a video.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what his views are, so I'm not aligned with anything that may be controversial. What I can tell you...
Wait, what the fuck? Controversial?
Does she not know how to talk?
Oh my god, I get, really. Instead of saying Gestapo, she said gazpacho. Yeah, oh my god,
Somebody's high on crack all the fucking time.
Yeah, no, I honestly think, dude, we might be tapping in something there. A crack or a meth addiction, or maybe both. No, seriously though. I mean, there has to be something, dude. Controversial. I don't even know if I can even say that. Let me try.
I've never seen a video. I don't know what his views are, so I'm not aligned with anything that may be controversial.
Controversial. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh man. That's almost that nearly gave me a brain aneurysm. Like, that nearly did. And I'm, like, buzzed and high. I'm crossfaded. And nearly having an aneurysm almost made me not pronounce having a brain aneurysm there for a second, but I still nailed it. And so it's just like, even me in a non-sober state, nearly having my brain melt into fucking mush because of this batshit insane woman. This little batshit unhinged psycho. It's like, I'm still, like, more cognitively, like, competent and sane than this woman. And I don't even think I'm sane.
Event last night to address his very large following, because that is it's a very young following, and it's a generation I'm extremely concerned about.
It's a white nationalist.
Excuse me a minute. I'll tell you exactly why I went. I went to
And it's, oh my god, she's just like trying to backpedal. It's like, you know, these are like, extremely concerning, generation, but the dude's just like, but you went to this white national. She's like, excuse me, going Karen on you.
First policies, and I talked to them about what's important for our country going forward. Now, in regards to Russia, Putin is a murderer, and he should have never invaded Ukraine. What he is doing is completely wrong.
At least you can pronounce Ukraine.
I stand with our NATO member allies, and I'm completely against this war. Excuse me, I'm going to finish. Everything that he's doing is wrong. He's killing people.
I mean, yo, maybe you shouldn't, like, fucking deflect and maybe answer his fucking question instead of cutting him off, you fucking insane unhinged woman.
So I'm staunchly against it, and I'm staunchly against Vladimir Putin and his invasion of Ukraine. Another thing that's extremely important for me to say is the whole reason this is happening is because Joe Biden is a weak president. Now America is a weak country in our entire world.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
It's falling apart. We're seeing war erupt, which did not happen under President Trump because we have...
Which is why we need to be strong men and a bunch of fascists, authoritarian, militaristic, world policemen around the world. And if I could go to war with Russia and start World War III, baby. That's right. We need to be the strong arm of the world. We need to, make sure that we take, conquer all of our, enemies of America and NATO. Because, we need to stop those, crazy psycho Jew space lasers, for burning California because of those damn Russians, and them in the Ukraine, So we need to, just have strong man, and this is why we need Trump. And why we need Trump, because we need strong man to, stand firm and, make sure we go to war, to stop our enemies in communism. I'm like, what is she even talking about? What the fuck is she even talking about? Like, you went to a literal fucking Nazi white supremacist convention, and you got a journalist legit trying to be like, yo, you went to this, the fuck? And you're just talking about, like, fucking goddamn Ukraine, Joe Biden, and fucking, like, like, what else? Like, what are you talking about? You're unhinged. Go to a mental institution. You batshit insane amoeba.
Strength. So this is something that we've got to really focus on. I'm appalled at our country for putting America last this way, making us depend on China, Russia, and foreign countries for our critical supplies and our energy.
What? China, Russia? Wait. We're literally embargoed, sanctioning Russia. We are literally cutting off Russia from the global economy. Not just us as the United States, but the fucking West and pretty much most of the damn world at this point. The fuck are you What is she talking about? What is she talking about? What the what is she unironically what is she what reality is she actually in? Like, what reality is she actually in? Like, what the fuck? Because this is not the world. And the whole, like, the China bit, like, yeah, guess what? A lot of the world is kind of dependent on the Chinese economy because they have a major hyper-capitalistic authoritarian state. So a lot of them corporations and big business conglomerates, especially international corporations, seek to do business due to the fucking lax regulations and lax crackdowns on those type of governments. As long as the Chinese state gets their cut, and as long as they fall in line with whatever the Chinese state wants and demands out of them. And they're willing to play ball because they make a profit doing business there. That's fucking why. It's because of the outsourcing. It's because of things like capitalism, you fucking dipshit bitch. But you literally are so detached from a fucking reality that you literally need to go back to fucking kindergarten to even understand the basic generalities of what the reality is about. Like, you literally need to have, like, basic, like, language arts classes 101, basic, like, English, basic geography, basic fucking, like, science 101. Like, you are, like, she has the brain of just a child that just ran away with its imagination. Like, you left a child with, like, a little, like, drawing little notebook with a bunch of like crayons and shit, like some 8-year-old or 10-year-old or something, and just like left them alone all day and just let their imagination go wild. It's like, what do you think about the world? Here, just fill out this entire notebook about what you think, and boom, and they fill it out with some random insane shit, and then like, and you're just like, yep, this is how reality is. And, you know, it's like, what the fuck? No, like, you are literally the mentality of a child. This is honestly why, like, I don't really, frankly, give a fuck if it's, like, ableist or something. There needs to be, like, legit, like, cognitive, mental criteria into being into government. Like, seriously, abso-fucking-lutely there needs to be. Because of this. Because you have insane, literally detached from fucking reality people that don't know what they're talking about, are not in touch with fucking reality. It's one thing to just be an evil corporate lobbyist piece of shit that exploits the world and shit and lie about it in that way. But it's another thing to literally be mentally unhinged and detached from reality. Like, seriously. And while we're at it, you know, like, the hot take for the ageist bullshit, too, because I think that's a bunch of malarkey. Like, oh, it's ageist. Yeah, it's like, no. There needs to be a minimum and maximum age requirement for running for fucking office. Abso-fucking-lutely. Because then we don't get the mental addled dipshits who need to be in the goddamn retirement home instead, like fucking Trump and Biden. Even going farther in fucking history, people like Reagan, too. So, like, give me a fucking break. There's a reason why Reagan kind of, like, abolished mental institutions, too, because he was not mentally capable either. He did not want to go in there. Though he had enough fucking money that, you know, and being a rich family Hollywood bitch boy, that he was going to be able to get away with never going there in the first place anyway. But he understood that, you know, there was a likelihood that he could. And he didn't want that, you know, to be his final days of his life. So he abolished that shit, you know, before he was able to leave office and shit, just to make sure that he never was able to. And that fucked us over a thousandfold and shit, despite, you know, the humane atrocities and shit going on. Because instead of addressing some of those problems and making it a more humane system and actually basing it on the, you know, needs of the mental health of the individual, you know, it's like, no, we're just gonna tear it all down, baby. It's like, look where that's fucking led us now at this point. Because now you got insane fucking psychos like this bitch who are literally in office.
When says his views?
I don't know what his views are. I've never...
He's a white nationalist.
I do not endorse those views. The reason why I went...
Yeah, you do.
To talk to the audience, just like I've talked to many different audiences. I've talked to Democratic union workers earlier this week.
Oh, really? Oh, oh my God. Oh, wow. Fuck her. No. She's not getting away with that on my watch. No. You're not gonna be kowtowing this little virtue signal to the fucking worker in the union and shit. Fuck you. Like, I want your voice fucking talking for me, you bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Really? You're gonna, like, talk for, like, the Democrat union worker or just a union worker in general, you fucking psycho? Fuck off. Your voice has a place in my fucking, you know, ideology and my fucking, you know, lines in the sand when it comes to the fucking labor force and shit, bitch. You fucking undermine our shit, you psycho. Shut the, oh my God. Oh, man, I thought I was riled up. That fucking riled me up. Oh, damn. Wow, really? Oh my God, the audacity. The fucking audacity of this bitch. I hate the whole fucking, like, idea that these Republicans and shit always try to do this whole, like, I'm for the workers shit. Like, give me a fucking break. Ugh, it's like the most disgusting. It's the same way how I view Joe Manchin when he tries to pretend to be for the West Virginia worker and shit. It's the same fucking lingo. Like when these politicians, you know, like are, oh, you know, we're talking with the workers in the union, blah blah blah, and then just always are there constantly on their record, stabbing them in the fucking back over and over and over and over and over again, you know, being a corporate little bitch. It's just like, like, yeah, I want your fucking voice talk for me. It's like, fuck off. Like, I know what side you're on, bitch. I know what side you're on, Marjorie. You're gonna act like you're, you know, on a side of the worker in the fucking union. Fuck off. Fucking cunt.
attack. I talked to his people who were there. It wasn't an alignment. It was to talk about getting everyone together to save our country. And I think
Go fuck yourself, you worthless cunt.
Why did you take the stage, though?
An appearance is an endorsement.
Young white men with secret thoughts.
Yeah, not buying it. I don't believe her at all with how entrenched she is with the far right.
Honestly, that fucking, like, little, like, virtue signal pandering nonsense lie about talking about that union shit, that I think out of everything, like, out of anything about that, I think that's the one that really fucking pissed me off. I don't even think that her line about denying the fucking white nationalist shit, because I know she's a Nazi and a white nationalist bitch. I know that. So that doesn't even really piss me off. It's just more silly and just stupid to watch her be detached from reality trying to backpedal from it. But then to throw that fucking shit in there, like, oh man, oof. Fight and flight mode instincts are kind of kicked in now, but it ain't flight that's kicked in. Calm down.
Hey, she didn't know who Nick Fuentes is. I think that she did know.
Woo boy!
She probably just didn't expect backlash because it's Marjorie Greene, so of course we're gonna expect her to hang around with the most explicitly kooky, conspiratorial...
Man, I'm hyped up! Oh!
I mean, as a member of Congress, you're kind of legitimizing this political action conference for white nationalists. So, you know, maybe you should speak to why you did this. Now, she gave that explanation, but she also took to Twitter to make approximately 10,000 tweets about this. And,
Wait, what do we got here? The atheist media. The atheist media? Where is this? Yo, Base, where's the atheist media, my dude? My dudette? Yo, where's the atheist fucking media? I want some of that. I mean, I'm already following some anyway, but yo, if there's more, yo, throw it at me, baby. Let's go. I want some of that atheist media. So it demands no disavowal from left-wing politicians and hang out with jihadis. Yo, oh my god, I love her fucking open racism. And abortionists, based, they demand immediate disavowals of any Republican willing to speak to 1,200 people gathered to declare that Christ is king. Gay! Like, it's just like, gross. Ew. Fuck, nah. Like, I'm bi as fuck, but yo, like, that, it required that. Oh, jeez. It required that. Oh my god, ugh. No, like, yeah, let me bow down to a god, to, like, a son of a god who's literally, like, a tyrannical, psycho, narcissistic, ego, like, bloodthirsty maniac. Yeah, let me just, like, you know, declare the son of that god king. Yeah, fuck you. And brands them only, by their sins. Oh my god. Oh man, this bitch needs to be in a mental institute. Oh, holy shit. It's one thing to just be a Christian and just believe, you know, whatever the fuck, and be like, yeah, I think, you know, God is the Lord and Christ is King, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's one thing to just be like that and just, like, whatever the fuck, you know, be, like, cultural Christian, or even, like, you know, be partially devout and this and that, but, like, this is just mental institution-worthy, unhinged batshittery. Like, it just is. Like, there's a fucking line. I mean, honestly, like, religion enables this type of fucking unhinged batshittery and shit from unhinged, not mentally stable fucking people, because fundamentally, this type of fantastical fucking poison and shit, like, enables a lot of their detachment from reality. So, it's, like, one of the fundamentals of how poisonous this type of shit is.
Media demands no disavowal from left-wing politicians who hang out with jihadis and abortionists, but they demand immediate disavowals of any Republican willing to speak to 1,200 people gathered to declare that Christ is king and brands them only by their sins. Now, in a different thread, she said, I am not going to play the guilt by association game in which you demand every conservative should justify anything ever said by anyone they've ever shared a room with. I'm not going to be drawn into that. I'm only responsible for what I say, so ask me about my speech.
Hey. Honestly, in context, in certain circumstances, and honestly, I think with that top thing in a vacuum, like, sure, But again, there's context to some nuance about that thing, though. So it's just like when you're fucking, you know, literally at a white nationalist fucking, you know, convention and, like, meeting and shit and making a speech. Like, it's not just like, hey, guilt by association, yo. Why are you doing that, bro? Like, why don't you just listen to what I was saying? It's like, no. Like, you know what the fuck you're getting into, and you made a speech knowing who these fucking people were. Like, if you were just like, oh, hey, you know, I was invited to, you know, sit in and, you know, come in and be invited and check it out. And I checked it out and not knowing what it was about, really, you know? It's like, and maybe in that context with the whole guilt by association, sure. But guess what? You made a fucking speech knowing what the fuck you were getting into, bitch. Like, what is this shit? Like, you fucking kidding me? Really? I mean, like, another context, or maybe guilt by association, you know, fallacy, or whatever the fuck that would be called, you know, like, there's, you know, there's like another context, like, just like a protest or some shit, you know, and like, it's like a protest of 100 people, and then 2 people in that crowd decide to throw fucking rocks into buildings and break the windows. It's just like, the fallacy that, like, suddenly the entire protest is, you know, just as guilty and violent as those 2 people that were throwing rocks and shit. It's like, yeah, like, those 98 people are not fucking guilty of that. They had nothing to do with that shit. You know, but those 2 people that were doing it are guilty, and they should be held accountable for those type of things. You know, but when it comes to those other 98, like, you can't just do guilt by association. But when it comes to, like, you're making a fucking speech, you know, like, at and white nationalist Nazi America First pack and shit, like, no, like, that doesn't count. That doesn't work for you. That's not how it works.
Go in a second here. She's trying to insinuate that the video will kind of prove that she didn't talk about white nationalism, and her speech was really anodyne, and I'll let you decide. It's interesting, to say the least. And sure, you know, she doesn't speak about white nationalism and endorse white nationalism herself, even though she has given us many indications that she is, in fact, a racist. But you appeared at this event by and for white nationalists. You used your position as a member of Congress to legitimize this movement that wants a white ethno-state, which means we exclude everyone who isn't white. And yet you're frustrated with people who don't disavow jihadists and abortionists. This woman is a fucking moron. A complete moron.
She's unhinged. She's detached from reality.
No, it's not like you casually stumbled into a room with people who were bad actors. You went out of your way to go to and speak at this white nationalist conference, Marjorie Green. It's not like, you know, you were sharing an elevator ride with somebody who was wearing, you know, a Klan hood and whatnot, and you thought, wow, maybe I should have waited outside. You chose to go here. And there's no way you didn't know. So let's look at the video that she shared here, because she's basically saying, look it, see? This is what I was talking about. She called for banning abortion, but she's like, this is what I was talking about. You think this is controversial? Take a look.
My name is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I am the daughter of the King, the one true living God, the Alpha, the Omega, our Father in heaven, and I am a forgiven sinner, washed in the blood of our...
Oh my god, holy fucking shit. Like, am I just, like, proven in force of my position that she's just literally unhinged, detached from reality, and needs to be in a mental institution? She absolutely needs to be. That's just unhinged, detached from reality, cult mentality, fucking behavior. Cult.
God, amen. Christ is King.
Now, she said that to a bunch of white nationalists who have a penchant for theocracy.
Yeah, they're called Christo-fascists. White nationalist Christo-fascists.
Fuentes has said that the Taliban model is what he wants here in the United States with respect to women's rights.
I mean, honestly, these fucking people are just pawn scum. Like, fuck, like, anyone that endorses or fucking, goes to this type of shit. They're just, most of them are legit. Like, these are the type of fucking, people who are legitimately, like, too far gone and unhinged and, probably legitimately need fucking mental psycho evaluations and need, like, fucking therapy for decades to come. Like, cause so much of their shit is so seeded into their fucking brain that it's gonna take, like, so much, like, deep brainwashing, scrubbing to fucking, truly get it all out. Because this is, like, utter cult-like fucking brainwash, indoctrinatory, fucking fascistic conformity. And, like, I mean, like, I don't even believe in the concept of good or evil, but goddamn, like, if they're, so, like, I mean, if the full, like, idea of the face of evil and shit, that is that shit. Right
Not
there.
Supposed to be an issue. And I'm sorry, I hate to be that guy, but if God did exist, which he does not, but if he did exist, no way you're getting into heaven. I think that even if you weren't a bad and racist person, Marjorie Green, God would still send you to hell just to spare everyone else's sanity in heaven because you're that fucking insufferable. Who would want to listen to you for all of eternity complain about every fucking thing? How you're the victim. I mean, nobody would want that, so you definitely be going to hell. But it doesn't matter what...
And honestly, if there is such a thing as hell, I hope she fucking goes to the deepest lair. I just tried Corona hard seltzer. The aftertaste is like a loaf of really fruity bread, but not in a bad way. That does actually sound good. Honestly, dude, you just missed me going off a little bit. Like, so I found a clip about Marjorie Taylor Greene going to her fucking white nationalist shit. At one point, she literally tried to do a virtue signal to unions and workers and shit. And knowing her, oh my god, like, holy shit. It, like, literally, like, I felt like the back of the brain that, like, does the fight and flight instincts shit. I felt that kicking the fuck off, like, so hard after, like, that shit. Like, god damn. Like, honestly, this bitch needs to be in a mental asylum. Just straight up. Like, she needs to be in a mental institute. She literally calls herself the daughter of the king, which she thinks Christ is king, so she literally thinks she's, like, some sort of daughter of Jesus. Which, like, she's literally a fucking unhinged, detached from reality, cultist, fucking psychopath, unhinged bitch that needs to be locked up in the deepest, like, basement of, like, of a mental asylum. Like, she need not see the light of day, as far as I'm concerned. Like, sweet motherfucking baby rays. Like, god fucking damn. Like, I knew she was unhinged and just fucking psycho, but motherfucker, dude, like, honestly, like, some of the clips here really painted a new light for me about her. Like, she is not just, like, just psycho. She's legitimately unhinged, insane, and fucking just blatantly so detached from reality that, like, it makes me legitimately advocate for mental requirements for running for office. I truly advocate this now. Like, there needs to be a serious, conversation about having mental requirements and cognitive requirement capabilities on top of age requirements when it comes to this shit. Like, honestly, there's no way that, I could be, like, really turned down from, or, like, away from this idea. Just because psycho, unhinged motherfuckers like Marjorie Taylor Greene exist. Like, just because of that virtue, like, it makes me have to, just on the virtue, must advocate this. Because it's like, do we need that? Like, no. Like, it's not just like, it's not just like, oh, you're getting a little too old there, buddy. It's like, oh, hey, you're young, or, of age, but you're literally are so detached from reality and insane that you're not mentally capable of office. Like, it's just, no. Like, there just needs to be. It's, like, at this point. And I don't give a fuck how ableist or ageist it sounds, honestly, at this point. Which, honestly, at least to the ageist stuff especially, I think, to a certain context, is a little stupid, anyway. The ableist thing I could get, but, like, and understand, especially in a lot of circumstances. But, in this case, nope. I don't even want to hear it. Like, it's just, nope, that's bullshit. Like, there needs to be. Just fucking absolutely with people like Marjorie in office. Like, it's just, like, fuck. Like, considering how, like, irrational, you know, people can be and shit, there really needs to be, you know, ensurety that, you know, the people that are, you know, like, kind of in charge of shit, you know, are not those type of fucking people who are too irrational, you know, to handle things or be in charge. It's like, oh my god. I mean, it's like, yeah, you know, being a little crazy and cuckoo and shit, yeah, I mean, that's why we at least have the stuff, you know, to, like, amend those things and, you know, and, like, challenge it, blah, 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 but it's like, no, there needs to be before people even fucking are allowed to run. Like, you need, like, there needs to be, like, a doctor's, you know, like, analysis on you to, like, check you out before you even are qualified to run. Like, I mean, not when you are, you know, not during the running and during your candidacy, not when you're elected, before you're even, like, it's one of the requirements to qualify for running. Like, it needs to be a qualification that you pass it. That you're of sound mind. Like, there just needs to be. There just needs to be at this point. Especially of how backwards and like regressive and like and destructive this country's going with itself. You know, having people like this in office and shit, it's like, yeah, like, I mean, I feel like it would be a little silly not to. It's like, I wish it didn't matter as much, but I feel like it needs to be a legitimate, like, serious conversation. It's like, I definitely don't want to hear people be like, well, hey, that's ageist or ableist, because, you know, there's some people that, you know, are mentally disabled, but can probably handle and stuff. It's like, but guess what? I'm not talking about them. It's like, yeah, there's definitely people who are, like, autistic, or, fuck, might even have Down syndrome, for example, but legit could probably handle it. I would literally trust a Down syndrome person running for office in comparison to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I absolutely would. Like, if they're able to at least handle it to some degree and another and, you know, get it going and get shit done, you know, and at least have, like, the staff to help it along, then okay. Then we, you know, like, we can work it out. But Marjorie, people like her, those, like, that mental soundness, no. Like, there needs to be requirements to make sure that shit don't go through. Because unironically, like, if a Down syndrome person replaced Marjorie Taylor Greene, regardless of what their politics are, it could literally be anything, it would be fundamentally 1,000 times better. Absolutely. Like, I will die on that hill. And I'm not even trying to say that in a mean way. Like, I truly believe that. You don't need higher wages, you just need, I guess, but yeah, that's honestly Marjorie in a nutshell. Because, like, honestly, I think one thing legitimately that, really pissed me off about that union virtue that she was doing, because knowing her racism, she's not talking about, you know, workers and unions as, like, hey, workers across the board. She's only talking about white working class, and that's it. And honestly, that's why I got so pissed, because I know she's not talking to people like me, too, because even though I am white and working class, I technically fit in the criteria, I don't identify like that. I just identify as just a blue-collar working class common worker, just like anybody else. You know, whether they're black, white, regardless. Like, that's how I view myself and identify myself with. You know, like, this whole, like, specificity of I'm the white working class. Like, fuck that. It just continues to enable and boost this racist, segregationist bullshit that, you know, fucking bitches like, you know, Marjorie and Nick Fuentes and shit like, you know, people like that, and ilk like that want to try to fucking enforce. Fuck that. Like, I mean, it's just worker, regardless if they're Hispanic, black, indigenous, or an immigrant from, you know, the faraway lands of fucking, you know, Afghanistan, or, you know, a country in Africa that, like, half of America, like 90% of Americans don't even probably think Africa's a country, let alone a continent. Even though it's a continent of multiple and plethora of countries and nations, all with all sorts of different complexities of politics and culture and backgrounds. But it's just like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you know, we're all in the same boat. And honestly, the more we start, you know, kind of looking at each other like that, I mean, honestly, it's better. I mean, fuck this, like, oh, I'm the white working class, or I'm this working class, or I'm part of this class. It's like, no, we're all kind of on the same boat. And the owner classes are the ones that are fucking us. So let's kind of quit the, you know, weird factionalization bullshit, especially on weird arbitrary nonsense like race. Like, that's the one shit we need to really be fucking just, you know, dropping it in its fucking grave. Put it back in the fucking sand tombs of where it belongs thousands of years ago. I mean, especially now more than ever, considering what's going on now with fucking Ukrainian shit. It's like, that's just another perfect example of some of this. The same tribalism, you know, like, back and forth. I mean, we were talking a little bit about that earlier. There was potentially a crazy anti-masker at the laundry parlor today. You just seemed kind of unhinged ranting about the FBI. What the fuck? Weird. Oh, honestly, I remember remember the stream that Tyler was on probably like a week or two ago. Like when I went to the bar with him, I didn't say anything about it, but there was this dude when we got to our pool table. Like, I had my you know, I had my mask on, right? You know, like this, as I usually do if I'm in public. But he was just like, hey, and he had his on his chin or whatever fuck. And he pulled me over to the side real quick. I didn't think anything at first, and I'm just like, what's up? I'm just, you know, that's all I say first. He's like, why the mask? And I'm just like, because it's required in the business. And he was like, it's because of COVID. I'm like, I mean, I'm vax boosted. I mean, I don't necessarily have to worry about it myself, you know, but, you know, I still worry about, you know, some of my family who are autoimmune, so I at least still take precautions, especially that businesses that require it. But, you know, it's like, it's whatever at this point for me, I guess, you know, and he was just like, It was weird though. Like, I kind of wanted to say something to Tyler then, but I knew he was gonna say something. I knew he was gonna start something, so I dropped it immediately. Then I kind of forgot about it for a while until just now. Because honestly, it's just like, because I was thinking as soon as that happened, I'm like, don't say anything to Tyler about it, because he will fucking go off on him or something, knowing his fucking positions about this. I don't even want to hear that shit. I don't want some. We just got here. We don't need shit started. You know? And it's like, it was because I was like. It's like, because honestly, in my mind, I'm like, one, you're wearing one on your chin, so obviously you've been doing the same thing. And two, why are you pulling me aside? Just ask me about why I'm wearing, why do you fucking care? It's just like, I mean, I kind of wanted to say something, but I didn't want to start shit either because we just got there too, you know? And like I said, I didn't want him, my friend Tyler, starting shit. So I didn't want to especially start some shit or whatever the fuck. So I was just like, eh. You know, I was like, alright, whatever, I'm just not even gonna bother, you know, progressing this conversation. But now in hindsight, I kind of wanted to be like, I mean, I should have been like, I mean, you're wearing one too on your chin. I mean, what's the problem? I mean, it's like, I'm just wearing one. I mean, I guess just to see what he said, because I honestly didn't know if he was anti-vax or a mask or whatever the fuck, because again, he was wearing one too. I mean, just on his chin, so I could tell he was putting it on and off, and back and forth, and throughout the night, you know, when he was there, he was. So it's like, maybe he was just drunk and weird about it? I don't fucking know, but it's like, at least for, like, my anti-vaxxer experiences, that's, like, my most latest one, and I wish it was more exciting than it is. It honestly, like, maybe I should have said something, Tyler. Just to see, you know, what would have escalated, I guess. But I honestly, I didn't want shit to escalate, you know, to a point where I wanted to regret it, you know what I mean? It's like if NATO and Russia right now, it's like, you know, I guess I can see why, you know, you want to kind of push the buttons, but it's like, you don't. But it's the opposite in this case, because Putin's pushing buttons, and NATO's also returning buttons. You know, speaking of which, let me find Nemco Network. I want to kind of see what's been going on. I'm kind of glad the live UA map's back on. I'm happy about that. It's 8:38 over there right now. Wait, some of these cams look outdated. Some of them are still nighttime. Here, I'll just do this quick. Broadcast will begin at 6 a.m. time. Okay. Well, that already happened. Okay. So... Oh, wait a minute. Is that DC? Is there a camera on DC for some reason? Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Let me get this up. I think one of the cams is DC. See? That middle left cam? I'm pretty sure that's the US Capitol. Yeah, that's DC. And cam 4 is outdated too, but cam 1 and 2 are still active. Huh. Whoa. Oh shit. Here. Oops. Oh my god, I'm having issues right now. Sweet baby rays. So I wonder what the bottom can. I guess it's supposed to be Novakakova, but it's outdated because it's still nighttime there, but it's daytime now because it's 8 in the morning. Car keep got it hard. Yeah. I was hearing reports about how it did, but. Go to Funker 530 for Ancestral. People are just like, you want raw video? Go to this place. Yeah, doesn't really seem like much here. I'll whole live UA map, see what's going on here. Yeah, keep that down just in case. Of loud ass ads that are like 5,000 times louder than like just average audio. And really, I mean, it's up and active, but there's no update since 3 hours ago. And I really am still wondering about Kherson. Like, I really hope that, you know, whatever defense forces are still there, that, you know, they're holding strong. Because from what I keep hearing mixed reports about it being captured, but still, like, contested. And, of course, here it is. Okay. But, like, it's still, like, you know, mixed reports about that. But like I said, I know they're going to be going to Mykolaiv, you know, and probably, you know, once they are able to get to Odessa over here, which is where this unloaded chunk of map is. But they're likely going to be doing it once they capture Mykolaiv. They'll probably try to get here to Yuzhny. Oh, Yuzhny? Yeah. Once they get to Yuzhny, they'll probably start trying to do a naval assault on Odessa and try to do a land attack from the east. Honestly, like, holy fuck, I just realized, dude, if they try to get to Odessa, dude, it's gonna be a fucking... Man, dude, between Kiev and Odessa, I just realized, dude, Odessa's gonna be insane. I mean, hold on, if it will load and actually kind of enhance the map a little bit here. Oh my god, enhance it, goddammit. Well, not... Oh my... Well, as soon as it kind of loads up a little bit... I mean, we'll be able to kind of see some of the geographical layout of Odessa. Because I'm not gonna lie, dude, like... The eastern land side is... It's not, like... I want to see it. Come on, load, fucker. Load Odessa, damn you. It's right here. Jesus Christ. Man, the live UA map is a little funky like this. It is a little mildly annoying, but I also understand that, like, hundreds of thousands of people are probably using it at the same time. Oh my god. Just Just load Odessa, damn it. Come on, how hard is it? It's one hunk of map. I'm not even... It's like I'm not even looking at the rest of Ukraine here. I'm just looking at... Oh my god, whatever. I'll give it a second here. You know what, hold on. I actually could just go on regular Google Maps. We don't really necessarily look at the live UA maps. I'm just going to do this so I don't accidentally do something dumb on screen. But here, I can actually just pull regular Google Maps and look at Odessa that way. Because it will load that way. Well, it actually loaded up instead of like just sitting there forever. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, stop. Okay. Here we are, Odessa. Cool, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in on Odessa here. Enhance. And while we're at it, can we attempt... you know what, let's not worry about satellite view. That doesn't really matter as much. But here we go. So we have Odessa. And of course it actually loaded because this is just regular Google Maps. Yeah, there's corridor. There's a tight fucking corridor right here. And yeah, that's what I exactly was looking at. See, this is what I was thinking about right here. There is this tiny... Dude, this is going to be a pincher point right here. So honestly, the any Eastern land forces that are going to come through to Odessa this way are going to have to deal with this pincher. Which honestly is very likely whatever type of bridges and whatever type of like ground that could be kind of sunken into this little bay thing here. They're probably going to try to do that. On top of... I mean, maybe not there. I mean, here? Yeah, right here. They'll probably try to sink as much as possible here, the Ukrainian defenses, to try to halt at least one section of advance. Because then it just leaves this railway section here. And just this over here. But hypothetically, they could probably fuck up enough of the open spaces here with, like, just enough craters and shit like that, where it makes it very difficult for any armored units to move up against. And makes it easier for like javelins and laws and anti-tank weapons to take out their armored units as they try to cross over. So honestly, like, if Odessa ends up becoming another battlefield, this is going to be a major pincher point right here. And I don't really see them probably... I could try to... I do see them trying to loop around from the north and trying to hit from the northwest as well. But there's a lot of bridges here that they can, well, I mean, not a lot. There's only one major bridge. So one major bridge, a couple small bridges, yeah, a bunch of small bridges. Over there, there's at least like 2 or 3 there, and a couple around over here. Yeah, so there's at least a couple bridges that they can probably take down to try to halt some of their advances and make them force themselves into these heavily dense forest regions. Because armored units are not going to be able to push through these forests as well. So if they take out a lot of these bridges and roadways and shit, many bridges have already been blown up. Around Odessa, yeah, it's very likely the bridges around Odessa haven't been blown yet. I know the ones in Kherson, Mykolaiv, like around these areas, these bridges have been blown up. There's been a lot of areas that bridges have been blown up to halt advances. But especially in Kiev. Like, that's where a lot of, yeah, right here it is. But in Kiev, especially throughout the north and northwest, like, yeah, there's been a lot of bridges that have been blown up. So, I mean, at least around Odessa, I actually don't know about Odessa specifically, but I would figure that the live UA map would mention that if there was. But most bridges I've been hearing about have either been around in like Kiev or like Mariupol or Kherson. You know, like mostly in the frontline regions, you know, to try to directly halt their advances. Which makes sense because, you know, once these armored units start advancing into these broken bridges and start realizing that, a lot of Ukrainian anti-tank forces will be, you know, kind of in defensive positions near the other side of the bank, near the other end of the bridge, and just kind of pick them off one by one that are just kind of sitting on the bridge. Which they've done this multiple times. Like, different Russian columns, as they approach these broken bridges, have been slammed out and destroyed because of it. Send those Venezuela people to Russia. I mean, honestly, I think the Russian people might do that themselves, all things considered. Here, let me take down the this so I can take off Google Maps as an app, because don't need that to accidentally fuck myself over. Honestly, all said and done, you know, like, when this, you know, like, when a conflict there is over and shit and kind of dies down, honestly, one of these days, I would love to visit Ukraine. Go to Kiev, go to Kharkiv, like, and actually visit some of these places. Like, because honestly, there's been a lot of areas where there's been, like, some firefighting and shit like that, where they've hit, like, some, you know, near historical sites, or actually near, like, historical landmarks and shit like that. So it's just like, man, I mean, I've always, honestly, like, thinking about it, I've always wanted to go into Eastern Europe and visit the different cities there, from, like, Kiev, Volgograd, St. Petersburg, you know, Lviv, you know, fucking Minsk. Like, I've always wanted to go throughout Eastern Europe and just check out these different cities, and, you know, just for the historicity, and just kind of from, you know, that type of perspective and shit. And honestly, I think especially once things kind of die down with tensions and shit one of these days, which, thinking about it, that, like, I don't think I'm gonna have, like, fuck you money enough to, you know, just do a trip like that. Russia bombed the Holocaust Memorial. Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, what's the reports on that? Is there any videos or anything? Oh, wait, 15 minutes ago. Missile attacked a targeted police office in Kharkiv. Dude, Kharkiv, oh my god, dude. Kharkiv is just getting so fucked up, man. Dude, they're just hitting Kharkiv hard. Kharkiv is just, man. Honestly, what's even more fucked up, I've been seeing a lot of comments online and shit about how people have, you know, either family or friends or just people they know in Kharkiv. And it's just like, man, it's just like, fuck, dude. Like, there must have been something about Kharkiv that, you know, a lot of people, you know, congregated to. This is kind of another reason why I want to visit now. Because, like, there must be a reason why, you know, these places are, like, you know, so heavily contested. Because there must be, like, you know, value, just culturally and politically, you know, just to Ukraine state and the people too there, but like just in general because of, you know, what, you know, what's there. But yeah. But yeah. I mean, it's just kind of, I mean, I will say, it's just, it really sucks and it is fucking stupid that, you know, like, people are, you know, exacerbating, like, you know, some of these more paramilitary, you know, groups or the Azov Battalion as, like, oh, it's just the Ukrainian government, period, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, I mean, it's like, no, like, what the fuck is this? I mean, that's, it's like, that's where the fucking propaganda starts hitting. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, no. I mean, you know, it's, especially when it comes to fog of war, it's very, you know, very important to make sure, you know, to confirm and, you know, what is true and what isn't and on what side is doing what. But, I mean, especially when it comes to Zelensky and what he's been doing, and when it comes to, you know, the current government in Ukraine, it's like, like, what, how in the fuck, you know, can you say they are? Like, I mean, especially Zelensky, like, he's pretty much at this point, you know, as far as I'm concerned, literally the exact opposite. I mean, it's kind of the equivalent of, like, you know, the partisans and shit, you know, like, they're hunkered in, you know, they're hunkered down in, like, you know, the city that's being sieged and shit by, like, the Nazis or whatever the fuck at this rate, or whatever, you know, so it's just like, but, I mean, I guess instead, you know, the Wehrmacht, in this case, don't even want it either. Like, they don't even want to fight. So, I mean, they're forced to. Hell, like 80% of the Russian military are conscripts. You think, you know, those fucking people want to be in this? They are forced to do it, or else they'd face legal repercussions. I mean, honestly, that's why, you know, it's just like, it just makes it even that much more tragic as shit, but, you know, at the same time, it's just like, I mean, what the fuck can you do? It's like the Russians, you know, and the Belarusian troops that, you know, are like, you know, being forced in this are like, well, I either get shot, happen to be, you know, charging into a village where they don't want us here, even though we're lied to about us being liberators or something, or get shot by my state because I'm a traitor to them for not following orders. I mean, it's just like, you know, like, I mean, what do you do, especially in that situation? I mean, because honestly, if I was walking up at like 5 in the morning or some shit, sent in a military truck, suddenly found on the Ukrainian border, barely told shit, aside that if we, you know, refuse to go, that we could be considered traitor to the state or, you know, an enemy of state now, and, you know, potentially maybe get shot for it. It's like, what? I mean, honestly, explains why, you know, they've been underfed and have barely any fuel and shit, because, like, they were just kind of woken up and like, alright, go. You're doing it now. And we're not even telling you what you're doing, but you're doing it. It's like, geez. No wonder it's been such a logistical fucking nightmare. But even then, like, they still have been making their advances still. So, I mean, it's not all purely logistical nightmare shit going on. I mean, they definitely have forces that are still logistically capable and have, you know, some organization, or else they wouldn't be making advances and making their pushes and offensives, and potentially maybe have taken Kherson, or maybe not. Still very heavily contested area. Mariupol's still under siege and shit. I mean, especially at least in southern Ukraine, that's where, you know, at least it looks like they're the most organized. And I think at this point, that's what the Z stands for, at least when it comes to some of the Russian vehicles, because there's been different symbols painted on vehicles. And the V, I think, stands for the Belarusian/Russian troops that have entered via Belarus. The Z is for the ones that have entered via Crimea and through the east, basically. And there's another symbol for the ones that are in, like, the Luhansk eastern regions, and there's an X for the Chechen forces. And then there's a V for the Marine/paratrooper forces, and then there's an A for Special Elite Forces too. So they have different letters to pretty much signify, you know, what task force or what group is what. So if you see a V on any vehicle, it's either a naval or a paratrooper airborne division. If it's Z, it's forces in Crimea. If it's X, Chechen forces, which most of them have been pretty much fought off and repelled now at this point, and the Chechen elite. Honestly, like, when it comes to any the people dying in the conflict, I feel no, you know, empathy about the Chechens. Like, especially when it comes to their commander. If you look into about some of their shit, they are fucking brutal. Like, their commander that has been, I guess, unconfirmed killed, Makhmed Chaikozov, I think. Like, he literally led an anti-gay purge, like, Holocaust in Chechnya. Like, the dude is literally, like, overt fascist, like, just legit fucking, like, piece of shit. Like, so honestly, when it comes to, you know, his fucking death and shit, I really don't feel any ill about that. You know, it's like, you know, there's certain actors in this shit that I definitely don't feel qualms about dying. Like, I will admit that, but... Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, 99% of the fucking people in this shit, I still do. But motherfuckers like that, I don't really care for. Like, yeah. Let them be the cannon fodder. Like, let the fucking anti-gay holocauster fucking purgists in Chechnya fucking be the bullet sponges and shit. Like, you know, like, let the Russian neo-Nazis be the bullet sponges. Like, I'd be a little bit more okay with that. Not these fucking conscripts who are basically fucking boys. I mean, it's just like, fuck. But honestly, from my understanding, there's also been, like, other Chechen forces that are now kind of, kind of rebelling against the whole Russian offensive idea and shit at this point, mainly because of how much they've been kind of repelled so far near Hostomel at this point. Like, they're just like, hey, we lost one of our top dudes, he died, and a good chunk of our forces there died. Yeah, how about no? So I guess in that way it's good, but I mean, I'm not exactly going to be woohooing about that. It's like, oh, a bunch of, like, hyper anti-gay fucking religio-fascist psychos, like, you know, are, you know, just like, hey, we got killed, so suddenly we're against it now because we're a bunch of pussies, even though we're notoriously fucking, you know, horribly brutal and known for our brutality. It's just like, curious how you suddenly want to back out when you got bitch slapped. So, I mean, yeah, at least when it comes to the Chechen forces in Ukraine, you know, that's kind of one of the few forces I legit don't really feel any, you know, qualms about. I mean, same with the Azov Battalion and those specific type of forces that, you know, are in the defense. But, you know, like the Chechen forces, a lot of these hyper-paramilitary far-right groups in Luhansk, Donetsk, that are back and forth in it with, you know, some of the other, like, forces in it, like the Azov and shit. Like, I don't feel as much calm about that. I just feel the, you know, sadness and the tragedy for the citizens that just caught up in all that shit. But at least these fucking, you know, like, eager for bloodshed and known for, you know, their thirst for bloodshed and shit, like, I legit don't feel any qualms about them. Like, considering, like, how about the Chechen Azov fight and death in Belarus? I mean, low-key, though, yeah, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, and whoever wins, wins. You have 200 Chechens, 200 Azov Battalion fighters, and whoever's the last man standing, boom, there you go. I mean, and whoever wins that conflict wins the war. There you go. I mean, okay, alright, hold on. That would be a very hard predicament, because that would imply that I would have to kind of I have to, like, implicitly root for the Azov Battalion, because I still don't want Ukraine to be fucked, you know, like, conquered or invaded and all. Like, I still don't want that, but, I mean, yeah, like, still, I mean, you know, let's tell them that, but let's not actually do it. You know, we'll let them know, like, hey, whoever's the last man standing, whoever wins becomes the, quote, best Nazis, basically. Yeah, fuck it. I mean, to make it easier for me, you know, to understand the fog of war a little bit, you know, because, I mean, there's definitely going to be some different, you know, Nazistic type of groups and shit, you know, fighting on both sides, so get all those type of people, send them into, you know, some undisclosed location, like in the middle of fucking Belarus, or in the middle of fucking Ukraine or Russia, or somewhere near the area, and just, you know, have, you know, the Ukrainian Nazis just on one side, then the Russian Nazis and the Chechen Nazis and all on the other side, and just let them hash it out. And then just the regular fucking Ukrainian and Russian forces, they would basically, like, most of the Russian conscripts would mostly either just run away or turn their weapons over, and Ukrainians would basically just counter-offense and take back what they lost, and boom, there you go. Like, I mean, you know, so, hey, I mean, it'll work out. It'll be a win-win-win-win-win for everybody, except for Putin and the Nazis. It would be like a win-win-win, lose-lose. Lose. The other lose would basically be, you know, the pro-Russian Nazis, I guess, you know, and shit. You know, it would be a lose for Chechens, lose and for Putin and his weird, like, fascist Nazi, like, you know, paramilitary adjacent motherfuckers and all that shit. You know, it'd be a lose, you know, for some of the Ukrainians, because they're like, God damn it, I wish we can, you know, kind of, like, take vengeance, you know, against these fucking separatists and shit, because how dare they, and blah, blah, blah. You know, so it's just like, you know, it's lose, lose, lose for them, but literally wins for everybody else, so. Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah, where's Mornex at? I saw you were saying that. We need this mad burnout takes on the Biden. So, yeah, here, I have his Discord. I'll hit him up on Discord to say what's up. I know, like, I have an idea, actually. I feel like he, you know, because, I mean, you know, off and on, checking out some of the Ukrainian stuff and all that shit, and my takes on it, I think he just kind of thinks I'm, like, you know, like, doom spiraling a little bit about it, but, I mean, at least for me, I don't feel like I am. I guess when it comes to just the tragedy about it, I guess in that way, but when it comes to everything else, like, I don't know. I mean, at least I'm not trying to. I mean, it's like, I mean, but honestly, it's just like, I'm not even the one that's doing it. Like, the world is doom spiraling, not me. I'm just reacting to it, you know what I mean? So it's just like, what the fuck do you, what can I do? Just, like, watch, like, compilations of kittens and puppies? I guess I could watch, like, an endless loop of Rambo, the Ukrainian guard dog. You know, I mean, because, I mean, that's a compilation I'm okay with. That would be tangential to the current affairs of things. But there we go. I really drink all that. Damn. I'm kind of half tempted to get another one. But if I do it, I have to, like, run. I don't want to run. No malarkey. Oh, oh, Jack. No malarkey, fat. Oh, here. Forgot to do this. There we go. Oh. Honestly, today is actually not active. Aside from Kharkiv. Unfortunately, I guess fortunately, I suppose, we just get shit from Kiev. Doer. Watch it all over on I'm Really Important Street. I was watching DFS Grease Trap, which is one of their Patreon live streams they do every Thursday. I was watching it there because honestly, there was no way I was going to fucking watch this boring ass fucking nonsense of like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, which literally that's pretty much just what it was. We need information. What's the state of the Biden? What's the state of the Biden, fat? Oh, you know what? Hold on. You know what? Hey, while we're just kind of, you know, chilling around the fat Jack, let's look at a meme. Yo, look at this meme. This is circulating around Telegram, and I had to share it around, but there's a YouTube version of it now, and I love it. And yo, look at this RPK build, dude. Look at this RPK. I mean, it's a little hard to look at, but oh, folding stock, and it's also an adjustable one too, so you can extend it if you want. It's got the fucking bipod. My boy got a foregrip, and it's got an ACOG sight on that bad boy. Like, this RPK is fucking like maxed out, bro. That's like a maxed out fucking kit there, dude. It's like, oh my god, that build. Yeah, no, you're on the wrong end of things. Okay, there we go. Yeah. There's a reason why morale is very important. You could tell they were having fun with it. Ukraine soldiers have gotten some of the Russians' vodka. If they can hold out just a little longer, it helps on the way. I mean, also, there could be potential continuation of peace talks, too. I mean, and honestly, as it stands now, I mean, especially, I mean, I know they're definitely trying to make a push for Kharkiv and, whatchamacallit, and, Kiev. Oh my god, I blanked on it for a second. But, you know, if they can't make pushes up until those second peace talks, basically, like, it really just proves that Putin literally just doesn't have any real, like, power to negotiate on his end. Like, he just doesn't. Like, if he were able to get Kharkiv, maybe he would have leverage, but he doesn't. Like, there's just real no, like, leverage for him at this point, you know, especially when it comes to the diplomatic level. Just wait until Elon Musk butts in again. I mean, I don't want him to. Just send the fucking Starlink shit. They obliterated a 100-truck convoy in the south today with a drone. Yeah, there's some of the Turkish TB2 drones. Yeah, they've gotten a couple. They've had those prior to this, and they got more of them too. So, I mean, they're kind of loaded with those things. He's got to save face somehow, or he has. I mean, like the Russian people at this point have basically fucking, you know, been slowly but surely been kind of rising up, and I feel like, you know, there's going to be more of this revolutionary fervor. There's been, like, so many of these videos as, you know, this war keeps going on. Like, as this war keeps dragging on, there's just more and more fucking, you know, these captive POWs that are saying, like, yo, we've been lied to. We weren't even told we were going to Ukraine. We just basically were woken up and sent off, you know, to the border, and we're, like, told if we disobeyed, we could potentially be, you know, legally charged and potentially executed and all that. Like, they were just, it's like, I mean, it was all just basically, you know, like fascistic, imperialistic type of flex for him, and it at this point it just fucking failed. It's not just going to walk away with his tail, but somebody's ladies and say, oh well, yeah, he's too much of a strong man. Like, there's no way he's gonna do that. I just want to see some of these Telegram posts that I've been seeing pop up occasionally. Oh. Yeah, that building's on fire. Man, I wish I could I'm going to start having to learn at least Cyrillic. See him bomb NATO country today. Huh? The consulate of the Republic of Slovenia in Kharkiv was destroyed by a Russian rocket attack today. The honorary consul saved, I mean, without act. Oh, I've seen this video. Yeah, this is like a governmental office and shit. That's what I was all about. But so it's a consulate of the Republic of Slovenia. Wow, so many of the tweets are saying, why does it say 1-3-22? And it's just like, do people not realize that that's Slovenian territory legally? And embassy/consulate is technically a territory of that country. So that's why they can't touch you if you enter an embassy. Ah. Well, well, that's concerning. Oh God. Well, that's comforting. Like, yay, yeah, okay, good. This is going to fucking, you know, not exacerbate. Yeah, but I'll say, at least Kiev, even off in the distance, it has been pretty quiet from when I've been tuning into it. Russian army's not even banning most of the cable SAM system. Oh yeah, I saw this too. Again, because most of these people are fucking like conscripts that, you know, were just like lied and barely like, you know, told what the fuck was even going on in the first place. I mean, honestly, it probably explains why a lot of these, you know, other areas have, you know, been hit, you know, at least early on, especially because of just like, they don't know like where fucking shit is, and they probably were just given maps last second, or like, that looks like it could be there, I guess. Okay, there, alright, shoot it. And it's like, oh, we didn't hit our target, uh-oh. But as the shit escalates, or especially Russian High Command are not giving a fuck about that at this point. Yeah, so, well, yeah, you told me about that a second ago.
Oh, Jude. You stretchy boy. Sweet little baby.
Yeah, at least Ukraine's all quiet. Like, well, Kiev at least, I guess. So, that's good. 3 new malwares that wipe your entire Microsoft Office stopped 3 new malwares that wipe your entire computer from affecting Ukraine. It takes weeks or months. Took them 3 days to add to virus checkers. Huh. I know that there's been like like mass different cyber attacks and like malware attacks and shit that have been happening, you know, like even, you know, on levels we haven't even seen before. So I mean, also, if shit were to escalate on a global level, especially if the US were to get involved, like we would definitely be seeing shit like, you know, like what was going on, you know, over there. And it still is. I remember listening in on Nemeco's live stream last night, and some of the CNN news, they were kind of talking back and forth and shit. They were mentioning that, like, you know, hey, don't plug in your modems and shit because they'll get fried, you know, because all of ours were, you know, were fried the other night and blah, 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 you know, so it's just like, they're, you know, which is a part of that whole malware attack and shit. Maybe Putin's really that fucking stupid. Yeah, it's gonna probably get bad. I mean, hopefully not. Look at you. You ridiculous little boy. Look at you. You silly thing. Come here. Oh my god. You big hunk. Oh, sweet baby. Oh. I mean, Slovenia would definitely be justified to retaliate, especially if they do so unilaterally without NATO. I mean, honestly, I guess that would probably be the best result if they do retaliate with, like, you know, means of intervention. Baby. Man, you lazy boy. My lord. You little chunk. You sleepy little chunk. You big old baby. Oh my god. You hunk. You little worm. Little worm, you. Oh god, look at you. You sweet baby. You sweet little baby. What? It's like I heard noise. What was that? Okay, I'm actually really warm because of you. Fucking heater. The literal heater, you. Oh, you sweet little chunk. In comparison to yesterday, yeah, Kiev is seriously definitely more quiet. Like, there's straight up just like commerce going on too. That's definitely a good sign. Oh, sweet little, sweet little baby. I'm really pretty glad that, you know, at least, you know, for Kiev so far it's been pretty quiet. So it seems like, just honestly, like their most main offenses have basically just been around fucking Kharkiv and Kherson, I guess. Seems like the main areas. So Oh, here's some updates. Explosion in Kherson are probably around the airport. Yeah, so they're just hitting Kherson hard. Destroy Russian military equipment in Bucha. Another strike Kharkiv. This one hit the Kherson National University School of Sociology, which sits across the street from the Regional Interior Ministry office. And the building is bombed is the economics department at Kharkiv National University. The Russians were likely targeting the offices of the SBU intelligence agency across the street and destroyed the wrong building. Oh, that's a different building. Okay. So yeah, Kharkiv is just seeing constant like shelling and shit like that too. I wish there was like cams on Kharkiv. That'd be kind of nice to kind of see what's going on over there. Give us a better eye on the picture. Kind of remove some of the fog of war. Yeah. At least on the front around Kiev, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any advances or any offensive or counter-offenses or anything like that. So it seems like both sides around Kiev are just taking the day to recuperate, or at least the morning, because it's only like 9:24 over there. So they're probably just taking the morning to recuperate, resupply and stuff. Oh, you a sweet baby. Yes, you is. Yeah. He's like a boy, so cool. Yeah. Yeah. He's a boy. Here you go. I'm just gonna give you that for free.
Across Europe, good morning to you all. It is 9:25 a.m. Kiev time. We're about 2:25 a.m.
Damn, we got NPR Nebuco Network.
Still kind of getting.
Oh, I just realized I don't even have a screen on.
A lot happened over the night. U.S. President Biden gave a State of the Union address. There's talk of this UN convoy.
We got Nebuco Network NPR edition.
That's all about.
Here we are, we're back. A lot has happened over the night, and we are going to now discuss some of the things that are going to be happening for today. What happened over?
Dude, he's just like, we got NPR fucking Nebuco, bro.
Gathering forces on the outskirts of the city to launch a renewed offensive on the city.
Yo, we got NPR Nebuco, bro. What the fuck?
Mic's too low, just let me know if I'm coming here, guys. You do have some background audio coming in from Kiev.
Well, now he doesn't sound like NPR Nebuco now he's...
Yeah, we have the...
now he's back to regular audio.
Background audio. We have 2 channels coming in from Kiev right now, so that could be going over my
Might
voice.
get some updates. Cool. Stick around, see what he's gonna say. See what he's saying, see what's going on from,
Stand by, guys. While
I mean, honestly, it's probably going to be the same stuff I was just looking into, too, so... Mostly just a lot of the major offenses in Kharkiv and, you know, recuperation, resupply, and, you know, gathering of different forces around Kiev.
Some people say sound great on my end. Good.
I'm just realizing, especially if there's like a foreign legion that gets organized enough, they could probably actually do like a flank on different Russian forces as they're assaulting Kiev, which is going to take a long time too. It's going to be a while if they try to go street to street, house to house.
Yep, good morning to you. Yep, sounds like I'm coming in good here. Charles, thank you for tuning in today. Viewer only, thank you for tuning in today. Candy, thank you for tuning in today. Kieran, everybody, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
I'm just getting debriefed here on last night's events. I'm going to start bringing you guys some of the news here that's happened over the past 6 to 12 hours. Yeah, I know I was originally planning to come on around 6 a.m. Kiev time. Yeah, I just needed a couple extra hours in me. But don't fret, because I'll be here the majority of the day, for Ukraine, at least.
His sleeping hours have switched. He's like, all right, my morning is now 9:30 in Ukraine.
No tacos, no life. Says he's watching from California. Thank you for tuning in, man.
Cali boy, huh? Oh, so we got a cowboy, don't we?
Again, guys, if you'd like to hit that like button and share the stream real quick before we get started, just get the stream out there. Giving everybody in the
taking my jacket off. It is definitely warm.
Let them know that
I am warm.
we are on
Not
the
as cold
air.
as fuck like I was a week ago.
Looks like the rain ceased. Somebody said, yeah, it did warm up a little bit, turned to rain here over Kiev at least over the past 6 or so hours. It was snowing yesterday, so it definitely has warmed up a little bit. I can't imagine those Russian troops are too comfortable sitting out there in the rain this entire time.
No, especially when it starts thawing some of the grounds. Oh, dude, it's gonna be miserable.
Pretty quick. I expect further escalations over the course of the day. Yesterday we saw the TV tower in Kiev get struck.
I remember seeing that. There's a video of it, I think.
However, it's a little bit old at this point.
Oh, let's go, baby. Zukov.
Some people keep asking me to swap the clocks and Cam 5. I've been a little reluctant to do that, but you know what? I think I'll do it today. Yeah. I think we'll switch them out.
What are you doing, bro?
Oh, wait, I can't do that. Yeah, that's right, because this overlay is always going to be on Cam 5's overlay. I'll have to make a new layout for that. Some people kept asking for that, but the reason we have the clock here is so that we can keep all the cameras in the upper right, kind of here, you know?
Yeah, what's this?
That's the reason why we have the clock in the lower right.
Backward
Also,
guitar?
if we don't have the clock that big, everybody starts asking what time it is.
Biarcatar?
Kiev.
Huh?
Again, thank you everybody that's tuning in. Glad to see you guys are following along
Huh?
today. I'm going to be bringing you guys all of the updates over the past 6 to 12 hours here. Just give me one moment while I get my...
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар. Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар.
Oh, song about the drones?
Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптям посорбати довбані щі, та трохи в ущах перегрівся навар. Байрактар. Байрактар.
How long did it take to make this song? This obviously it was made in the last few days. Yo, I saw that. Hold on. I remember seeing this tank on this fucking cam, dude. I remember this tank. I screen capped this. We saw this on stream with Nemeko and shit, dude. This is the P-47 highway. With the Soviet flag on it and shit.
Байрактар. Їх доводи, всяке озброєння, різне ракети, потужні машини залізні. У нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар. Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, і ми зачаїли на орків образу. З бандитів російських робить примар. Байрактар. Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, та вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить. Хто ж винен, що в нашому полі глухар? Байрактар. Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає їх цар.
Really killing the meme mouse. Well, yeah.
Lower it maybe in an hour or two here once we get really going. See kind of just, you know, how much people are tuning in. I'll probably lower it for you guys, so yeah, stand by on that. Anyway, we're seeing convoys, you know, big groups of trucks, tanks, APCs, you know, personal carriers, all sorts of vehicles, and they are moving down from the north, and down out of the north, and then kind of out of the west towards Kiev, and kind of circling down towards the south. We've got forces on the northeasterly side that are also moving down from the Belarusian border and kind of encircling the city. And so these troops are out there and they're cold and they're, you know, in the rain, okay, and they're undersupplied from what we've heard as well. There's been reports of them going and looting stores and stuff for food, gasoline, and things like that.
It still kind of sounds like it's in NPR mode.
So I think it's for at least for the Russian commanders on the ground, they really want to get their forces moving. They want to get this over with. So it's either they're going to be.
Ugh. Did their low morale?
They're going to be moving in pretty quick because you got another thing. You got
a lot of these forces seems like plausibility.
The Russian borders.
Could just be because their shit's so fucking outdated.
Weeks now. If not,
and that is, you know, kind of busted up and shit, so when they realize it's all banged up and out of field, it's like, well, what's even the point? Let's just fucking dip.
Waiting to be used, alright, waiting to be sent in to Russia.
Well, this is like the first...
6 a.m. here, and we have what sounds to be some air raid sirens going off.
It's like the first thing I've heard so far in Kiev all fucking morning.
Mr. Gonzo says 40 kilometers and 40 miles. Yes, I know. Yeah, there's for our American and metric users.
Could be a
big difference between 40 miles and 40 kilometers.
That's true. But I think there's that could be just like a time schedule thing, because I know they've been doing like scheduled air raid sirens throughout the day.
Hardware and
that could be what it is.
You know, being food, water, gasoline, you know, any type ammunition, any type of supplies. And we've heard that, you know, they are having a lot of supply shortages occur, and it's not only that you know, you got bad weather and bad environmental circumstances, but they're also running out of supplies. So I think
Pentagon official
sooner rather than later. So people asking what my current sleep schedule is, so you can, you know, see what time I'm on. Well, I'm on Kiev time now, body clockwise. I am currently looking at starting just like a set schedule, and I'll publish that information for you guys when I have that for you. Again, more images of that convoy. Here's an image here of just how the forces are moving down here.
I mean, I wonder how often that's actually happening with the deliberate, you know, damaging of their vehicles and shit. Operator of Nord Stream 2 files for bankruptcy and fires all employees. Well, the operator or the whole Nord Stream 2 thing itself?
Run out of fuel, and in some places they were running out of food. Okay, right here. As a result, said morale among Russian troops was suffering as a result. Okay. But the same official pointed out Russia still had a significant amount of combat power and it has not been tapped. Okay, so I think that's why we're seeing.
By the way, that's kind of the caveat too.
The city.
They still have a lot of their untapped combat power they haven't used yet.
Yeah, it is only 9:38, so that was kind of a random time for them to do a siren there.
106 of employees. How many employees for that type of thing? Huh.
Yeah. Another thing they're not mentioning here in this article is the bad weather that they've had. Okay, it's wet, it's soggy, there's snow, it was freezing, there was snow yesterday. Somebody asked, could that be seen on Google Earth? No, but
I think Nord Stream 1 is still active though, probably because it will totally screw you up if it's shut down. Yeah, probably.
In fact, let's refresh our NASA firms map here and see if we can see any other. So this is the past 24 hours. So a lot of those fires and stuff that were burning yesterday in the area have since kind of gone out as like snow and rain has saturated the area. Also as the Russian forces have kind of stopped their advance, so to speak, and as I said, they kind of.
I mean, honestly, when it comes to soggy, muddy rain and shit like mud spatunza,
totally stopped their
or mud spatunza,
as I said, they did bomb
like
TV
the
tower
season of mud, like we're kind of seeing that. And a lot of the mechanized forces and a lot of their armor forces are just going to get bogged down. So it's probably why we're not, seeing too much, on the offenses in Russia, especially around Kiev, because of how like soggy and muddy and shit. Because they're just gonna get stuck in the mud. There's like not much they can do.
About,
they're sitting ducks at that point, really.
We're talking about the.
Which, considering that, they're probably like, well, fuck this. We'll probably just, like, just ditch it. Just fucking surrender at this point, or just fucking desert.
Yeah, we have some footage and stuff.
Because I know there's, like, there's just been countless reports about this left and right about this type of shit, and different BOWs have been coming in and fucking, getting videos of them recording, saying who they are and all that shit.
So really quickly, some people wanted me to jump over the Kharkiv situation. There was that police station that was struck there, the Regional Security Service building in the city of Kharkiv. And so some people are saying that they missed that building and that they hit this Department of Economics Department of the Kharkiv National University. We're still kind of waiting on information to come out of that. Yeah, at this time, definitely a building has been struck there in Kharkiv. Another building yesterday, they hit a government building. Somebody also said something about paratroopers on the ground, but I haven't heard any reports of that yet.
The oligarchs are calling for a peace talks, maybe Putin will bite. Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of resistance about this fucking war between the Russian, people and even the owner class in the fucking state itself. There's been dissent about this shit. As more of it keeps going on, it keeps dragging on.
Yeah, some people are saying Sky News are reporting airborne forces landed at approximately 300 hours. Yeah, I'm still kind of waiting to get more information on that before I can tell anything to you guys. I don't want to jump to anything.
I have to believe that would be effective as decisions. Yeah, it would. And he probably... It's hard to fucking know what's going on for that fucking strongman fascist head.
Just to see what kind of they're talking. So these are.
It's hard to decide. And she be like, is he thinking like, you know, maybe I should listen, or am I like, oh, they lost faith in me, so fuck them.
In fact, they might actually have video here.
I guess it's just who fucking knows, really.
Yeah. So yeah, this is sort of the same footage we saw the other morning, with them hitting that tower. Not sure if it actually successfully took the tower out. It didn't look like it did much structural damage to it. Yeah, and this was some of the other footage we saw. Some people were speculating that maybe that was thermobaric. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell, but usually they
didn't look like it.
Thermobarics in volleys, similar to how the Grad systems work, the multiple rocket launcher systems. So yeah, some more footage from that. So I'm going to try to get like a rundown of the State of the Union address. I actually was not up for the State of the Union address.
Yeah, don't really need much updates on that. I already seen it.
Here's an article here. Dozens of pacifist Japan fighters are going into Ukraine. There's
Really?
a lot of people, even over in our Discord, that are looking to go to Ukraine to fight. In fact, actually, let me see if I can pull up that image we had somebody send us a short while ago.
I heard something about like a Japanese ambassador in Kiev who literally had like his grandfather's samurai sword and armor, or like, yeah, one of his, you know, like a family, like, yeah, like family heirlooms, you know, and armor and sword and shit, basically. And you know, it was like, you know, despite my nationality, my, you know, being a Japanese citizen, I'm still gonna, you know, kind of fight, but I'm gonna have like this shit on me and shit. Damn it. This is probably screw up your phone, but apparently Putin demands to see the poo-poo Kremlin officials before meetings because of COVID. The
yeah,
fuck?
I seem to have misplaced that, but when I get my hands on that, I'll show you guys that.
I mean, that, I don't know, that just seems like a little over the top.
Any international citizens that want to...
I mean, being like, hey, I want to see this, like, dude's fucking, like, you know, reports about COVID and shit, and I want it from, like, the Nat's ass. Like, I mean, I could get that, but, like, that seems a little, I don't know.
And I'll get that information on the screen for you guys later, if anyone's interested in that.
It's kind of funny, honestly, but, I mean, I don't know, it seems a little over the top.
So, here's kind of a look at the situation going on on the roads in Kiev, in and around just kind of the outskirts of Kiev. And this is why, you know, some people are having such a hard time getting out.
Does this?
That's why we're seeing the rumors of the UN convoy.
So what the fuck?
Probably had to bring in some support to get people out. We did see a large amount of traffic leaving the city at about 9 a.m.
What the fuck, dude?
Consistent with some of the reports from on the ground. People are trying to get out of the city today.
Oh my god, bro, are we fucking doing? No way, dude, no fucking way. Dude, are you serious, bro? Oh my god, bro, oh my, I so badly want to believe this is just one of the most sophisticated photoshops out there. Like, I really want to believe that, but I know it ain't. Oh my god, I mean, understandable. I mean, I still feel like it's a little over the top, but you are, I mean, but when you have this, and this is over the top, I mean, so fuck, it really does kind of rebuke my argument, doesn't it? Son of a bitch, man. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? That's the longest table I think I've seen. This is like I didn't even think they can make tables this long. Like, oh my god. Like, I'm more impressed. I'm just as impressed with this, just as amount.
So this is
He's saying, slide the blue down your comrades, just slide it down the table. You know, just like slides all the way down.
In the west, We've
The
heard,
fuck, bro?
Cyber attack against the Russians by Anonymous that we've been kind of covering the past few days.
Man.
A hacker group associated with Anonymous, NB65, has shut down the control center of the Russian space agencies, Roscosmos.
Oh, damn.
Russia has no more control over their own spy satellites. We were hearing about this last night.
Wow.
Still waiting to get more concrete.
Damn, bro.
You guys, though. But yeah, just, there is kind of an ongoing escalation of cyber conflict happening both between Russia and Ukraine, but other parties and Russia at this time. In fact, I'm talking on the show the past few days, just a heightened level of DDoS activity.
They don't? I guess not.
Has been absolutely off the charts the past couple of days.
Damn, bro. Man.
So here's some footage. This is southeast of Kharkov, and 50 kilometers from Izium, if I'm not pronouncing that right. But some columns of Russian troops were spotted heading in that direction. I believe this is this morning. Actually, this is from yesterday. This is from last night. So yeah, Russian troops are moving in that region at this time as well.
I mean, they have been. Or where he thinks he's gone. Yeah, he probably doesn't even. I honestly want. I am like 90% sure that they don't know where they're going. It was just one tank. I mean, where's the rest of the column? Like, they don't know where they're going. Like those sad son of bitches are just straight lost.
No matter what.
I mean, they are legit just like 18 to 24 or 25-year-olds most likely, just all like bunched up on a tank, and the driver's like, I don't know where I'm going, but I guess this way, so we're going this way. Like, I mean, it's just like, man.
Again, it looks to be mostly older Soviet hardware, if I'm not mistaken.
But Bardo, it says take a right at last intersection. Why are we lost?
Yep, some more abandoned hardware there. So we heard about this. This was about 6 hours ago.
Ukrainian sign hackers snickering. Yeah, I've heard about like throughout Ukraine and shit, like different Ukrainian forces, mainly like contractors and shit, you know, that usually work on maintaining these signs. They'd be going out and purposely fuck up the signs, or just straight taking them down.
Bloggers reported that the convoy contained up to 800.
Which especially helps when it comes to, you know, fucking logistics up. It just makes it that much harder to figure out where you're going.
Those Russian convoys, they can be destroyed. Why aren't we seeing them be destroyed? And we are seeing them be destroyed. Quite a few of them actually have come under fire and ambushes from Ukrainian defense forces. Information out of Kherson.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for like every Russian column that we're probably finding and getting reported on, there's probably another Russian column that's getting attacked. I mean, you know, so it's like for every column they're, you know, organizing them, there's info on, you know, there's another one that, you know, we found out about like hours ago or some shit that's probably getting repelled. You know, so it's just like, it's just, you know, whatever's left in these columns, you know, is basically what's going to get sent in, and like, and they're going to be probably damaged and fucked up a little bit. And maybe that might explain why some of their tanks might already have been fucked up a little bit when they get abandoned. That could probably be a part of it too. That's why I was looking at that article about the Pentagon official saying that. I'm like, well, I mean, that might also be the case in some circumstances, but maybe not always. I mean, it could be because, you know, they're mildly damaged, you know, due to these strikes on their convoys. And that giant Kiev-bound convoy. Yeah, and it's just been like that for days.
So this is some other stuff we heard about.
They're like literally sending in the bare minimal and outdated and expired food and shit like that, and you know, and that's pretty much it. Like, you know, they're sending in literally like the bare minimal, like the bottom of the barrel. They're not sending their best. Which honestly is sad for the dudes who get forced into it, because just like, I mean, you know, I mean, we've talked about a bunch already, not just this stream, but past streams, but it's just like, you know, getting lied to and just kind of forced in that position. I mean, it's like it explains why the morale's so fucking low.
Start of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
Show up to convoys in time before they become sharp. Yeah.
He warned that Russian sabotage groups had entered Kiev and were
Honestly, by the time the first strike from those, like, TB2 drones and shit, you know, hit, like, I'm sure most of them start routing at that point, because they don't want to be in their metal tombs, and I wouldn't either.
Surrounded by as many military personnel. There's some other unconfirmed information we've been hearing that the Belarusians are joining, at least some of the Belarusians are joining the defense of Ukraine, forming military groups. So we are seeing the Belarusians possibly getting involved in the fighting on both sides of the spectrum. There's still kind of
really
that some Russian-backed Belarusian forces will be going in. However, you know,
there's been pro-Ukraine Belarusians that are forming their own militias and helping out Ukrainians.
There's you know, some private groups some independent groups in Belarus that are looking to possibly take up arms and fight for Ukraine.
Wow.
Again, guys, right now I'm just kind of going through the articles and stuff, some of the news, you know, that...
the morale's so low that they're willing to revolt.
You know, looking at everything, all sides of the spectrum right now, and trying to see, you know, just kind of...
Not just desert and surrender, but just straight up revolt and, you know, be like, no, I'm not surrendering, I'm literally going to be an extra manpower for you.
After we go through that...
Where do you want me? It's like, wait, what? You're not... Okay.
And we'll also start...
That would be amazing. Well, from what he was saying and from what it was understood, it sounds like that's already the case. Like, some Belarusian soldiers have already done this, and there's different, you know, groups that are trying to form in Belarus to cross the border and shit themselves. So, I mean, there's not a lot of news that comes out of Belarus considering how more restrictive they are and shit, but, I mean... It really just shows that even they are just as fucking resistant and you know, dissonant about this just as much as the Russians and pretty much everybody else.
What's really going on there today? There's been a whole slew of activity in that region over the night. It's really hard to get you guys concrete information in real time out of that area. As I said, with the fog of war, at this time it's kind of hard to know, you know, when you get a video, if it's if it was something that was posted 4 days ago, or if it's something that's been manufactured. Let's get that multicam out of there and have that angle there. We'll use that. Okay. So Russian troops have reportedly landed in Kharkiv. So yeah, we were hearing about paratroopers there. We're still waiting. Again, that was around 3 a.m.
The only people that won this war is Putin and people under him. Yeah, pretty much.
What's going on.
That's it. No one else wanted it.
The second most populous city according to the Security Service of Ukraine. Russian paratroopers reportedly landed at around 3 a.m. local time, so about 1 a.m. GMT.
Gerashenko.
Engaged in heavy fighting with the
I'm gonna see what this is.
Said they had repelled those forces, but as I said,
let's do this
we're
first.
still waiting to get more information. Kiev and other cities in Ukraine are coming under more bombardment, especially after we see people leave the city this morning. I think over the course of the day, we're going to see an increase in that.
Yeah, just a picture of a dude of some Ukrainian forces.
The Russian military steps up its offensive and moves forces closer towards the capital. So again, that's consistent with what we
video out of Kharkiv.
Satellite images via reports from the ground that basically, you know, the Russian forces are regrouping.
Pictures.
They are getting in place. They're massing on the outskirts of Kiev to make a renewed defense.
Yeah, it's just pictures of that building getting put up by fire teams that we saw out of Kharkiv from earlier.
They're all getting rained on today. Okay, so you know, and again, they've been out there for days, if not weeks. All right, most of these Russian soldiers. And so those commanders, they know that they need to do something now. Morale is low, and they need to move those forces.
It's also just a lot of videos and pictures of the fire teams working on putting out the fires and the strikes that happen in Kharkiv. I mean, honestly, there's like not really too much to show, but it's not graphic or anything either.
I think we're going to expect to see.
Which I'm glad for, I guess, you know, but. Yeah, I can put it up now, since everything so far is safe.
Kind of in this lull period, about the past 24 hours or so, maybe even a little bit longer.
Yeah, but it's just kind of in Kharkiv, a lot of videos and photos coming out of it, primarily, you know,
sporadic fighting on the outskirts and
clean up and putting out their fires on this and shit.
monument. They,
fire teams and stuff working on their shit.
Memorial, next to that TV tower that was struck.
Look at that Chad right there. Look at those Chads. Clean up.
Yeah, some people are saying the old Russian military vehicles get crappy fuel mileage. Well, yeah, it's not only that, but I mean, yeah, it's old Soviet hardware.
Is this a daycare?
Pulled out. We've talked about this on the show.
I mean,
days and why that.
I see a little kid there on this building. I'm assuming this is all from in here. It didn't look like it got hit, but the windows blew out. Yeah, is this like a daycare? What is this?
So,
hold on. What post is that
the
on?
State of the Union addressed
right here.
Putin that he cannot divide the West and that dictators.
I don't know what that says. They didn't translate that, but I don't know what all. I don't know what building at. It looks like a.
You know, we were waiting kind of for that.
Daycare facility, a nursing. I don't even know.
During the State of the Union address.
Looks like a clinic of some sort, though.
He could start an attack, like an air raid attack, during the State of the Union address. I didn't see anything, at least for Kiev.
But not much coming out of the Telegram. Because honestly, this Pravda Geroshenko, this is like one of the Telegrams I've been following on it. Well, actually, pretty much the main Telegram I've been following on this, and there's been a lot of stuff that comes out of it, especially with videos, pictures, and shit. Especially on stuff on the front and what's going on, especially when there's like no live feeds and stuff going on in a place like Kharkiv, you know, when it comes to at least video and audio and visuals and what's going on, at least that Telegram's the best. But it's kind of a be wary thing because there's really no restriction on what's shown, and there's definitely things I can't really unsee. There's definitely been some pretty fucking gnarly shit. I'm putting it lightly.
Battle maps here to show you how the Russians say they've moved their forces in and what it looks like from the Ukrainian side of things as well.
Perfect timing, buddy.
Some people asking if I should move Camp 5 and the clock. Yeah, I'll do that at some point. Problem is with that is that if I can't put a
yeah, you have to be careful. Yeah, that's why at least when I initially checked the Telegram, I put the screen down just to make sure. But you know, at least you know from the latest stuff coming out of it, it's safe. But yeah, that's why I at least double check before I do, because I mean, last night on stream I saw something when my roommates and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, can't unsee that. And I didn't describe it then, and I ain't describing it now. It's on there if you go back far enough on that Telegram. But I'm not even gonna bother fucking describing it. It's like, okay, there's definitely, you know, it's just like there's definitely some shit there, you know. So it's definitely something that even if you want to get like some more closer eyes on the ground about shit and don't necessarily want to see like all that specifically, it's definitely one to be worried about. I mean, I'm pretty, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm pretty alright seeing things like that, but some stuff definitely is just like, yeah, it's like, you know, oh, that's a new way you could fucking mangle a human being. Like, it's like, oh, God, okay. It's like, fuck, man, okay. Feel so bad for the average people there having to see the nastiness of war, straight up PTSD. I mean, it's like, yeah, like, honestly, for me, it's one thing seeing videos of this shit, but yeah, you can't even really fathom actually being there and seeing that actually with your own eyes and shit. That's a totally different thing. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, even though I've, you know, even with the videos and photos alone, I've been like, oh, fuck. It, like, you know, that just, it kind of implies that seeing that in person would just probably even be more exceptional. So it's like, yeah, I'm good.
Grad strikes hit urban areas. Civilian vehicle was destroyed, and
that's why, especially when it comes to casualty and shit, I'm not like, you know, necessarily like, yeah, about it, because like, oh, those casualties are like in some of those videos, you know, and some of those, you know, photos and shit. It's like, oh, not really something to be like, yeah, about.
less indiscriminate, more indiscriminate in which they undertake their attacks. And I think we're going to see more of that over the next 48 hours as this kind of heats up Kiev. We're going to see them start to bombard, things like residential buildings. Some of these sites in downtown Kiev, the square, the monastery could also be hit. Again, we're gonna have to wait and see. But
that's what I was just kind of thinking about. Well, I'm going to live view map, but just kind of show it here. Oh, hold on, fucking ad. Give me a sec. Let this. All right.
Yeah, a lot of, I'd like to touch on that. In fact, I haven't, I probably have those images somewhere around here, and I don't think I've shown
here, I'll pull it up.
These Russian soldiers are that are in this initial force. I was talking about, all week how this initial force that's going into Ukraine is
like, there's just Transnistria, like this little region. How come we haven't been seeing anything over here?
It's mostly made up
because this is red like this, just kind of like, how Crimea is over here and all this other shit, like...
Really, in and around from the rebel-held regions, Donetsk...
I don't know what that's all about, like, I mean...
Everybody there was called up to fight, every single man that was able-bodied, and a lot of those guys are the first ones we're seeing, sent into the front lines.
Also, this is like kind of a worm. This is like some border gore right here, honestly. It's like, what the fuck?
Not given...
Wait, hold on. What is this? What's this weird like amoeba that's like popping out? Oh my god!
Why is it's kind of an attempt by the Russians to soak up those initial.
I wonder what this whole Transnistria thing is about. Like, cause I mean, it's red like this. Like, I know. Here, if we go on this, hold on. It's actually down here.
We saw.
Right here. Yeah. But if we go here, because this is kind of cool little perspective on things too.
And it showed a possibility of Moldova getting involved. I don't.
So here's Ukraine.
The Belarusian president is just going to sit there and not send
look.
Not send forces.
Operational group of Russian forces in the Transnistria region of the Republic of Moldova.
To do so.
There's like 50,000 troops in this area.
Right before they do it. Look what the Russians did.
The military unit number 13962.
And that's the same thing we're going to see here with Belarus.
Triestopol, Republic of Moldova territory controlled by the Russian-backed separatists of Transnistria region.
Yes, many are conscripts.
So it's like
I was talking about earlier.
They're in Transnistria and shit. So it's just like, huh? Like, what's all that about?
So again, yeah, he actually showed that invasion.
But then he got all this shit. Which honestly, I feel like they're not showing all the information because some of this isn't totally here.
Plans for them to move
so I feel like what's going on here is the build-up of their naval forces, Sevastopol for Odessa.
Has gone AWOL on
Flamethrower Battalion. Those are their thermal barrack groups. That's not good.
Be good now.
Black Sea Fleet, yeah, yeah. Go away. 127th Recon Brigade. Oops, I don't want to share.
So some other people saying Russian paratroopers landed in Kharkiv and attacked one of the city's military medical centers. Again, we've been hearing tons of reports of this all morning.
15th Coastal Missile Brigade. Special Operations Branch, Maritime.
Over by UHD Freddy in the Situation Room. It's an actual flight map for Russian aircraft at the moment.
Huh? Wait, yeah. Oh, wait, I'm on YouTube. We're just on the map version of it. Okay, here we go. Huh? I want to see that.
Yeah, so there's no, is that what you're saying? There's no Russian planes in the air? In fact, let's go and take a look at the flight radar really quick. I just want to see if it's really true that there are no flights.
Yeah, notice there's there's still flights in Russia.
It's a flight map of Russian aircraft.
Huh?
Yeah, we're still seeing a whole bunch of Russian flights. So I'm not exactly sure what that flight map is about. We've seen a lot. We've been, watching tweets from this count here next for an entire week. Not sure. Okay, here we go. This is an airspace map. They shouldn't call it a flight map. They should call it an airspace map. Countries that have closed their airspace to Russian aircraft. So basically everybody but Belarus, Turkey, Russia.
So they just
at least for this region,
miscommunicated what the map is.
Yeah, for the most part.
Pretty much like all of you.
Restricted flights in and out
Man.
of Russia.
Well, like pretty much there's only a couple countries that have a restricted airspace in Europe, but pretty much all of them have.
Actually, no, this is from the British Ministry of Defense. Yeah, the UK Ministry of Defense, sorry. Intelligence update, a Russian column continues to make slow progress towards Kiev. The column is a mixed force of combat and logistical vehicles, with the bulk of the forces remaining approximately 30 km out from the city center. Over the past 48 hours, increased numbers of Russian air and artillery strikes have been conducted against densely populated urban areas across
Working Friday and Saturday.
We've seen that with Kherson, Kharkiv.
So you have
Ukrainian forces
today,
continue to hold the cities of Kharkiv, Kherson, and Mariupol. However, all three cities are now likely encircled by Russian forces.
Well,
That's
I really
consistent
can't
with everything
complain
I've seen.
because
That's all the reports I've been seeing
this
are
next
that
weekend is my weekend off.
right now, at this very
So,
hour,
I'll go back out to
Ukrainian
my
forces
mom.
are still continuing to hold out all three of those cities. All right.
You know I'm
not
going
sure
out there
if
so much,
that's-
right?
Huh?
You know I'm going out there so much, right?
Since change,
Yeah.
since I got that
Helping her
information,
clean out
just
her
over the past 45
attic.
minutes, I've gotten reports in
Or,
from the ground.
I shouldn't say
of
attic,
people
I should
saying
say our
that,
loft, but it's in our garage.
Yeah.
that they still, in fact, hold
Hey,
the city
hey,
at this time.
what are you doing?
He's sleepy boy.
So here,
Why are you being sleepy boy when you're never sleepy boy when daddy goes to work?
Working again. So that is good.
Because he wants to be sleepy with me.
Belarus announces enhanced security on its western and southern borders.
No, he just wants to be an asshole to Uncle.
Again, continuing with that narrative, guys, that I think they are probably going to move in here.
Oh.
Russian troops spotted in Malarkey, southeast of Kharkiv.
Kharkiv?
So this is actually from last night, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this was from yesterday evening, if I'm not mistaken.
So they made some advancements southeast of Kharkiv, huh?
They did? The Russian
Guess so.
moving up on that road there. Oh, here's some raw UAV footage of the battle for the Antonovsky Bridge near Kherson. Footage shows 2 Ukrainian BRDM-2 vehicles, Ukrainian soldiers and Russian Ural trucks, and MSTAV howitzers.
Howitzers are
firing
those
on
fucking
location.
tanks.
But here's that footage
Well, howitzer is an
here
artillery piece.
of the battle for that bridge, which the bridge is here, if I'm not mistaken.
Can't really see much at all. Okay, I'll do this, try to enhance it. I honestly don't see much shit at all. I see some moving down there. I'm assuming that's
So you can see
vehicle.
the battle ensuing there. I believe these are Ukrainian forces here, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
This could be the advancing Russian units.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Isn't it UAV a drone?
Yeah.
Cam Feed 2, some people are asking what Cam Feed 2 is. I believe that is also located near the square. Yeah, both Cam 1 and Cam 2 are located near the square. In fact, I think they're in the same building, those two cameras. Yeah, so this is the bridge here that they're contesting. I believe the Ukrainian forces are here, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, really, it's kind of hard to pick out what even is fucking going on, but I could tell where there is kind of a battle going on.
There's little dots
here now.
flying around the screen.
Advancing on the bridge from this direction, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, anyway, there's that footage there of the that battle for the Antonovsky Bridge near Kherson. Here's some interesting information here out of Reuters. The U.S. nuclear
Reuters?
is pushing the White House not to sanction Russian uranium.
Reuters? Did he just fucking say that?
So that's an interesting development.
Reuters. It's Reuters. Oh my god. Reuters, dude. Are we oh my god. Reuters. Reuters, my dude. Okay. Ooh, boy.
A few members of the Russian parliament have spoken out. This is an article
good boy.
in the New York Times.
Stand.
I think I have.
Good boy.
Here we go. This is another tweet of that. This is a disaster. Moscow deputies called on Putin to stop the war. This happened yesterday.
Damn.
This was reported on yesterday, I should say. The consular deputies of Garnitsky Municipal District in Moscow condemned the military action.
Oh yeah, we're hearing. We're seeing that earlier.
Withdrawal his troops from there. So
And it's like, how are you gonna be able to, like, you know, crack down on, like, your like even your own lapdogs, you know, that are starting to critique you? I mean, it's starting to get a lot more harder.
See this kind of, you know, push come to shove moment here in Kiev between the situation with the troops that are on the outskirts of the city, combined with the situation geopolitically back in Moscow. We're definitely going to see that either they're either going to have to retreat or they're going to move in, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later.
It's gonna be one or the other, but it's most likely gonna try to push.
Okay, so here again we can see kind of just this is the assessed control of terrain in Ukraine and main Russian maneuver axis as of March 1st.
Russian radio taking off. Oh damn, bro.
So here is
trying to get the word out there. Yeah.
Kyiv occurring, everything that's coming out of Crimea to Mariupol.
Damn.
All the way over to Odessa. Again, we're going to see probably a
Hey.
amphibious assault on Odessa, if I'm not mistaken, and most likely also on Mariupol. That's possible. And then so this is the big story here, guys. What's happening in Kiev is really what we need to be paying attention to, I think. These forces are moving down again out of the north and then kind of encircling to the west and south here, and then again out of the east, or sorry, northeast here, and then straight out of the east here. Yeah, so we're gonna have to see how that unfolds. Also, Dnipro has yet to really play a large part in this, so we've been keeping an eye on Dnipro. But I believe we're also going to probably see the if this continues how it is, we will probably see a large battle in Dnipro at some point. However, if they can sack Kiev and they can, if they can take the Ukrainian government and they can take the capital of Kiev, they have the potential to, you know, to not need to take anything here. However, as everybody, you know, as everybody is continuing to, you know, state and speculate, is that even if they do take Kiev, there's going to be a massive insurgency that rises up in these cities here, which is going to be a problem for them, you know, for months to come. However, it's always possible that if the Russians can take Kiev and instate another, you know, a Kremlin-backed Ukrainian government, and then they decide to pull out, that they might be able to, you know, hold control over the country. However, unlikely.
That's really unlikely.
With the state of Ukrainian people right now, everybody has been mobilized against the Russian government, and I don't think they will ever stand. At this point, after what we've seen over the past 5 or 6 days, I don't think they'll ever stand for a Kremlin-backed Ukrainian government in power in Kiev. I just don't think we'd see that. We'd probably see, again, a massive insurgency uprising taking place there in Kiev. So there's a Cam 4 getting taken down again. Just watch. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. That cam is out of Nova Kharkova, and we've been watching Russian troop movements on that camera now for about 2 days, and they haven't taken it down so far. So we're going to keep an eye on that.
Oh, the Nova Kharkova cam? Yeah, because that's near the dam. That's on the southern side of that Nova Kharkova dam near Kherson to the east.
Power plant in Europe, according to Wikipedia,
What are you doing?
is placed in this city, so that definitely is a concerning development. There's most likely going to be a battle that's going to ensue around, in and around that power plant for control of the plant. And if we saw it happen in Chernobyl just a few days ago, it could unfold as well there. So we have to keep an eye on that very closely. We don't want any nuclear facilities to get damaged.
No shit.
Never a good thing. An hour ago, Minister
Do you mind? This is for me, not for you.
The new
You degenerate.
T-2s have already arrived in Ukraine and are at combat positions. So they do have some other hardware at their disposal now, so that's good. So here's some other reporting from a live UA map here. The building bombed is the economics department of Malarkey National University. The Russians were likely targeting the offices of the intelligence agency across the street and destroyed the wrong building here, is what it looked like in better times from Google Streets. So, yeah, again, that's consistent with a lot of the reports we're getting out, is that they were possibly striking that intelligence agency. We've also heard the Russians have come out and stated that at some point today they're going to be striking certain technical targets in and around Kiev. We believe those to be
technical targets
sites, but it's hard to tell at this time.
What does that mean?
And we'll get some more concrete information on that stuff for you guys. Yes, some people were asking about aircraft. It is kind of
bombing the wrong buildings, because classic.
We will see Russian aircraft.
No, we bombed the wrong building.
Here.
Oops.
We've seen kind of, we haven't seen very much of the Russian Air Force, and I believe it's because, you know, they're waiting for a lot of those anti-air assets to be taken out first. I do believe, however, if a further assault does begin on Kiev, we will most likely see Russian aircraft get involved in striking.
Sure, Russia's gonna do us a favor and bomb Fortnite infrastructure. Fuck. Damn, bro.
Again, okay, so here we're having some more air raid sirens again off the hour, which is interesting because they're usually on the hour. Not sure why we're having continued air raids off the hour. I'll have to. We're gonna just take a listen into those air raid sirens coming out of Kiev here real quick. Give me 1 second while I'm gonna get a quick drink here, guys.
Turn up a little bit.
Ghost Hunter asks a pretty good question. He said, will there be any paratroopers coming into Kiev? We could very well see that. Maybe possibly some Spetsnaz units coming in to do some more surgical operations while that air bombardment takes place. But
I mean, despite the logistical bullshit, I mean, when it comes to paratroopers and Spetsnaz, like, they don't necessarily suffer from the same problems as what conscripts have to go through and shit. Morale, too. I mean, it might not be, like, boosted up morale like gun-ho and shit, but they're not going to be like, uh-oh, equipment's broken, better desert. They're not going to be like that about that. They're going to be a little bit more adaptive. Like, when it comes to these defenses, those type of forces are the ones you probably want to look out for more. Because they're the ones that are helping get a lot of these pushes and advancements through. It's the more advanced elite troops like the Spetsnaz and the paratroopers, if they are able to get them in. I mean, that's kind of the main reason why they tried to send the Chechens near Hostomel, but even then, a lot of them got clapped.
Asking what Cam 5 is. It's another angle above Kiev. In fact, I'll replace that with Nova Kharkova in a second.
Traffic's still going on in Kiev. Cam 2 still shows a pretty good amount of it. You can hear it too. The riding with Putin meme. I don't even think I've seen that yet. What's that? Sent to go chat. Here, I'll take the screen off really quick just to check it out.
So we just heard those air raid sirens again over Kiev. Usually, when they're doing their standard, what we've seen over the past couple of days is they do them on the hour occasionally to keep people from getting complacent and to keep people in shelter, because at any time
I don't see it.
An airstrike could come. We saw that yesterday when they struck the TV tower. There were people in the immediate vicinity of that, and
oh, I see it.
Evidence of those bombs, you know, almost hitting civilians. And so, that's why they're doing kind of these air raid sirens on the hour. But what's interesting is the past 2 hours we've seen them kind of, we've seen them more sporadic.
But what the fuck?
As I said, guys, they're on the hour. We just saw that came around 10.
Come on, what the fuck?
The other siren we heard was also kind of at an odd time. It was like 9:39 or something like that. So we've heard
fake some shit.
Air raid sirens in under the span of an hour. Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if these are continued. Some people are saying tests. They're not tests.
When you drive a car, you drive Putin. Ride your bicycle today.
However, they are definitely under a heightened sense of alert today than they even have been over the past few days, as people are getting out of.
Oh, just for Marnak's sake, I've also been doing this for my little group chat and having these little maps. I've been kind of, as you know, things been going on, been trying to kind of add a little bit more perspective to things as things go on.
Here, guys. So our Nova Kharkova cam, I'm now going to put in slot 5, and I'm going to put
as things kind of drag on and stuff like that.
Kiev here, there, because it's a good skyline view.
Kind of show. At least, you know, what I think, you know, is, you know, what's going on and stuff. I actually will have to update this a little bit, considering what I've been seeing with, like, some of the battles going on off and on in Kherson.
We're hearing some audio from our hot mic here as well.
Oh. Hey, baby. Little baby.
So, no, Cam 2 is not looped. And somebody said that this was a bus driver. It's not. That's what seems to be a, this is what seems to be a semi-truck trailer that they have left there. There's no vehicle on the front of it. It's not a bus. And yeah, at first I thought that was maybe like a passenger bus as well. But as you guys can see here, I believe this is, it's near the square, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty foggy.
It does look like we have some snow coming down now. Yeah, it looks like it's changing from
Gonna get cold again?
to possibly snow.
Could just be foggy.
I'll have to get a Ukraine a weather report here for you guys here shortly.
We'll
take a look at what the weather looks like on the ground in Ukraine today. Keep in mind, there's a lot of people that are without a power and heat right now because of this ongoing situation. And so, you know, you not only have people suffering from the war itself,
shitty.
but from the after effects of that war, the consequential effects of that war, including, you know, not having access to water, you know, power, heat, food, amongst other things. So, yeah, it's a growing humanitarian crisis on the ground right now in Ukraine.
As it is with any war.
So here's about 2 hours ago, there was wreckage said to be of a Russian Su-34 bomber, reportedly near Kharkiv, identified as the top wing panel of a Su-34 or Su-30 SM based panel line arrangement. So there is some evidence that that the Russian Air Force is involved, at least in some parts of the country. We haven't seen them in and above Kiev.
Yeah, see what that looks like.
Much. As I said earlier, though, that could change at any time as the bombardment of the city begins. Yep, we have snow coming down here now in Kiev.
I'm going to see what that looks like real quick. SU-34.
Keep in mind, guys, I believe, so these two top cameras are in the same room. There's a freelance journalist there working for a couple different news agencies, Fox, CNN, and a few others, and he's the one broadcasting these out. He's our TARP guy from yesterday.
What's this what looks like?
He might also be the one that is running this cam here. However, it's hard for me to verify that for you guys. This is
what they were talking about. This is an SU-34.
And,
it's a two-seater.
I believe that hotel here is actually...
It's mostly a closely export / strike aircraft.
I believe one of these buildings is where our TARP guy is at, with those other...
Kind of frontal view of it. See where, you know, two pilots would be. Their angle.
So people ask about the camera sound. We have sound coming out of 3 of 4 of these angles. However, right now I only have 2
that's an
channels.
SU-34.
Sound coming from cam 1 and cam 2 here.
So one of those in Kharkiv were shot down.
Like people talking. So this cam here is in like a room, and I believe there's some people talking nearby. So that's probably why we're hearing that sounds of people talking there. Again, we can see it switching from it was rain, saturated rain today, to now it's getting cold and it's turning into snow. So you're gonna have slippery road conditions out there for those Ukrainians.
It's not even going to be good for armor units too and shit, because they're also going to be kind of slicking and drifting around.
Checkpoints and the Russian advance on the outskirts of the city, but they're also dealing with now harsh road conditions this morning in Kiev.
That won't be good.
That's never good. Alright, so we're going to continue to go through some of our reports here. 2 hours ago, explosion in Kherson, reportedly around the airport area. So again, there is conflict going on in Kherson at this time.
Man,
the Russians do
man,
not
that town is not, fucking giving up. I mean, at all.
Or at least that's what we're seeing and hearing.
Like, for all intents and purposes, they're like totally surrounded, and like there's even conflicts, you know, street to street and shit, and you know, and even then it still hasn't fallen yet.
See the explosion in Kherson down here. I just wanted to show you that police station video though as well. So here's some video from that explosion in Kherson. Keep in mind, guys, that all of these videos are geolocated. That's why they are on this map. And Live U8 goes through a large process of vetting all of the reports that come onto its platform. So again, some footage of that explosion in Kherson. There's a photo of that there. So there is fighting continuing at this hour in Kherson. Again, here's that photo of destroyed Russian military equipment, guys. This is an excellent example of what we're seeing on the ground. I've been talking about it all week, guys.
I can actually pull that up. It's on Live UA.
It's basically the Russians. It's cannon fodder. Okay, they're sending in, as I said, all this expendable Soviet hardware with untrained troops. As I said, most of them are conscripts from eastern Ukraine, so
Hold up here.
Luhansk, for the majority, at least coming out of the east. In the Crimea area, it's
oh fuck,
lived in Crimea, coming out of Crimea. They're sending in these initial forces of conscripts, right? Draftees, ages 18 to 60. They're not draftees because there was no draft. It's just every man has to fight. Every man, and I spoke about this earlier in the week. We were showing you guys pictures of they were getting text messages that said, "It's your time to fight for your country. If you leave, you will be prosecuted. You'll be thrown in prison." And they were loaded up, as I said, into Soviet hardware that was taken out of warehouses, sent into Ukraine to soak up the foreign provided anti-guided tank munitions, amongst other things. And that's why we're seeing so many of these vehicles destroyed. That's why we're seeing so many of these forces.
I mean, it's kind of the main reason why we haven't been, seeing, like a boost in positive morale and incentive, amongst Western forces because of this. And it might have been so bad that it might have just been a complete total fuck up from the get-go.
That's why we're seeing these guys going into grocery stores.
If it was only for like a day or two, it wouldn't have been one thing, but it's like 6 days going on this conflict, and it's still like this. So it's just like, I mean, you can only do it for so long before you're just fucking up.
And ill-trained fact, we've even seen reports, we've seen videos of these Russian soldiers saying, yeah, I was told to come here. You know what I mean? I was told to come here as a peacekeeper. I have no freaking idea what I was doing. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want to kill Ukrainians. A lot of them are against the situation. A lot of these Russian servicemen are against the situation. At least the ones that are in this initial wave. Which, again, as I said,
Or at least the ones of the videos that have come out about them.
And they're mostly Eastern Ukrainians. They're mostly Belarusians where they can. All right, there are some Belarusians in there. There's Chechens that have gotten involved. Right, anybody but the Russians is involved in this invasion. All right, anybody but the Russians is involved. All right, I think we were hearing there was reports that these forces were coming out of Luhansk and Donetsk, the first ones to break through those conflict lines that it's been there for 8 years. We heard some of the ones that were coming out of Crimea, right? They were made up of as little as 19% Russian soldiers. Okay, so they're majority soldiers, that are from those regions that are being sent in first. All right. And right here, guys, again, this image here is just evidence of what we're seeing. It's that sponge. It's a sponge, okay?
The ball sponges for the mink grinder, basically.
Cannon fodder, basically. They're trying to soak up the limited amount of anti-tank munitions that Ukraine has in its disposal.
Which isn't really going to help much anyway, because, they keep getting sent more of that. So it's just going to be a war of attrition at this point.
They have, so it's not just on the ground. We're also seeing.
It's really what most wars are, for the most part. It's a war of attrition.
Because they're trying to soak up the
how much can you soak up their material before they just give in?
Okay, that's really what we're seeing here on the ground. How many clips? I can't even count how many clips I've seen of abandoned tanks, you guys. All right. In fact, I know if I have my Discord listeners watching now,
I've even seen a whole bunch of them.
Right now,
we showed a few already here. Ones that I've already seen because there's just so many of them.
Being shot with, NLAWs and javelins. Okay.
Or just untouched, and even civilians taking them home and shit like that, and commandeering them.
The Russians have left the tanks. They got out and ran away. Okay, and you see the Ukrainians come up, point an anti-tank missile at it, shoulder fired, and take it out. And most of these videos, again, the Russians have already fled the vehicles. They don't want to be in there, and then they're immediately dispatched by the Ukrainian Defense Forces, of course.
Might as well just take them and scrap them for parts, but...
and what's funny is we've seen so many...
Take the ammo out of the
so many
compartment.
Russian anti-tank systems falling into the hands of the Ukrainian Defense Forces because...
really?
So many of these forces are, as I said, putting their arms down and just running away, all right? And because they're ill-trained.
So they don't even necessarily need to keep getting shipped in all the time because they're just reappropriating the enemy's anti-tank defenses and systems.
In fact, I've seen videos of the Ukrainians using Russian anti-tank systems to take out Russian tanks. It's absolutely ridiculous, actually.
Jeez.
What we're seeing out of there.
It's whoever you can get your hands on.
So people are saying that there was thermobarics used near Kharkiv. We actually haven't had confirmation of the use of thermobarics yet, but we had confirmation that the thermobarics are there on the ground. We know that they're there. We haven't had confirmation that they've been used yet. However, there's been speculation that they've been used. If that is true, then that would be against the Geneva Convention, seen as they are considered an incendiary weapon, and that would definitely be a large escalation in this crisis.
Especially if it gets confirmed. Them just being there is one thing, but using them is another.
So yeah, there's been this crazy allegation going around. We've actually heard reports of this, that that Russian army has been executing some wounded soldiers of their own.
Really?
There's been a lot of crazy reports coming out of there that they've been basically executing people that had abandoned their posts, executing people that were wounded, because it's cheaper than spending the money, time, supplies on wounded soldiers for this initial force. Now, we haven't verified any of that, guys. That is unconfirmed, but there's been a lot of allegations rolling around about, you know, this initial.
I mean, it's maybe to a certain degree there might be some truth, maybe a kernel truth to it. Because if some of these soldiers who get captured are saying, like, yeah, we would be executed if we refused and,
kill their wounded soldiers,
you know, left and shit, it's just like, I mean, you know, there might be some truth to it, but, I mean, I think that might depend on, like, the officers who are commanding those troops, like, and how fucking stern and gung-ho they are about it. Because, I mean, I doubt, like, their, you know, fellow comrade next to them will be like, you're deserting, so fuck you, you know, like, it doesn't seem like that. It's pretty dark. Yeah, if it's true. I mean, if, you know, because it could, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, the wounded and shit, I mean, it's unconfirmed, at least with that type of shit, but, I mean, when it comes to deserters, that, you know, seems more likely.
These soldiers would rather be taken prisoner than returned to their, to Russian command, okay? They're more afraid of, some of them are more afraid of returning back to Russia than going over to Ukrainian forces and turning themselves over and becoming a prisoner of war. And we've seen all sorts of crazy videos of what some of these Ukrainians are doing to some of these Russian prisoners. We've seen them saran wrapped to telephone poles. We've seen them, you know, stripped naked in the streets and
yeah, honestly, there has been some videos and shit about fucking Ukrainians doing their own fucked up shit too. Like, I've also seen some stuff, and some of it's unconfirmed too, about, like, Ukrainian soldiers going after citizens around the Donetsk and Luhansk regions too. I mean, so it's just like, there's definitely some there's both sides are definitely doing their own fucking crimes. I mean, you know, is it, like, on the equal playing field of it? No, but, I mean, when it comes to war and shit, like, you know, there's definitely going to be elements on both sides doing this shit.
Russian soldier says, so he asks not to tell the whole truth about the war in Ukraine, so as not to fall under the repression of the Russian Secret Service.
Let's look good and help students out of Russia about Russia's falsehood. Yeah.
Are, you know, worried about, like, their families and stuff.
I mean, not every single person on the ground is looking to fucking humiliate and embarrass and fucking, you know, lightly torture and humiliate these fucking people. Because most of them realize it's bullshit, but it's more these elements that, you know, kind of seek and take pleasure in the fucking war and this conflict and shit. Which definitely, you know, are on both ends of this type of shit.
This was that information here. If you guys wanted to join the Ukrainian territorial defense, the Foreign Legion of Territorial
Wow, there's an actual step-by-step process?
Now, it's an official system they've set up, the Ukrainian defense has set up to allow people into the country to defend the country. Honestly, this is pretty amazing. This is like crowdsourcing soldiers. All right, this is basically what we're doing.
Okay, here's what it says. Contact the Ukrainian country indicating you're in religion. Yeah, military. Diplomat or consul, you can contact in 3 ways. Prepare documents, ID card or passport, international passport, proof of military service, or participation in military actions.
So you have to be a veteran. Honestly, I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this and like, I'm fighting anyway, fuck that, and are just going to sneak across the border.
Soldiers.
I just have a strong feeling that's the case.
War, I think it's an amazing effort. To do it, you have to contact the Embassy of Ukraine in your country. So here in the States, if you were here in the States, you contact your local Ukrainian embassy, indicating your intention to join the Legion. You need a military diplomat or consul, you can contact in 3 ways: personal visit to the embassy, phone call, write an email, prepare documents, ID card or passport, international passport, proof of military service or participation in military actions, other documents as requested by the embassy. Come to the embassy with documents, here, in fact, I'll just zoom that out so you're, actually you guys can see it. Come to the embassy with documents for an interview with the defense attaché and to settle visa issues with the consul. You'll write an application to join the defense forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. The defense attaché will help with all that. You'll get instructions on arriving in Ukraine, necessary documents and equipment. You may need a military uniform, helmet, body armor, etc. So all your plate carriers, stuff like that. You travel to
bring your own equipment.
You'll the way discussed at the
You ain't gonna get serviced any. You gotta bring your own.
fly, or you would drive. If maybe you're in Europe nearby, you can possibly drive across the border. Representatives of the Ukrainian embassy consulate will assist with the departure and provide the necessary contacts.
6,400 now.
And once you're in
Jesus.
Ukraine, at the collection point, you join the Foreign Legion of Territorial Defense of Ukraine, sign a contract, and then you would.
Yeah, not a single mention of it on state TV. Odd. Yeah, odd. They're not willing to talk about the Russians who are hyper against this type of shit. And, you know, adding more international pressure about the peace talks and more about, you know, the resistance even domestically and shit. Could spread more about that, but yeah, they never really like to talk about that too much.
Again, thank you to Gerald Sand.
And
for,
Russia sure as shit ain't gonna talk about it. They're gonna stay hush and hum.
We will get that set up here as soon as possible.
Because honestly, I don't really hear too much about the protests in general. I just hear like, oh yeah, more were arrested. They're kind of going on. It's just kind of like a side thing that people say. It's like, I mean, shouldn't that be like one of the more main things discussed too?
We're asking us to shrink the clock, and we have a new layout that will help
State
us.
TV officials probably said they'll fall on some bullets if they dare to. Well, I mean, maybe not necessarily bullets, but, you know, gulag or arrested for a very long, significant amount of time to, you know, rethink what you've done type of shit, you know? Wink, the whole wink, wink, nudge, nudge, think about what you did. Though, considering the high alert of, you know, Putin's, you know, state government right now, they're probably taking more extreme measures about people who are more closer to him. At least when it comes to these protesters and some of the more, you know, like cogs in his mind and shit, you know, it's just like you're just gonna be arrested and think about what you've done. Be in a cage, bitch. And you've been Epstein, and you've been Epstein, and you've been Epstein. Everybody's been Epstein. You're all being Epstein. Brought to you by Putin.
Are both up at this time, so we have refuelers
Putin.
as well.
Pew pew.
So again, a heightened.
Sounds like puke.
A heightened.
Putin.
Air presence in and around.
Everyone gets an Epstein.
And in and around Ukraine.
Oh my god.
So here is a live cam Wiz sent us. Thank you, Wiz, for this. We'll take a look at it. I believe it's right here. This is a live cam out of Kherson, and apparently, so he sent me over a picture just a few minutes ago from this camera of Russian tank movements moving in to Ukraine. You can see the Z's actually on them there in the white paint.
Oh yeah, wow.
There and
here, let's
there.
do this real quick. Check that out. Look at him.
So yeah, we'll keep an eye on these in the white paint.
Yeah, right there. See, yeah.
From this camera of Russian tank movements moving in to Ukraine, you can see the Z's actually on them there in the white.
Yeah, yeah, you can kind of see him right there. Yeah, looks like a T-72.
There
and that looks like a BMP or like T-64 maybe, but probably a BMP.
So yeah, we'll keep an eye on these here, these Russian forces in Kherson.
But seriously, seriously kinky stuff. Well, of course, a lot of these elites are.
So we will keep an eye on that camera. So I'm going to put this camera in Kherson over our NovaCam for now, and we'll keep.
I bet Putin imports used paintings from Japanese vending machines. Oh god. Oh man, dude.
Thank you for that, Wiz.
I wonder how those get filled up. Is there just like a weird like automated system in the back of it where you just like kind of slip in, like, you know, in a slot and it just kind of like how's that work, dude? I don't even want to know. Never mind. That's a rhetorical question.
Back to the reports I'm getting in here.
That certainly is a rhetorical question.
So here is an
Sky Pleasure Battalion.
article here on the equipment losses that we've seen so far. By the way,
I mean, honestly, I'm okay with that. Everyone deserves a Pleasure Battalion.
Didn't really work too well.
I mean, everyone should have a right to have a Pleasure Battalion. I mean, you know, like, I'm okay with that. I mean, I can let that slide.
Russian hardware. They have some lists down here. So T-72Bs, 1 has been destroyed, 2 abandoned, 3 abandoned, 4 damaged and abandoned. So these are like different reports here. Oh, here we go. Here's actually pictures of them abandoned.
Oh, really?
Pictures and videos of them abandoned here.
Oh, wow.
I think that's probably some Ukrainians working on them. Hold on, let's go back to that. Okay. So yeah, there's pictures of all of them here. So here's a picture of 1 destroyed, 2 abandoned, 3 abandoned, 4 damaged and abandoned. So yeah, guys, a lot of, as I said, this backs up exactly what I was just talking about a minute ago.
Yeah, a lot of these are either destroyed or just abandoned or captured.
T-72B3s, abandoned.
T-72 B3Ms. Oh my god! Fucking 7 abandoned, 8 abandoned, 9 abandoned, 10 abandoned, 11 abandoned, 12 captured, 13 captured. 6 abandoned and later destroyed, 5 destroyed. Holy fuck! T-80BVs. So 1 destroyed, 2 abandoned, 3 abandoned, 4 captured, 5 and 6 captured. Oh my damn! Oh my god, T-80s. Same thing, like 7 abandoned, 8 abandoned, 9 abandoned. Fuck, bro, they're just dropping them. They're just like, they're not even like, they're just abandoning these things.
Now than they did before they were invaded. The Ukrainians have probably gained tanks.
Dang, you know something, Miss Film Chat?
T-80s, they got some T-80s now. They even have...
Miss Film Chat?
They have a few T-90s as well. They have some T-90As.
Your regular cryptic viewers? So oh no, they pop up occasionally. There was one up here a while back.
BMPs, 1 abandoned.
Somewhere way, I don't even know. It's way up there.
Stockpile of Russian hardware now. We're seeing that there's quite a few. Yep, 4 captured right there. 1 captured, 7 captured.
Less bots tonight. There's just been less bots in general. I will say though, when they do pop up, they kind of show up in like a tiny burst and then they're just gone.
Weigh the amount that have been destroyed.
Maybe the crackdown on Russian IP addresses. Very likely.
Vehicles, we're seeing BMPs. Look at all the BMPs.
Oh my god, here's those BMPs. Like a lot of those smaller vehicles that we see all the time. Like the armored APCs the Russians have. 1 destroyed, 2 destroyed, 3 destroyed, 4 destroyed, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9 damaged and abandoned, 10 and 11 damaged and abandoned, 12 damaged and abandoned, 13 abandoned, 14 abandoned, 15 abandoned, 16 abandoned, 17, 18 abandoned, 19 damaged and captured, 20 captured, 21 and 22 captured. Damn.
Abandoned, 13 abandoned, 14 abandoned, and there's pictures for every single one.
For confirmation and shit.
From videos and pictures and stuff. We'll keep an eye on those.
Cool.
Maybe take a look at some of the other ones here. Here's some other photographs here of them abandoned.
BTRs.
Yeah, a lot of captured and destroyed military hardware. And again, guys, I mean, the list just keeps going on. It's insane, actually, how much.
It just goes on and on and on. Oh my! Hold up! What was that? That was a list.
Keeps going on.
Hold up.
Insane, actually, how much.
Right.
I feel like.
Right. Oh my! Oh, there's 2. Oh my, sweet baby rays. Man. Oh, that took up a whole page. That took a page.
You know, with this much abandoned Soviet-era armor, we'll be able to put up maybe a bit of a fight.
Honestly, there might be like surplus equipment on for sale that's going to be exported out of Ukraine after this.
Apparently, I've been informed. So, but we're going to keep an eye.
Dude, imagine a military surplus equipment that got captured and is undamaged and used.
Refresh it. So here is a.
And those are going to be like some value stuff, you know, amongst the people who are kind of like interested in like gun memorabilia or just military memorabilia in general.
5,840.
I mean, I'm a military memorabilia kind of guy anyway. I like, you know, that stuff. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see what stuff kind of comes out of his surplus. How much those tanks going for? The Soviet tanks? I mean, I know you can privately own one. Legally, you technically can own a tank. It just can't be weaponized. Like, you would have to go through the paperwork and make sure that, like, the tank itself is non-functional in the sense you can't actually use it for shooting. But you technically could own a tank. I don't know about Oregon law, but I know in the United States, technically on federal law, you legally can own a tank. I don't know if the state of Oregon restricts that, but at least federal law. Electric conversion. Oh my god. I mean, remember that moron trying to kill family member driving one around his property, moron. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think there needs to be some heavy paperwork and a lot of processes if you want a tank. I mean, I honestly, I'd have a tank on my front yard just for the sake of having it as a conversation piece. Be like, yeah, you know, like got this. This is used in the fucking, you know, push carrying war and shit. You know, you see the Z on it or the V or whatever fucking shit. You know, it was captured and cost a pretty penny, but yeah.
Other cameras in that area.
It was on the property of the owner of Jelly Belly. It was messed up. Oh, poor Jelly Belly.
So, some people are saying that they were getting ready to engage some of those Ukrainian defense forces in Kherson, and that's probably why we saw those tanks moving that way. And so we'll keep an eye on that situation.
Oh, he's over there. Oh, he's twitching. He's dreaming. I love Jelly Belly. It's the official candy of the Reagan administration.
So here's another report here from Nexta.
He always had a jar of his desk and tables. Wasn't there like some congressperson that had jelly beans on his table? And now it's like out of tradition. There's one on, you know, in the House floor.
Yeah, I don't have a translation on that for you guys at this time, but if one of our translators wants to hop on that.
Honestly, I'd just be one of those people that just shows up and eats a burrito. I just always show up, have a burrito, just bring it out of my bag, and just start chowing down as everyone else talks. I'm like halfway through my burrito, I'm just like taking a nice big old gulp and be like, alright, motherfucker, you know, just start going at and go ham. And then once I'm done, go into a little siesta mode, wake up, finish the rest of my burrito.
Maps here.
That makes C-SPAN watchable again.
Showing the kind of the path that some of these Russian troops have taken.
Bring the fuck ton of Taco Bell marijuana to the house floor. Yeah, honestly, I straight up would, you know, before I even start talking, I'd be like, alright, Senator Ignar, or, you know, Congressman Ignar, would you like, you know, to say a piece? Like, give me 30 seconds. Alright.
We've seen them moving out.
I like to use about 5 minutes by time.
And again, same thing from over here.
To discuss, blah, blah, just start going off. Talking as like a little bit of smoke still coming out of my mouth.
But here's a pretty accurate look at really
smoke that burrito, damn right.
Force movements into Ukraine, showing those on their maps.
What's this? Oh, Bubba.
And this is a bean burrito from Taco Bell. Let's see if Bubba wants a bean burrito. Gonna get it?
I will never feed Sukov Taco Bell, by the way. So, in a way, I do kind of feel bad for this dog, but I mean, I am impressed with his talent.
Gone. Good boy, Bubba.
I mean, considering how he's kind of a big boy, like, I mean, it's like, holy shit. The most happiest voice. Oh, he's got cute little floppy ears like Zukov does.
Going there, everything from paratroopers.
Go to Hotbox the house while arguing for legalizing marijuana. I do it. Get Chambers and shit. I forget his first name, but I know his name is last name is Chambers. Like, get him. We'll just like roll up some fat blunts and just be like, yo, fam, let's hotbox this bitch while we fucking argue for this, and just go full ham, bro. It will start passing around. In fact, we'll just, like, you know, forcibly hold down, like, all the dissidents and force them to smoke it. We'll stuff it in their nose and shit, you know, and make it do it.
Here's a chilling thread, guys, on accounts from Russian nationalists.
Gary Chambers. Gary Chambers.
See this? The war is expected to be over in days.
If somehow wins, he might hotbox the Senate. Dude, I honestly, seriously want him to win. He's legit based. Like, he's one of, like, the, like, 1 to 2% that actually would, like... Well, wait, what? What's all the argument about? I vote to pass this, law, I guess, because, you know, we want to look good, yeah.
But it changes nothing. The possibility of resistance after the active phase of war is diminished. They are confident that after there is a change of power in Ukraine, activists are purged by military police. Most people in Ukraine will come to their senses and accept the new reality. This is what I was speculating to earlier today. However, you know, again, there's always that possibility of a significant uprising and insurgency in Ukraine. That could very well still take place. This is what the Russians think. It's from the point of view of the Russian oligarchy. There was an existential. The way is existential in a way. Or the was is existential.
That's just a broken sentence.
In a way that it is supposed to destroy the Ukrainian identity. Okay, I see what they're saying. The desired outcome seems to be not friendly Ukraine with a new government, but at least partial annexation with Ukrainian culture suppressed. There's no talk of a nuclear or further wars yet in these circles. This so far can only be found, albeit quite easily, in normie accounts. Europe arming Ukraine is seen like a futile exercise, too little, too late, rather than a casus belli. Sanctions. They are widely considered to be survivable thanks to preparations made since 2014. We've talked about that. The fortification to the Russian financial system that Putin has done over the past 8 years or so. And the most severe ones are expected to be lifted soon after when Ukraine is defeated. Russian billionaires forced to move to Russia.
Well, they're simultaneously flooding out of Russia. Yeah. It's kind of interesting to hear what, like, the Russian perspective is about this.
To be good. The focus is mostly on tech, with explanations how Yandex can provide everything Russia needs. Imports from China are expected to cover all reasonable needs in goods, and domestic manufacturing is expected to bloom. Overall, complete dehumanization of Ukraine, dismissal rather than aggressive challenging of the West, and the start of the Russian golden era. And we've talked about that as well on the show.
It's kind of a lot of nationalistic zeal and fervor and shit.
Return Russia to.
Anonymous calling into I'm Really Important stream last night. It was interesting. Oh, really?
Itself. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on those updates.
Well, did Rattle Maniac ever get his shit fixed?
Really, always it's always interesting, and it's always very enlightening to look at what higher ups in the Russian geopolitical sphere are saying publicly. It's often indicative of what their next moves will be, and so you definitely want to keep an eye on things like that. So again, guys, here, stand by while I try to get my bearings straight here.
He hasn't heard anything. Worst case, he waits out the 30-day ban. If he comes back well sooner than that. Well, hopefully he gets his appeal.
Somebody says, lol, they are crazy if they think they can just occupy Ukraine willy-nilly. There will be resistance cells everywhere. Yes. In fact, I think it'll be kind of what we saw in Afghanistan. It's what we've seen I believe.
It was a hit. Yeah. I mean, it really was.
I mean, look what happened to Chechnya after.
I mean, hell, for me.
Still to this day, from what my understanding is, are basically fractured into different groups and gangs, so to speak, and that's because of how much.
There's another streamer that had it out for him for some reason. Wow.
And socially as well. And I think that's what we're going to
so fucking lame. Yeah. I mean, Twitch needs to really kind of fucking, really figure out that type of shit and make that shit, more. fleshed out better.
Ukrainians in the east versus Ukrainians in the west, and that's what we're seeing on the ground now in this initial onslaught. Is, as I said before, and I'll say again, most.
This is how many leftists are getting banned for no reason. Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate shit about their, these TOS, service, like terms of service things and shit when it comes to like a lot of these platforms, because they do target, different lefties and shit. Incidentally, and maybe even to certain figures, even intentionally and shit, when it comes to this type of stuff. I mean, it just seems to be like, considering how so algorithmically based it is, it's not gonna dictate, one way or the other what's, critiquing, certain ideas or certain shit or what's not. So then it's just like kind of like this back and forth bullshit.
So again, guys, to recap, over the past couple hours, we've heard rumors of a UN convoy leaving Kiev this morning to help get people out of the city.
A UN convoy, huh?
That was supposedly happening around 9 a.m. We did see an increase in traffic at that time, however, it's still unconfirmed. Again, that was that article about the Taliban calling on Russia and Ukraine to stop the conflict.
The Taliban are fucking like, yo, this is something, stop it. When you got the Taliban calling you out, like, yo, bro. Yo. Are you serious? Oh, did I hear that right, really?
Stop the conflict.
Like, oh, fuck, hold on. No. Bitch. Bitch, come on, pull up, you fucking cunt. Are we goddamn motherfucking serious? Oh my fucking god.
So, Specialist, he sent over a nice summary for me for the...
Oh, fucking Christ, okay.
This morning, to help get people out of the city.
Okay.
That was supposedly happening around...
Did I hear that right?
I did see an increase in traffic at that time, however, it's still unconfirmed. Again, that was that article about the Taliban calling on Russia and Ukraine to stop the conflict. Again, that was that article about the Taliban calling on Russia and Ukraine to stop the conflict.
When fucking when goddamn Taliban, bro.
He says that
when they're just like, yo, hey,
assembling a task force
on YouTube database ain't gonna be happy.
And seize their ill-begotten
this isn't furry porn.
They're looking to tighten the grip.
This is just a shirtless like donkey bro that's smoking a joint out of an apple. Like there's nothing fucking porn about that.
So he said to Kherson,
it's not pornographic at all.
Guys, Kherson and Kharkiv are still under the control of the Ukrainians at this hour.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that.
Still being contested at this hour. We've been showing you guys some footage coming out of there. And we'll get back to that here shortly.
Oh, it looks like Bjorn. It wasn't.
Closed off all Russian flights again. That's a continuation.
That's been the first time it's popped up on the little screen and shit.
It's been closed off
while doing this in the past. So I know YouTube recognizes that it
The
ain't.
Russian economy is reeling, and Putin is the one to blame. Again, these are the talking points from the State of the Union address from President Biden last night.
Like a shirtless Rastafari furry donkey guy smoking a joint out of an apple. I mean,
give or take in aid to
shirtless donkey bro. I mean, he is.
He says our forces are not
Just a kind of casual furry donkey bro, just kind of smoking a joint out of an apple. I mean, you know, what do you want?
to bolster NATO allies, ground, naval, and air assets mobilized to protect.
I mean, it's a very relatable, wallpaper for me. So that's why it's been there for years.
Over the past week or so,
I've had it on multiple phones now at this point. I've never changed it for a while.
Has unleashed violence.
I've changed my
and will pay high price.
I do apple smokes on my donkey, bro.
Oh my God. Use every tool at our disposal
Apple
to protect American businesses and consumers release strategic oil reserves to help reduce domestic gas prices. So that's them trying to curb the effect on our
Oh my God.
gas infrastructure here in the
Yeah,
West.
but I've changed my lock screen a couple times before, but I've never changed the actual like wallpaper. I've always kept it like that for like 3 years now.
West, battle between democracy and the autocracies. Let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. We stand with you. Putin will never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world. Again, those are the words from President Joe Biden there from the State of the Union address.
DMG bag A, the first time I've seen it. Really?
So that bridge we were looking at from the, I don't know if it's the same bridge. Actually, I think it's a different bridge. The Fancy had sent this over. He's been keeping an eye on this camera here. It's north of Melitopol. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right again, guys, but it's usually a very quiet bridge. However, it's been backed up with traffic for hours, he says.
Damn.
He says there's a line of traffic.
I definitely haven't seen that donkey bro before. Well, yeah, I've had him on there for years now.
He's been seeing massive amounts of backed up traffic on the bridge.
Well, I know that guy on my wallpaper's popped up multiple times on Twitch.
The other direction.
But I know that there's audio only available for Twitch, so that's probably why you might not have seen it.
Keep an eye on that. Here's another photo. You can still see the cars off in the distance, backed up.
Yeah, I mean it's small, but I can kind of see those backed up cars. But yeah, it looked like there's military vehicles going on your side.
That bridge for us. Thank you so much for keeping an eye on those cameras. Again, guys, I made a couple new ranks over in the Discord server for anybody that is keeping an eye on cameras. The rank is called Surveillance Analyst. You can pick it up in the welcome channel. If you'd like to help keep an eye on cameras.
Honestly, I kind of want to like check out some of these cameras. I missed the audio only, brought to you by T-Mofo Days.
The Discord server, there's a link in the description below. It's just discord.gg/Nemico.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish YouTube had that specific option available.
It's like the final two Turkish A400.
Because sometimes, you know, I'll be listening to streams on work, you know, at work and shit. And sometimes I'm not looking at it all the time, but I might, you know, come in, you know, look at my phone really quick to check it, you know, and want to see what's going on. So it's like having an audio only to kind of save bandwidth and potentially even like, you know, phone charge and shit too. You know, not use as much of your phone battery, however little it would be. But then, you know, at least, you know, turn on the video when you want it. So if, you know, like let's say you're kind of just listening to this instead of kind of like actually like looking at it, you can have it on audio only, but when you're like, oh shit, sounds like something's going on, you can turn it off and check out the video.
Watching in Kherson there, guys, he says, I've already...
Because I know at least for Twitch they kind of had that as an ability, but YouTube kind of needs to kind of like snag a little bit what, you know, Twitch is doing a little. Not everything, but at least some of the shit. Like the audio only stuff, some of the more interactive capabilities. They are kind of doing it. Like you know, there's pinned comments, there's like, you know, polls that, you know, you could do it if you're on desktop and streaming. Mobile is still limited, but yeah. They're at least kind of doing it. Like, you know, these small little things that are like, oh, that's actually kind of nice.
Much appreciated. Syncor is also watching that camera right now. Thank you, Syncor, for this.
Has to remind me when it's bedtime, but no audio only, bitch. How do you know when it's bedtime? Wait, no, wait, are you serious?
On the right side of the camera.
YouTube has to remind me when it's bedtime? Are you kidding me? Hold on. I'm gonna go look for this.
Over there. That's why
I'm actually gonna look for this. Hold on. There's no way.
Again, that camera.
Where would I... I'm assuming, like, what, settings?
Stand by for that.
Try new features?
Yeah, that camera's definitely having issues, so we'll keep an eye on that feed.
Nothing even in that.
Somebody else, okay, never mind. Thank you for that, that cam. IJHC. Thank you for sending that over, but yeah, it looks like it has just gone down.
Wait, data saving.
Here's a report from the Express. Ukrainian army captures Russian thermobaric rocket launcher. We had heard about this yesterday. And here was the video footage of those thermobaric missile launchers going into Ukraine.
I'm trying to see, like,
not just this, but plenty of videos of those systems on the ground in the country now. The TOS
I'm trying to
to be precise, is the
I honestly want to see.
system we are seeing being deployed there.
Oh, you sent me a thumbnail. Or a screen cap. So it is in settings. Oh, I think I know where that is, too. Hold on. There it is. It's in general. I knew it. Oh, my God.
Another report from Nexta here. This is interesting. Okay, so
Remind me to take a break or remind me when it's bedtime. Like, bitch, what is this?
Companies. We have seen Boeing suspend now service and
Double tap to seek.
to all Russian airlines.
Yeah, hold on. Can I actually change it? Oh, I could change it for... Ooh, for 5 seconds. Actually, that would be preferable a little bit. I didn't actually know. I didn't even know that you can fucking do... Oh, I didn't know you can do this. Ooh, okay. Zoom to fill screen. No.
A furthering
Picture.
of retaliatory steps and measures.
Voice search language.
So we have to keep
Restricted mode. Nah, fuck that. Enable stats for nerds. Oh, hell yeah. I'm a nerd. I'm down with that. I'm fine with that. Okay. Playback and feeds. Choose whether videos play as you browse. Boeing suspends Moscow Engineering Center and halts support for Russian airlines. Playback and feeds. Oh, is that when it plays back when you're scrolling through the feed? Yeah, I kind of want that off because that's annoying.
So here, somebody wanted me to show this video on CNN.
My data saving settings? Huh?
About
okay, whatever. Who cares?
Video, I think, or yeah, 134. They do show on a map here the movements. So this is it here.
Okay. Well, want to be careful of that. I almost clicked that. I don't want to click the telegram notification. That could be some bad voodoo. Well, I have the screen up at least.
So here's the TV tower that we watched get bombarded yesterday.
You want to be careful of the telegram notifications at
They
least.
blew up a bridge here, I believe, near that area. There's been multiple bridges in and around that area of Kiev that have been hit, taken out to slow the Russian advance.
Honestly, it's why it's been pretty quiet in Kiev. It's just because so many of these bridges have been hit near the northwest that it's just making it really fucking hard for them to find spots where they could cross. In areas that they probably did find, now there's probably wreckage and shit, so now those spots are blocked. Oh, there's that whole Boeing thing. He's looking at it now. It's crazy how this shit's happening in real time. There's still a sense of me that's just like, still feels like a sense of surrealness about that. I think that's kind of like faded, but it's still there lingering. It's just like, man.
So yeah,
shit, it's all happening in real time. It's like, holy fuck.
The Zaporizhia Oblast right now. That's the bridge that we can keep an eye on, guys, with the traffic lines. And there is fighting occurring to the left side of that bridge there. That photo off to the distance, there's explosions we just showed you there a second ago in those photos. Fancy Hat says, I saw multiple explosions, multiple massive explosions in the right-hand side last night on the right-hand side. We have seen lots of IR blasts over the last few days. There's no stream up that you can rewind. Yeah, so they're having to take stills from these feeds here, guys. Syncor also is
Did I know about the
watching,
playback?
From that feed. And he was the one that sent over this picture here again a second ago of another blast that he had taken a screen cap of.
Oh, yeah, there's a little red circle around it.
There.
You can't really see it from here, but...
So again, just to recap for everybody.
I guess see what the live UA map is up.
See what that's about.
Get out of the city of Kiev.
Could be some updates and shit. Actually, let me turn it down real quick, just in case there's an ad.
Convoy.
Cause the shit, it doesn't warn you when it pops up. Oh, whoa! Airborne drop and landing from the sea in Mykolaiv. No, Mykolaiv. Ukraine is successfully responding at airport. As of 19 minutes ago. Where's this at? Oh my god, load your motherfucking map. Right here. Okay. Oh, of course, I knew it was gonna pop up randomly. Fuck off. That's why I had the audio turned down, because that was probably gonna ear rape everybody. I don't want that. Oh, map, please, just do me a fucking favor and just enhance. Enhance, you son of a bitch. Are you kidding me? Just show me the just enhance on this. Oh my fucking sweet baby rays. All right, we're okay. You're way all up in here. Okay. Let me just slowly zoom in. Will that help? Oh well, nope. It stopped wanting to enhance here. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Now it did it. Okay. No. You're not doing me favors, are you, Live UA? Really, you're not doing me favors. This is like the opposite of doing me a favor. You get a cheap laptop. I don't think that really helped too much. Okay, I can do it from here. So I guess there's like... So I'm guessing they probably airdropped... here. Maybe over there. Spaska Koza.
Heading out of Kiev. The checkpoint is set up to monitor people coming into Kiev, I believe.
You know, I didn't even check what the other... I didn't even check the other updates, actually.
Here's a video.
Presumably Russian ship seen from Odessa.
Claiming Russian helicopters are
ooh, yeah, look at that.
Kiev. This was posted. On a second, let me move that real quick. I can't see that. 4:12 a.m. So about this is about 7 minutes ago, give or take. Here's that video here of Russian helicopters reportedly moving towards Kiev.
So that ship way off in the distance.
Hold on, let me rewind.
Looks like either a light cruiser or a destroyer.
There's the footage there of the Russian helicopters moving towards Kiev. This was about 7 minutes ago.
Wait, what? What's going on here? Here, I'll enhance this. Oh yeah, look at that. A lot of helos. A whole line of them.
So you said the video with helicopters is old. Yes, again, guys.
Actually, I feel like I have seen that.
Keep in mind that, I mean, if they are old, we will let you know. As soon as we...
I mean, I feel like that's probably why my... Like, it's just a typical formation they do. Like, for a Chilata, I got a Walmart book for sale for Shiny Benjamin. As long as, I mean... If we can at least, you know, do some of the basic, you know, shit on top of,
they've set up now.
At least maybe some more basic games. Hearts of Iron, stuff like that. Not intense graphical games and shit, whatever. But at least, you know, it could be a little temporary, you know, placeholder.
Again, this is posted over in the Discord if anybody's interested.
I get paid Thursday, so let me know about it. Oh, he's still there. I keep forgetting Zukov is in that chair over here. And I'm thinking he's like around. If tabs would be nice.
23 minutes ago, airborne drop and landing.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, overall, that would be, especially with this going on right now, because it would help. Because then I can actually like, you know, look at some different stuff. I mean, it definitely has tabs.
earlier today, about 23 minutes ago.
I mean, I do too, but again, they are, you know, to a certain extent limited.
Again,
but...
guys, continuing with that amphibious assault that I was talking about, presumably this is a Russian ship.
Oh, now he's checking up live view. I caught up. I did it first, bitch. I'm ahead of you in the game, bro. Come on, Nemiko.
So we are
I'm ahead to curb, bro.
Possible amphibious assault on Odessa, as well as some other targets and along the southern coast of Ukraine here. So again, we were talking about the nuclear power plants earlier that are currently being contested. Russian troops 29 minutes ago are trying to storm 2 nuclear power plants in southern Ukraine at the moment, according to Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Interior. Those locations are here.
Keep saying Kyiv. I know, it's really annoying.
North of Crimea.
It's Kyiv. I mean, it's probably more accurately Kiev.
This is a bridge that was destroyed, a railway bridge that was destroyed about 11 hours ago in that area.
Tab Fox, Firefox, only tabs.
Russian strike on the area of the Odessa airport. Again, this is consistent. We saw the Russian ship seen off the coast. They strike the airport. It's possible they could, do a 2-part amphibious assault and get a land bridge, an air bridge set up from the Odessa airport. That's possible as well. So we'll have to see what happens there. We're going to keep an eye on the situation in and around Odessa. Odessa is that definitely looks.
This is possibly a furry version of Firefox.
Here's some Russian troops.
I already know that.
I'm
not going to tell wow, but I already know that. Trust me, if there's something that's like, even slightly anthropomorphic, furries got their hands on it.
Last night, I believe, heading in that direction.
That's just a guarantee. I use water fox. Does that count? Furries got their hand on it. As the name, it has fox in it. Like, yeah, furries got their hand on it. Absolutely.
So again, guys, we're going to continue to get some updates for you guys out of Kiev.
I think either Kyiv or Kiev.
So this
I hear Kyiv more often though, or Kiev.
This was near Belgrade.
At least when it comes to a lot of the different, whenever I hear different Ukrainians or different people, mainly at least in or around Kiev, and talking about it, I hear that the name of that city in it. Yeah, Kiev is closer than Kiev. Oh, I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna try. I'm not some accent aficionado, obviously, but I try to pronounce as close as I can, at least.
Here's some interesting.
I just know it's not Kyiv or Kyiv or Kiev or whatever. So at least Kiev or Kiev or Kiev.
And this is what we're going to see with a lot of cities here.
It's Russian, so I have to use their accent to know that. Yeah, guy Ukrainian. Well, there are a lot of Ukrainian. Ukraine is kind of multilingual. Their languages are legit pretty similar.
Some hard decisions having to be made there by the Ukrainian people on the ground today. That was posted at 3:58 a.m., so a short while ago. We'll have to keep.
Wait, what was that tweet? What did I say?
At 3:58 a.m.
The mayor of Konotop declares that the occupiers have delivered an ultimatum: either he surrenders the city to them, or they will completely destroy it.
So that's what's going on at Konotop. They're just kind of surrounded and just sort of starving them out, and now they're giving them an ultimatum. Jeez. Wait, what's this? There's a secret for Legion with radars and shit. New Sonic Air being introduced in this upcoming game. I want to beat the record. This time, but set for me 2 hours after official artist release. Wait, what? It's Kiev, per The Guardian. Kiev. So I have been pronouncing it right. It's Kiev. Because of the Y. I mean, that's why I think Kiev because of the Y. So, but again, I try to at least get close with it, but
A while ago, we'll have to keep an eye on that. situation.
But yeah, more nice. Yeah, like I was saying though, I mean, when you said initially Russian, I mean, you're not inherently wrong. Like there's actually a large parts of Ukraine that are primarily Russian speaking. So, despite also being predominantly culturally and otherwise Ukrainian shit too. But also a lot of Ukrainians can also speak Russian too, because again, their languages are pretty similar too. So they can at least kind of understand each other.
You can see in more detail there how long.
I mean, they are different, so yeah, language-wise as well. So it's not like they can totally understand each other, but they can at least, you know, have basic conversation back and forth. Say here, put some sunflower seeds in your pockets, you pieces of shit, stuff like that.
If you guys can see that there, right there, you can see.
While the pronunciation and stuff, apparently, Eddie's ice cream is pronounced Edie's, not Eddie's.
And again,
Edie's.
There's been some conflict spotted over here in this area around the highway there. So we'll keep an eye on that situation. Looks like a lot of people.
If it was Edie's, then why not an E instead of a Y?
It says nope, it's one lane, one way.
They can understand the fuck you Russian worship.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, despite their language barriers, I mean, they, you know, like, they still can somewhat understand each other.
That situation, people are
like, they use the same language of acrylic, at least, you know, or Cyrillic, you know, when it comes to at least, you know, the written form.
So apparently the price of gas. Again,
it's, you know, there's slight differences between Ukrainian and Russian when it comes to Cyrillic, but they still use that general same foundation for their language.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing the oil market hit pretty hard.
Yeah, it's weird, the founder's last name. Oh, it's the founder's last name? Yeah.
Alright guys, I'm going to take a short break here, but I will be back in just a few moments. And we're going to continue going over some of the developments currently unfolding here in Ukraine. Please stand by.
I still feel like it'd be Eddie, though. But it should just... whatever. People have weird names and pronunciations sometimes. It's like it's spelled one way, but it's pronounced totally different. It's like, what? My most favorite one is a classic meme, too, is Shathid. I know Rip City remembers that, Shathid. It's spelt shithead, but pronounced Shathid. And I love it. I unironically love her. Oh, glorious Shathid. Yep. Yeah, he still remembers. Oh, the good old Shathid. It's a classic meme. So your name is Alex? Fool, it's pronounced Alizzy. The name of Harley's firstborn. I'm gonna petition that too. I'll even make a GoFundMe to, like, you know, bribe him to be like, yo, I fundraised like $10,000 to literally name your kid Shathid. Like, if you say no to this, like, there's something up. I literally GoFundMe like kind of like a first 5-year like stimulus package, bro. Like, or at least like the first year stimulus package, you know, for your kid. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, come on. Like, get a little stimulus and a little stipend just to, you know, name your kid one name. I mean, it's like legally that kid as an adult can change their name. Let's make it the middle name Shathid. At least. It at least has to. Yeah, I kind of want to see if I could find some of those, like, cams, because I know there's, like, a link or a site somewhere. It might be on the Discord.
of like where you could try to find like different street signs and shit, which is how some of these have been found. At least the ones that have notable things happening. Cameras, live feeds can be oh, there's Baltic live cam. Is that it? Here, let me see. Because if it is, it might actually maybe not. Well, I don't know. Let me skim through this. Dnipro, stuff is easy. Okay. Yeah, I know these towns are actually near Dnieper River embankment. Or did I know Dnipro is actually near that plant, because the nuclear plant is on the other side of this town. So maybe this might actually show some things here. Let's see if it wants to. Oh, well. Is it doing like some like, oh, you have an ad blocker, so we're going to, so we're gonna fucking like, you know, okay, here we go. All right, it went away. Okay, let's see here. It's actually pretty quiet. Is there noise out of it? No, it's actually no audio. There's actually cars and commerce going on though on the road. But I don't know where this would be specifically, but I know on the other side of the river in Dnipro, like on the southern side, there's a nuclear power plant. I wonder if that's actually it right there. That actually could be it right there. Here, hold on. We could probably geolocate this. Here, let's see. Because if so, that's a contested area right there. So we, you know, that can't. Oh fuck. Because that cam might actually, you know, might be useful here. Here, let's go here. There, yeah, the Dnipro is gonna be over here somewhere. I believe. Where are you? Is it not? There's Zaporizhzhia. Oh, it's over here. Oh, okay. So wait, what? Okay, so where's the contested? Oh, so it's. Oh no, okay, it's Nikopol, or Nikopol. It's kind of a funny town name. Okay, so the contested area is right here. So that's the nuclear plant. So it's actually a Nikopol. That's okay. So I wonder where. I know there's like some, because I know in their Discord they were saying that they were able to find like a site, you know, where it's able to like tap into like via IP into different cams, and people have been kind of skimming through them to see what may or may not be useful for the cameras. And honestly, if there could be some found in any of in this region, that actually might be quite useful to see what's going on right here. Because I actually thought, I guess my geography is not 100% yet, but I think there's actually a plant maybe near Dnipro. Because if, where would that fucking building be then? I don't know. Actually, it might be like probably along on this area right here, somewhere. But yeah. So, if there's any cams that'd be in that region that actually points on this riverbank, or at least on the south side of it, that actually, you know, could be some pretty useful stuff. Might not show too much, but it might, you know, show a little bit. Oh, wait, why am I doing that? Just pulled the YouTube thing back up. Yeah, what in the fuck? Was that like an ad that like got partially blocked? What the fuck? Okay. A half blocked ad. Well, he popped up again. I'll go back to the tube. There we go. Wait, where's that? Oh yeah, turn it down because of that.
They're protesting in force. This is the best defense to Ukraine right now are its people, you guys. Its people come out in full force like this.
Damn, damn, a bunch of people, citizens, just stopped the tank.
Like a protest. I don't think you're going to see a lot of these Russian forces just open fire on open crowds.
They're not really. They already haven't been wanting to do that in the first place. So I think a lot of civilians have been hearing about that and been taking advantage of it too.
And so you won't see that. I don't think you'd see that happen. So this is probably their best defense, is to just come out in force and show that they are not going to stand. They're not going to stand for.
I mean, if anything, that might also kind of convince a lot of those soldiers to just turn over their arms to them and either be POWs or switch sides, or just kind of depending on
Gary says, good morning from
the
Wales.
circumstances of what happens.
Gary, thank you very much for tuning in.
Because there's been a mixture of like all those different things happening when that shit happens. Either that, or they just kind of literally just turn around, or just abandon their post.
Yes, I'm getting reports here that it does look like a fight is possibly taking place currently for the airport in Odessa. Looks like the Russians are looking to install an air bridge there to bring more troops.
So Odessa is actually having some back and forth going on, huh?
The southern coast there. They're probably also going to have a amphibious assault on the city of Odessa. I've been calling that for a week now, and now we are seeing evidence of that actually starting to unfold.
Sounds like somebody's hammering some stuff in Kiev too.
So here's some footage of a Russian fighter that wanted to break into a phone store. He wanted an iPhone, but apparently the glass door is...
It's good that soldiers are like, we're really going to do it this time. We'll give you a count of 3.
Trying to break
1,
the door to get
2, 2.5. Oh my god.
He wants to... Apparently this is a phone store, I've been told.
2.5 3/4.
We've seen a lot of evidence of looting.
2 5/8.
Ukraine by these Russian forces that are heading in.
2 60 64. Just like start just extending the fractions into bigger fractions. Just like 3 hours later.
That sounds we're hearing.
2 and okay, I'm not even gonna try to make a fat number. I'm not even gonna bother.
Something. Somebody said could possibly be putting up barricades.
That hammering is most certainly getting barricades and defenses set up. As ragtag as it is, but man, there's even this in here, man. Like, man, citizens are hammering shit up and getting stuff enforced. They're kind of, it sounds like, they're kind of thinking sometime today might be, a day there might be a major offensive. Because of Odessa's kind of getting some conflict, at least at the airport. And Kherson is still, like, heavily contested. Kharkiv obviously still is. Then, yeah, it makes sense that, they might be making their push here. Maybe not right away, or not now, but probably in the next few hours.
Is a post here, guys. I'm sorry, because it is in Ukrainian, or
no,
Greek. I'm not sure exactly what. Yeah, that is Greek.
Yeah, that's Greek.
Get that translated over. There we go. There we go, guys. All right, so. Information that the alarm system in Kiev is out of order. So earlier, you guys, we heard the alarms blast off the hour, which we haven't heard it do that. So we heard that alarm sound earlier, possibly indicative that it could mean that that they are expecting an air raid at some point. But here we're seeing now that it's possible that the alarm system has been sabotaged. 7th day of war in Ukraine. I can't believe it's already the 7th day.
Is it really? Hold on.
Wow.
Is it really been a fucking week already? Seriously?
It feels honestly like a year's gone by, but at the same time, it feels like it was just yesterday the Russians were.
Yeah, it honestly feels more like yesterday to me.
It was still a possibility.
Man, it's been a
that this
week
was
already?
going to unfold. And now we're 7 days in, and you've seen just how much has happened just in 7 days. Okay, on that camera there, we just saw what seemed to be some kind of motorcade. On the left side, cam 3, I believe, had a motorcade in it. Not sure what that was. Hearing some sirens as well.
There's been a lot of like sirens, like whether they're police, ambulance, or fire crews. Sounds like maybe a mixture of just all three.
The alarm system in Kiev has been switched off. According to the channel, the system may not work due to damage or sabotage, while the authorities are urging residents to stay permanently in their shelters. In the meantime, there are indications that a major attack by the Russians is expected from time to time. Questions are also raised by the news, which was confirmed by the British Minister of Defense, that a Russian phalanx has been immobilized outside of Kiev. So there is evidence that they have stopped some of the Russian movements in and around the city. Of course, guys, we are still expecting a large increase in escalatory actions here by the Russians in Kiev over the next 12 hours, 12 to 24 hours here or so. As I said before, it's anybody's guess as to when the Russians are going to make their move, as to what or how they're going to make their move. One thing
feels like just yesterday that Vladimir Lenin crossed to Delaware.
Either the Russians turn around, they leave, or they go into Kiev.
Just yesterday, Vladimir Lenin went across to Delaware and did the thing, Malarkey. You know the jack. Come on, thing, you know the jack, fat. Gotta keep myself nice and stretched since I'm just kind of sitting here. Whoa. Hi, buddy. Well, you kind of got up all excited thinking I'm doing something. Come here, buddy. Oh, you just wanted to lay down over there instead.
I gotta check on my food here quick, which I have cooking away at the moment.
Me door dashing it, buddy.
When we get back, I think I'm gonna take.
I'm getting food cooked, meaning someone else is cooking it for me. Gonna deliver it to me.
What some of the news is coming out of both the Kremlin and some of the mainstream media here in the West. We're gonna kind of take a look
such a sweet boy.
Kind of what
Man, that reminded me of Trump's airfield quote.
On both sides, and we'll take a look at.
Oh God! Don't remind me about that fucker.
Across Ukraine. As well as touch on some of the aircraft movements which we are looking at this morning. So stand by for that, guys. We'll be back here in just a few moments.
Well, come here, baby. I just gotta get up and do a little stretch real quick. Oh, you little sweet thing. Oh, you stretch. Ooh, you stretchy boy. I'm thinking the same. Oh, you handsome boy. Here, you know what? I'll show him off being a little cute boy. Which is better, the airfield quote, Trump's conversation with the president of the U.S. version? I mean, what about the rake the leaves? You know, where Finland was raking those leaves, bro. You know, what about that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that in itself was a pretty ridiculous thing. And this is the wettest hurricane we've ever seen from the standpoint of water. Hey, baby. Come here, baby. You sweet thing. Ugh. What's up, baby? Come here. Come here. Oh, you sweet baby. Come here. Oh, you sweet baby. Oh, you stretchy thing. Look at you. Oh. Look at you. You stretchy thing. You baby. What's up, boy? Oh, What's up, boy? Wow, alright, yeah, I just realized I can't even read shit. I was like, I could probably read it from here. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, you little chungus, look at you. Oh. What? Come here. Back here, I'll get you a little tweet. I already gave you one of those today. I'll give you one of those. Oh, look at you. Oh, you sweet bite. Well, you're gonna have to get off of me here. You little punk. Sit. 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 Good boy. Up. Good boy. The fucking presidential Sharpie. You meet the presidential crayon? Like, pretty much the last two presidents have pretty much have had the presidential crayon, you know, for the political office use of utensil and writing implement. Baby. Come on. Well, you almost got it. Clear my space a little. Yeah. Nailed it. Now, crayons are too edible. Sharpies are... Oh my god. Sharpies are safer. Wait, hold on. If, like, crayons are too edible, then... and safe, then how come they give it to the USMC? Because, I mean, look at the result of what happens to them. They're all like... like, literal, like, meat hogs going down, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, what's going on there? Are we sure they're... are we sure they're edible? Maybe buying a Copacabana or the Pope's massive vintage crayon collection. Yes. Pontificating some of that, you know, nice, you know.
Again, thank you to Syncor for sending over this data. He's been keeping an eye on these cameras here all morning. We're watching this bridge here as traffic is fleeing. People are fleeing. I believe it's the exact city name here for you guys. It's Zaporsky Ventovia. I'm not sure if
nailed it,
guys, but
nailed it.
After we're seeing traffic leaving in droves, we saw people turning around and trying to get back out. Apparently, this is a one-way bridge right now. They have another bridge set up for traffic coming into the area, but. Oh,
What's better wealthy fuck pastime than find one pair of the finest crayons? Yes. Succulent, amazing, delicious, fine, vintage crayons. Yes.
Over there. And this was to capture
What's up, baby?
Minutes ago. And another explosion there. As you can see, everybody's trying to flee over here. We're going to keep an eye closely on that situation.
Okay, that was a total success. Come here. Come here. Oh, come here, baby. Oh. I bet crayons are smokable also. I would imagine that's quite literally fucking toxic, and I wouldn't do it. I would not do that. I wouldn't even attempt to test that theory. I mean, sure, they're probably smokable, but that'll probably, like, literally shred your lungs beyond belief.
Make COVID look like a fucking, like, daycare center. I mean, I actually don't know, but probably. Are crayons like Play-Doh when they're where they are safe to consume? I really don't know. I don't want to test it because it just sounds dumb. It sounds dumb to try to test that theory. Hey, see, there's a bot. See, they're still here. But while it's here, get out. Your lack of activity bots are actually quite nice, and you've ruined my time. My day is ruined. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Nah, but yeah, see, I mean they're still around. Sister.vd. I know that one was today. Honestly, like I do kind of wonder what that one's gonna lead to. I don't know. I probably just did a very tiny, minute race. I honestly don't know what I need to start like figuring language out a little bit. Take a high ash hole. I kind of want to see what's going on in that. See if there's any other stuff happen. It's back translated as "take a walk, fool." So that's a name that looks like cheating. Cheating. Oh my good lord! Wow. Alright, let's see here. Not really. The front page shake is some dumb time. Of course it is. It always is. Oh. Oh, well, we got some interesting stuff, y'all. But let me scroll through these first. Okay, that guy's alright. Okay. Here. I had to make sure about that dude first, but he's okay. But, yeah, so, I don't know where this is or when, probably in the last, like, 30-something minutes, but bunch of knocked out, kind of turned over vehicles. Big artillery piece here. Probably 152 millimeter. And one of these BMPs with a Dishka on top. Is that even loaded? It's not. The fact that the part where you open it up to chamber in new rounds and shit, that part's open. So it's like they took the ammo and ran, but not the gun. Looks like a T-72 or a T-80 maybe. Yeah, another abandoned tank. This one just kind of got knocked over and got stuck. Another BMP here. Oh, wow, wait, hold on. There's an actual, like, insignia for what the brigade this might be from.
So, whatever specific brigade these armored units came from, that's one of their insignias right there. Actually, I want to save this photo specifically here. How do I do that? Yeah, save to gallery, yeah. It's actually kind of interesting. This thing looks like it's still in pretty decent condition. It might be that artillery piece. And a blown up tank. And a vehicle. This truck. And a BTR, I think? That got kind of salvaged up and shit. Jeez, the turret's gone. Yeah. Yeah, I got blasted off. And, okay. Here's a picture of a captured soldier. Another one of them. This guy was wounded. Yo, hold on. I didn't go farther than this, so I want to... let me take this off now. Yeah. Looking at my guy wounded from shrapnel. But other than that, that guy seems like, you know, besides, you know, shrapnel shit, seems okay. Some more of these, what's all that? What the fuck is going on here? What's this? Look at this. Hold on, let me go back to the beginning of this. What the fuck is happening here? Is this like a bunch of... What is happening here? Yeah, there's a bunch of civilians all right here. But what's in the front? What? Straight up blocking the road. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's in the front. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's just a large mass group of people. Yeah, okay. I thought that was like maybe like a large platoon of soldiers just chilling. Just a lot of people. Yeah.
Вони нам поставили умови зараз. Якщо ми починаємо супротив, вони розносять місто артилерії. Якщо за, воюємо.
А що ти не хотів вчора палить?
Brilliant brave, yeah. Wait, hold on. Before I keep moving forward, let's do this. Got some stuff here that may or may not be... Oh, alright, it's a video of these fire crews, probably in Kharkiv. I just want to make sure that, you know, what they're going to pull out here ain't going to be bad. I mean, it's a person. They're loading up a person out of the rubble. So I probably shouldn't show it. Oh, is that person? Oh no, the person's alive. Actually, it looks okay. I mean, probably all banged up and bruised, but... Yeah, but this... Wow. So, okay, this person's alive and probably all banged up and shit, but... These fire crews and these fire brigades and shit were able to get this person out. But, I mean, here as they kind of start... Oh, actually, here, let me go near, right around, yeah. You can see he's actually... right here. But yeah, no limbs blown off or not. Yeah, he looks banged up, obviously, but, you know, actually... And all dusty and shit, probably just gonna have lung problems in his life now because of it, but... I mean... All in all, surprisingly okay for being picked up out of rubble. I mean, probably got some broken bones too and shit, but I mean, again, for being picked out of some rubble, I mean, looking relatively alright. Spent some cash money there. They're gonna get some videos on TV to talk to Russia. Oh, nice. Since I was both so invested in there. Yeah, I was thinking about doing the same at some point. Is this Oh, this is a video of those, oh, so that's, what we were looking at earlier on, Metro Network, or, Nemico Network, I meant. But yeah, this is what we were looking at. But yeah, you can see all the vehicles up there and all the people way off in the distance. I wonder if that was like a warning shot or something, though. I mean, no one was hurt, nothing that happened about it, so I'm assuming, you know, it's like, don't get on our tank. But yeah, all in all, I mean, a lot of these Ukrainian forces are really, and just the civilians too, are just, you know, taking advantage of the fact, you know, that a lot of these, you know, troops just have such lower morale and logistically have just had major failures left and right, and even manipulated about it from the get-go. Alright, how many tanks were taken by crowds just straight up climbing on top and knocking on the hatch? Oh, I mean, honestly, all in all, a good chunk of them, probably. I mean, there's been a few videos already of, like, a Ukrainian who hooked up a BMP or a BTR on his tractor and just started taking it home. There's, like, 2 or 3 civilians that commandeered a tank, you know, and were driving around on their land, just having fun and shit. So, I mean, some of these Ukrainian civilians, whether they're actually kind of forming their own little, like unarmed militias in a way, or just fucking with these people and just taking their equipment and just having fun, you know, they're kind of, you know, they're taking them. Better than getting blasted to death, I guess. Come with me if you want to live. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I feel like, you know, like, yeah, I hope, you know, a lot of these civilians are kind of feeling the incentive, and, you know, especially if a lot of these, you know, videos coming around of like, oh, hey, you know, if they're not willing to shoot us anyway and all this, and everything considered, then, you know, maybe just a sheer number of us, you know, just getting enough numbers from our village gathered, then we could probably just stop them ourselves.
Hey, bro, you got an extra power glove?
I mean, I have the one from, you gave me with that little, like, wireless one, but, like, this one?
Can I use it?
Hang on.
I gotta poke my headphones in.
Zoop, zoop. I have your tail now. Your tail's, jeez. What's fur and what's muscle? Oh my god. I'm actually wondering, like, what is muscle and what is fur, like, on his tail? Like, oh my god. It's just like, it's like, damn. Little boy. Oh, I saw a notification on that Telegram again, actually. Oh wow, they posted a lot. More on that soldier. And all this other stuff here. Oh, there's some new stuff. They're reposting some videos, but there's some new videos here. It's kind of a bombed out area, but I don't know where specifically. And I'm guessing this guy's a reporter? Who's this?
Зараз ми знаходимося в центрі українського Харкова, на розбомбленій площі Свободи. Вони можуть кидати бомбу на нашу площу, але ніколи не розбомблять.
I mean, it's just kind of a regular newsboy cap, or like a paper boy, or like a baker's boy hat. I just have like an anarchist star on it too.
but that's pretty much it. I mean, I do have, like, straight up, like, East German hats and shit, but...
Заплатять за те, що прийшли на наші мирні землі вбивати наших людей. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
I'm reposting that video too, so... Why does everyone think that, like, this type of hat's like Russian or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, even one of my coworkers keeps asking me that. So, it's like, but it's like, no, it's literally not. It's like, what the? It's like, oh my lord. What if Ghanim's warlord buddies team up to create a third front in Ukraine to try to take the country? Oh my lord. How would even the world react to some absurdity like that? Thanks, a star. Yeah. But that's why it's an anarchist one. Because when someone's like, is that a star? It's like, no, it's an anarchist one. It's different. Well, Afghanistan, why not? Why not win the Ukraine? And then proceed to lose that too. See if some other shit on. Oh, okay. See if there's some other shit on the live VM map here, but I had to kill that ad. There we go. Reminds me of DPRK star. Never mind. Koji Ukrainska Pravda intelligence sources Russia brought Yanukovych to Minsk. Who? Like, literally who? Yanukovych in Minsk, the Kremlin wants to make him, quote, president of Ukraine. Okay, so literally who is this? I guess Putin lapdog. Oh my god, Putin's tiny. This dude literally... Who bought who and where now? I know, right? Oh my god, like, look at this. Look at this dude. He literally towers over him. He's, like, literally looking down at him. While he's trying to, like, you know, keep his face, like... You know, he's literally just, like, towering him. Dude, this guy's small. Kicked out before the Orange Revolution. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, now, yeah, okay, now it clicked in my head. I remember his name. It all comes together now. After this guy, Ukrainian people lined up to take tours of a huge mansion left behind. No, I remember it now. Damn Putin's Napoleon site. I know, dude, he is very small. I thought he'd be at least a little taller than that. Damn, got Napoleon complex, bro. Jesus, no wonder. Puny Putin. Puny Putin. Just a puny little Putin. Boy, man, you could, man. fact that you can stand up for this long on your own 2 little back feet is insane. Oh. They say this from like 12 years ago off of European news show I used to watch. About Ukraine. Oh, was it? His chompers are massive. And he's actually pretty playful about it too. Like, he's not like aggressive of him at all. He's got some chompers, but I mean, he's he's not like, you know, like about it. I think you need to change the settings on your video there. Nobody has X unless they have direct link. Yeah. I think that's for when it's unlisted. Private's so where only you can view it. Unlisted is when people have the direct link or otherwise and shit. Yeah, video no work. Can't load it. Here. I shall show you. See? Just switch it to unlisted and it should work. Because there's like public, and then there's unlisted, and then there's private. And unlisted is when it's still available with people who have the direct link, and private is when only you, the uploader, can see it. Needs a no malarkey setting? I know, right? Are we serious? Probably I thought it was unlisted guy. Yeah, for some reason, hold on. I'll try again. Maybe it didn't. Okay, maybe that link is probably bad now at this point. You might have to just repost the link. Or maybe it hasn't recognized it yet. Hold on. Really? Whoa, whoa. Wait, whoa. Got a tube flash. Refresh, yeah, here, hold on. I can do it there. I'll just take off the tube, do this. Okay, about that. Alright. Okay, now let's try it. Here. There we go.
The White House is sprucing itself up for an inauguration. Its poor relation in the Ukrainian town of Chernomyn is in a perilous state. Incredibly enough, 200 years ago, a Polish nobleman built an exact replica of the White House. It's now used as a school and is in total disrepair. Having asked at least 3 previous US presidents for help in restoring it, the locals are now pinning their hopes on Barack Obama.
Let me guess, that didn't actually work out. Oh my god. Have Lennon while this song is going. Oh my god, dude. Wow. I love it. Oh my god. Holy crap. It is. And for 12 years ago? Like, okay, so 2010. Oh my sweet baby rays.
Ukraine.
Okay, finally.
And just as in another mighty country,
no
one can find the famous White House. Quite remarkably, it's painted yellow. Architectural monument, symbol of power.
It's so beautiful, the song.
School. A school?
Surprise Pikachu face.
Yes, we're standing here in the President's Garden.
Pre-Fortnite age, I know, dude.
200 years ago, a Polish aristocrat had a copy of the White House in Washington built. We use it today as a school. We call it the $20 Palace because we're on the $20 bill.
There are 4 columns on this bill and 6 in front of us. All right, maybe the U.S. Federal Reserve forgot a column or 2 on the $20 bill. Aside from that, though, the Polish aristocrat copied absolutely everything. 412 doors, 132 rooms, and no heating. Gas crisis in Ukraine, and it's minus 20 degrees Celsius here. But Chernomyn is nothing if not resourceful. Time for an exercise in outdoor arts and crafts with wood. In attendance, pupils Alyosha, Sergei, Dima, and Yura. And during their school vacation, no less. But no matter. Russia turning off the gas on their White House is seriously not on. There's never ever been a wood crisis in Ukraine, and there's plenty of wood stoves in this White House. Poor Washington, stuck with its gas.
This narrator, dude, oh my god.
I know, and I always wonder where they get their gas. From America?
Who knows? Maybe it's Russian gas.
Oh, they're not that crazy. Gas from Russia?
We enter the hallowed halls of the White House. It's hard to believe, but even when Ukraine was part of the former Soviet Union, this replica of the Oval Office existed. And there's also a president, a female one. Nastya may only be the school president, but she has a side job as table tennis referee. Here, the president's office is a place to practice topspin and smash ball. Not out of anti-American sentiment, it's just that there's no money to renovate.
I like how they're just like, oh, they're doing this to so America. Like, that's what they thought back then? Oh my god. I honestly kind of find it amusing, like, with the weird, like, hyper-America-centric view about this little building, though. Like, it is kind of amusing to me.
America, we sent Bill Clinton a letter in 1994. Dear Mr. President, your office in Ukraine is in disrepair, etc., etc. Then we wrote to Bush, asking him to come over. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky with the new president.
Oddly, no American president has ever visited, thereby passing up a chance to view a carbon copy of his bedroom, currently serving as a 6th grade classroom, as well as experiencing the pride of the school.
Now we're entering the president's living quarters, specifically the dining hall. We've installed a computer room here where we teach computer science. The children
Your
also
office in Ukraine.
time to play on the computers.
Oh my god, he's playing CSGO.
Comparisons with U.S. foreign policy not permitted. These could be the last children in the palace. And it's not the only building around here that's falling into ruin.
You don't want to know 6th graders who do the presidential bedroom? Make it into a computer lab to play CSGO?
Paid a visit. Only 2,000 people still live in the village. Behind the White House is the border with Moldova. The sugar factory has been closed for ages. Agriculture, once the source of Ukraine's wealth, is dying out. That's causing the budget deficit in Kiev to grow, and leaving rural Ukraine with nothing left to offer but picturesque landscapes. And Galina Bunic. Naturally, she also went to school at the White House 62 years ago. Right now, just as in the White House, she's dealing
Alexa was trying to put it one at a time, but she's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll put it all in there once.
Here in town,
It'll work, it'll fit.
The American expert. And it's true.
There are people just like us living in America. What did you think? Who governed in the real White House? Kennedy, then Clinton, then Bush Jr., and now this thin, likable black man who's always on TV. I just can't remember his name.
The nice, thin, likable black man. I just can't remember his name. Oh my god.
People here
I love it.
A slender black man.
What is this somehow? I don't know.
So the ball is now.
It's about the Ukrainian version of the White House, basically.
January 20th is Inauguration Day. After that, his appointment calendar should be wide open.
Sukov, what are you doing?
Welcome to Chernomyn, Mr. President.
Song, bro. Someone needs to tell Obama he has an office in Ukraine. Yeah, he does. Got a little bit of news. The music themes. My goodness. Alright, so Sukov, what are you doing over there? Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Come here, boy. Bruh. 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 Why you rebel like that? Ooh, prick. It used to be a really cool showing you appear in journal on DWTV and training. It's really awesome. They did such a good job with their little segments in various European countries. Huh. I mean, might as well make that public, because honestly, you might get like a lot of traction just because of what's going on right now.
So we have been keeping an eye on that situation.
They go for a specific topic in the segment, but along they peppered a piece of all sorts of cool facts about the area they're in. Oh. Oh, shit, yeah. You'd actually be kind of curious to see what, like, different, you know, people might put, you know, drop down in those comments, too. You little rebellious turd. Get over here, bro. Man, you're a jerk. It's like you only come over here when you think you're getting a treat. Took off. Shook off. Shook off. You pretty baby. Come here, boy. Come on, Zukov, come here. You jerk. Zukov. As soon as I grab a treat, he will come over here, but I don't want to do that. He just ate. Maybe that's why. It's like, damn, I'm hungry. My belly's full and I feel fat. I'm just sitting here. Little plotmeister. Just a little plotmeister. Oh my god, I just realized I'm streaming for like 5 hours, 20-some minutes. Shadam. It is a little afternoon in Kiev too. Oh my god. My, oh my. No wonder I've been feeling the yawns building up. I'm not gonna lie, at least for tonight, it feels like I haven't really been streaming too long. What was that? A little notification app of some sort on somebody's phone. like that just random ambient effects of hearing the people in the background on those cams wherever they're at. I kind of find it a little interesting. You're like, oh, what are you talking about? Oh, come on, screen. Come on, screen. Don't be like that. But all in all, we've been going on for a good, nice, lengthy amount of time. So I think I'll at least call it good for this evening. Come back in the afternoon for tomorrow. See how things are. See what things are going down. Preferably, maybe not like the constant. There's that notification again. Hopefully, not the constant, like news about this shit. But of course, there's gonna be some updates, and gonna be at some point probably checking into that shit. But we'll see. We'll see what else is going down. I know there's probably going to be some reactions and some different shit about the whole State Union thing, so no, there'll be some stuff. Zukov, you're being a little prick. Look at you. The human rights violations of you just being too damn cute. More bad news, more good news. Yeah, pretty much like a little, the fluctuation of the back and forth. The duality of man in the news. Anyway, call it good for the rest of the evening, so peace out, and hopefully she'll be back around for that next one and all that good stuff.